You're listening to Before the Dawn, Book 4 in the Ending series, a post-apocalyptic fantasy and romance adventure, written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. This is part 1 of a 2-part audiobook. You can find more information about the series, links to other audiobooks in the Ending world, and our suggested reading order in the description below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and happy listening.
Before the Dawn, the Ending series, number 4. Written by Lindsey Fairleigh, Lindsey Pogue. Narrated by Natalie Duke. Prologue. Anna. November 23rd, 1 AE. The Colony, Colorado. Anna brushed her son's bangs off his forehead as he settled back in the reclining chair. She would have to trim his hair again soon. It was growing so fast now. "Just close your eyes," she said, ending the softly spoken words with an even softer sigh. She hated the pain Peter had to endure every day simply to stay alive, but such was the cost of a second chance at life. Such was the cost of being a regen. "It'll be over soon." John, the former coroner who'd been in charge of electrotherapy since the treatment's inception, turned away from the small switchboard controlling the electrical current flowing through Peter, just enough to toss Anna a weak smile over his shoulder. "A word outside while his, treatment is going?" Anna clenched her jaw, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Despite his irritatingly hesitant and uncertain demeanor, Dr. John Maxwell was valuable. He was short in stature, shrewd of mind, and as far as Anna was concerned, more knowledgeable about the anatomy and physiology of the human brain than any other living person. She just had to remind herself of that sometimes. If she lost sight of that, of the help he, and as far as she knew, only he, could offer her son, she might slip up and remove him from her inner circle. And nobody survived to talk about Anna's inner circle once their membership was revoked. Her life, her child's life, depended on absolute secrecy, and dead men couldn't talk. Unless they were brought back as regens, but still, they had limited memories. Anna shook her head, disgusted with the direction her thoughts had gone. She was thinking like Gregory, something that seemed to be happening to her more and more with each passing day. What would Tom, her first husband, her true husband, say if he could see her thoughts now? Nothing good, she imagined, and definitely nothing flattering. Peter gave his mom's hand a squeeze, drawing her back to the here and now. The heavy glove Anna wore protected her from the worst of the electrical current humming through his body, but she still felt a slight buzz. "It's fine, Mom. Go with Dr. Maxwell." Peter offered her a slightly strained smile. "I'll live. Promise." Anna clenched her jaw harder, then forced herself to relax and release her son's hand. Standing, she removed the rubber-lined glove and tossed it on the wheelie chair she'd just vacated. She paused at the door John was holding open and met her son's eyes. If it had been her in the chair, hosting an electrical current as strong as the one flowing through Peter, she would have been seizing, her brain sizzling and turning to relative mush. But not Peter, because Peter wasn't like her. Peter wasn't really like anyone. Not anymore. How much longer could this go on? How many more experimental treatments could a 16-year-old boy's body endure? How much higher could they crank up the electrical current without it harming even someone like Peter? Peter flashed Anna another tense smile, and her heart twisted. How long did she have until Gregory lost patience with their son's stop-and-go, mostly stop, recovery? Holding her breath, Anna left the room and shut the door. "What is it?" she said on her exhale. "You're very—" She scanned John from sneakered toes to balding head. "Twitchy today." Or at least twitchier than usual. "What changed?" John hunched his shoulders. You know that Peter is... he's... Anna crossed her arms and raised her right eyebrow. Peter is what? He's, different. From the others, I mean. John scuffed his shoe against the linoleum floor. Because of the chemo and radiation, not to mention all of the treatments we've performed on him, and... He met Anna's eyes and blanched. Which were very successful. Excellent ideas, all of them. Wouldn't have done any differently myself had it been my kid who... Cut the bullshit, John. Anna leaned in toward the pointy-featured man, planting a hand on the wall just behind him. He seemed to cringe into himself. There were some perks to being Gregory's wife, however unpleasant the drawbacks. It wasn't a fair trade, not even close, but it was something. Tell me, she demanded gently. John took a deep breath and held it for several seconds. He's dying. Anna shut her eyes, breathed, again and again. When she reopened her eyes, she said, I'm sorry. Deep breath. I must have misheard you. The treatments aren't as effective as they used to be for Peter, and certainly not as effective as they are for the others. John wrung his hands. The degeneration is progressing more quickly in him. Not that it's not to be expected, considering that he's older in regen terms than the few others left after the rebellion. John must have caught the dangerous glint in Anna's glare because he shrank back even further. It's as though I can't target the parts of his mind that are breaking down, like his synapses are firing too intensely, burning themselves out before I can reset the connection. And the less effective the treatments become, well, the more quickly the degeneration will progress. Quickly, he added, and I'm sure it's not just him, or at least it won't be. Soon the others will reach the same point. He nodded frantically. I'm certain of it. Anna narrowed her eyes. I don't care what you have to do. Find a way to save him. She eased away from the wall and the terrified doctor and carefully straightened her lab coat. Purposefully, Anna raised her gaze to lock on his. Find a way, or you'll be of no further use to me. And there it was again, disgusting proof that Anna was deep down, just like Gregory. John blinked several times. A deer in headlights held nothing on him. I'll see what I can come up with. Anna nodded and bared her teeth in a self-disgusted smile. You do that. Quick footsteps drew Anna's attention to the stretch of hallway behind her, and she turned around to see Howard, one of Gregory's favorite lackeys, approaching. At least he was one of Gregory's favorites amongst the lackeys he still had after the uprising, and one of the few who'd remained by choice in the chaos and instability that had followed. The Regens had exacted a high toll with their unexpected rebellion, and it was one her son paid for every day with his increasingly rapid descent into illness. She needed more Regens, more subjects to run her tests on, more scientists to brainstorm possible solutions. She needed Gabriel McLaughlin. John tipped the scales in terms of intelligence, but he was an inside-the-box thinker. Gabriel, on the other hand, somehow managed to turn scientific experimentation into an art, constantly redefining the concept of the box with his intellectual creativity. Where John was an unquestionably smart man, Gabriel was a true scientific savant. If anyone could find a solution to the degeneration plaguing the Regens, Gabriel could. But Anna hadn't had so much as a glimpse of him in her dreams for months. Not that it was his fault. These were dangerous times in the colony, and only when Anna was feeling exceptionally desperate or bold would she dare to let her guard down, just for a brief window, while she slept, hoping Gabriel might be trying to contact her in her dreams. It had yet to bear fruit. Each time Anna woke from such an attempt, she had only disappointment to warm her bed. Disappointment and the megalomaniac who'd long ago claimed her as his property, as his wife. Howard stopped just a little too close to Anna, but she was used to his intimidation techniques. Keeping her feet firmly planted, Anna squared her shoulders and met Howard's eyes. "Did you want something?"
"General Harrison needs you."
Howard held her gaze, challenged it.
"Come with me."
And without another word, he turned and strode back up the hallway. Anna forced herself to unball her fists. After several slow, even breaths, she looked at John, who was still trembling against the wall. "What do you need to increase the effectiveness of the treatments?" She spoke the words low and rushed. Much as she might find pleasure in making Gregory wait, she knew the repercussions. The anger he would take out on her and the pleasure he would gain from her pain would be far from worth it. "More regens, more assistance." John paused, squinting.
A more intense electrical current."
Anna blew out a breath. "All right," she said as she turned away from him to follow after Howard. "I'll see what I can do." Gregory would have to see reason, especially when that reason came in the form of releasing the interred rebel regens into her custody so she could use them to hone the treatment process. And if she and John were able to make enough progress, save Peter's life. Her spark of hope dwindled when she realized Howard wasn't leading her to Gregory's office on the other side of the colony, but to the underground holding cells 2 buildings away from the electrotherapy lab. Doubt sprouted in her chest, spreading like a noxious weed. Gregory had been keeping his distance from the makeshift prison and its ailing regen occupants. She feared his presence there now could mean only one thing. He'd finally settled on their punishment for rebelling. And when Gregory came to a decision, he acted on it quickly and without mercy. It was one of his few qualities that Anna actually admired, except for right now. Anna had no doubt of the severity of the punishment the uncooperative regens would suffer, had no doubt that she was walking toward a mass execution. And she had no doubt that by extinguishing the rebel regens' second lives, Gregory would be all but killing their son. A live wire of tension and frustration, Anna descended the stairwell leading down to the long underground hallway and its intermittent holding cells beneath one of the former college buildings. She couldn't allow Gregory to kill the few remaining regens, not when she needed them so badly. Her mind was a whirl with thoughts, possibilities, logic, arguments, excuses, pleas, none of which would be good enough if Gregory's mind was already made up. The first door on the right, a heavy metal barrier set in the reinforced cement wall, stood ajar, and Anna could hear Gregory's disinterested voice floating through the doorway.
"But some mistakes are just too great to make amends for, MT01. I can no longer trust you. Your words are now meaningless to me."
Howard passed the doorway and took up a guard stance on the far side of the opening. Anna stopped opposite him and hung her head. Now that she knew which regen Gregory was addressing in the cell, she recognized the emotionless quality of his voice for what it really was, a mask to cover the betrayal he felt, to hide his utter heartbreak. Mikey, MT01 in regen terms, had been Gregory's favorite. He'd been loyal to the general before his death and had trusted Gregory implicitly, to the point of volunteering for the regen program when it was still in the experimental phase. He was the only regen that Gregory didn't address using a regen identifier, or rather, he had been, before the uprising. And while Mikey hadn't actually participated in the rebellion, in the massive slaughter that had taken place during those few terrifying minutes that the general's people had been immobilized by Camille's metal-controlling ability, he'd admitted to knowing about it before it happened. How could he not have when the oracle and orchestrator of the rebellion, RVO-1, Becca, had been the closest thing he'd had to a best friend?
Please, Father.
Mikey was sobbing, the sounds sloppy and gut-wrenching. It was rare for a regen to feel intense emotions, let alone express what they were feeling, and it yanked on the tangled wad of stored-up heartbreak that Anna kept tightly wound inside herself. She couldn't imagine what it would take to summon such an intense emotional response in her own son.
I knew you would be safe,
Mikey said between gasping breaths.
I would have warned you if I thought you...
His words cut off with the sound of flesh hitting flesh, but his sobs continued.
There are few things I enjoy less than the bitter taste of disappointment, Gregory said quietly. And I could count on one hand the number of times I've felt such intense disappointment as I do now. Please, Father.
There was another fleshy smack, closely followed by a wet crunch that brought to mind a sickening image of the regen's skull cracking against the cement wall.
You were my favorite,
Gregory said in the silence that hung in the absence of Mikey's sobs, thick to the point of choking.
I loved you like a son,
he whispered. Anna couldn't bring herself to step through the doorway, to enter the holding cell that she knew now contained only one living thing. At that moment, she refused to think of Gregory as a person. He was so much less. Anna squeezed her eyes shut. Gregory truly had loved Mikey like a son. She knew it, had seen it with her own eyes, and he'd killed him anyway. She just hoped he wouldn't inadvertently do the same to his actual flesh. Chapter 1. Zoe, November 24th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. Hurrying through the mud and drizzle toward the stable proved detrimental to both staying clean and staying dry. Wet earth squished beneath each footstep, and I couldn't help but wonder why we hadn't moved our excess canning supplies out of the house sooner. Only a few steps from the sliding stable door, my right foot slipped in the mud, and it was all I could do not to face-plant in the muddy gravel with an armful of empty jars. "Shit," I mumbled, letting out my held breath in relief as I regained my balance.
"That's a bad word,"
Annie observed behind me.
"We're not supposed to say bad words."
I glanced back to find her half lost in concentration with each careful step, her little red rain boots splattered with mud. Muddy boots were better than muddy clothes, which Danny had made me promise to keep clean. Sam only shook his head. "I know, no bad words," I said, straining as I used my foot to slide the stable door open wide enough for the three of us to scramble through and out of the rain. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it." With an oomph, I managed to push the door open, and Annie shuffled inside, Sam and me following behind her. Although it was chilly inside the stable, it smelled of leather and hay, a pleasant surprise since many of the horses had opted to remain cooped up in their stalls most of the week.
"Why are we bringing the jars in here?"
Annie asked, her tiny voice taut as she crept inside. I passed her in search of a place to store our armfuls. "Over here," I said, using my chin to point at the table stacked with Vanessa's tattered and soiled clothes, the few items she'd allow us to remove from her to be cleaned and mended. It was the table Chris and Carlos had put in Vanessa's makeshift room during their daily visits to the last stall on the left. Hearing Annie grunt, I looked down at her and smiled. Each of her steps was strategic and determined as she drew closer to the table, holding the 4 jars she'd insisted on carrying, like boulders too big for her tiny arms. As always seemed to be the case when I was around cute little crazy Annie, my heart melted a little.
Why are we putting them in here?
She asked again.
Because, Sam grumbled, we all have to eat inside again.
He set his case of jars on top of mine.
We need the kitchen table for dinner tonight because of the stupid rain.
It'll stop soon, I said, but I wasn't sure that was true. We'd been mostly indoors for a couple of days, and none of us were sure when the weather would let up or for how long the break would last once it came. Not even Tavis.
But why aren't we putting them in the shed?
Annie rattled on.
With the jellies and the pickles and the...
Sam cut her off.
We're just storing them in here until Jason and Grandpa Tom can fix the roof on the shed, he said, sounding bored. They have to wait for the rain to stop again.
Oh, Sam, I said, nudging him with my elbow. It's just a little rain. Okay, maybe a lot of rain, but it'll let up soon. With a grunt, Annie finally stopped in front of the table, squeezing the jars so tightly I could hear glass grinding against glass. I held my breath, waiting for them to crash onto the hay-scattered cement floor, but hoping they wouldn't. Vanessa was chatting happily away to herself in her stall, and I didn't want to send her into a spiraling fit. Naturally, Sam reached out to help Annie unload her jars, but she turned away from him, her wild blonde hair bouncing despite its damp tendrils.
I can do it,
she said primly. Sam's palms flew up, and he stepped away from Annie's accusatory glare.
Sorry.
Carefully, Annie placed 1 jar on the table, her brow furrowed in concentration. She set down another.
They're all wet and slippery,
she grumbled, smearing a water drop on one with her fingertip.
That's what happens when it's raining,
Sam retorted, ever the older brother he'd seemed to become.
I told you I'd carry them.
Although Sam often feigned annoyance with Annie, I knew she amused him. And like with the rest of us, she often made him smile despite his grumpy mood. She was contagious that way. With a derisive sound, Annie scrunched her face.
I don't like the rain anymore,
she said, sounding like Sam, but I knew it wasn't necessarily true. Annie didn't like that she had to stay indoors when it rained, but she thoroughly enjoyed the overabundance of puddles that popped up all over the property. More mud meant more fun, at least where Annie was concerned. Wishing I'd been in less of a hurry and grabbed my jacket, I ignored the visible puff of breath I exhaled as my fingertips felt for the small cubes protruding from my back pocket.
Tavis should make the rain go away,
Annie said, adamant as she placed the last canning jar expertly on the table. She grinned, triumphant.
Tavis can't send the rain away just because we don't like it, Annie,
I tried to explain. She looked at Sam, scrunched up her face again, then looked at me. Her bright blue eyes narrowed, but she listened without argument.
Don't you like curling up on the couch reading your animal stories with Mr. Grayson?
Despite how much Annie groaned about having to stay indoors, I knew she loved story time almost as much as she enjoyed romping around with Cooper and Jack in the dirt. And Mr. Grayson, old Bodega Bay's infamous history teacher and captivating orator, or Daniel, as some called him, was the best man for the job. Annie huffed, an exaggerated, impatient sound.
Yeah, but...
But what? We need the water in the wells and to fill the pond, Munchkin. And we need it for our winter garden, I explained. As if on cue, the encroaching storm above us worsened. Raindrops fell harder, echoing on the stable roof, and a gale of wind made the structure shudder and groan. Shadow stirred in his stall a few doors down, and when Annie noticed my hand was in my back pocket, she grinned from ear to ear. I thought we weren't supposed to give sugar to the horses, Sam said wryly. Though he was going for disapproving, I knew he enjoyed our clandestine snack times with the horses as much as I did. I brought my index finger to my lips. Danny just said in moderation. I walked over to Shadow, deciding he might like the company since he was cooped up indoors like the rest of us. Little pattering feet followed, and Annie giggled. When Shadow's head bobbed up and he anxiously approached the open stall window, my grin widened. He looked like an oversized mountain pony with his shaggy onyx coat, longer from the cool winter weather, and his unruly mane. "Hey, boy," I said softly as he stuck his head through the window. Shadow's eyes were opened wide and bright, and I knew that meant he was growing anxious and ready for exercise. "Sorry, buddy, not today." A notion suddenly dawned on me. I looked back at Annie. "He's gonna roll in the mud the first chance he gets, isn't he?" She simply giggled. I knew it. Patting the side of his face, I put one of the sugar cubes out on my flattened palm for Shadow's greedy lips to find and gave the rest to Sam and Annie. "It'll be our little secret." I winked and pointed toward the other stalls. "Just be careful of the last one," I said. Annie and Sam both looked at Vanessa's stall. They nodded, familiar with the drill. Unfazed to have a crazy living in our stable, one who'd cared for Annie to the best of her mentally unstable ability before Danny had stumbled across them back in Tahoe, Annie giggled and pranced from stall to stall as she and Sam visited each of the horses. Just as they were finishing petting Brutus, Sam squinted beyond me toward the tack room. I knew that look. I glanced behind me and saw nothing, though I wasn't surprised. I'd grown used to Sam hearing things the rest of us couldn't. "Kitty!" Annie sang. Then she trotted past me to the corner of the stable, where one of the 3 two-month-old kittens meowed to life and stretched in the doorway of the tack room. All of us smiled, unable to resist the brown kitten's sweet mewing while she traipsed toward us in want of attention. Her brown fur, blue eyes, and bobbed fluffy tail looked like, to Annie at least, the Mr. Potato Head doll Kai had given her right before the incident.
Kai liked Mr. Potato Head, and he would have liked this name,
Annie had said when she named the little kitten Miss Potato. No one had argued with the determined little fireball, even if it was a painful memory. It didn't matter that Jason had been forced to shoot his best friend in self-defense, to kill Kai. The monitor the general had placed on him. It was a day we all wished we could forget. "She's getting bigger," Sam said, smiling as he watched Miss Potato spastically frolicking and squeaking as she played in the straw. Unlike Sam and Annie, my mind was shadowed by darker times. Thinking of Kai made my heart ache, then burn with guilt and regret as my thoughts jumped to memories of Sarah's suicide. I thought about Biggs and the twins, whom we hadn't seen in almost 6 months. They were all gone because of me, because of the tangled, messy web of lies my life consisted of. Annie giggled and gently stroked Miss Potato's tawny belly as the kitten flopped and played at her feet. "Where are the others?" Sam asked, peering back at the tack room, the cat's secluded safe haven during our coastal storm.
"Bubbles is coming,"
Annie explained. "But Doodle is getting a bath." With hands in his front pockets, Sam leaned back on his heels and let out a deep exhale, one that exuded incredulity.
like he might never be able to completely wrap his mind around Danny and Annie's animal-speaking abilities. "Look who I found crying outside the door," Tavis said, striding into the barn. His dirty blonde hair was matted, and water dripped from his nose as he held out a nearly drowned, squeaky black kitten.
Bubbles!
Annie exclaimed. Sam chuffed.
I thought you said she was inside.
Annie ran over to Tavis and the drenched kitten.
No, I said she was coming.
What was she doing outside?" I asked. I made my way over to Tavis and the kitten. She could have gotten washed away. Annie greedily snatched Bubbles from Tavis's hold. He grinned at me and stepped aside to let Annie fawn all over the kitten.
She was exploring, and then it started raining,
Annie explained.
She got scared.
"Well, I'm glad Tavis found her then," I said, and crouched down to pet the matted black mess. I saw a flicker of something in Tavis's mind, a memory of the past that sent a wave of longing through him. Not lustful longing, but something lonelier. He glanced at me.
"Zoe,"
Annie said. I looked down to find her holding Bubbles close to her chest. She glanced from the crying kitten to me, a mischievous look on her face.
"Your hair is the same as Bubbles is."
She smiled widely, a gaping hole where her right front tooth would have been. "Yeah?" I eyed the kitten's soggy black fur, dabbled with streaks of white and gray. "I hope not exactly like hers," I muttered. I barely heard Sam's amused grunt over the sound of the dinner triangle clanking and ringing outside. Annie jumped up, startling the kittens when she shouted, "Food!" "I'm gonna eat it all before you get there," Tavis taunted with a wink in my direction. Then he rushed back out into the rain, egging Annie on in their daily bout of catch me if you can. "You better hurry," I goaded her, "or there'll be nothing left for dinner." With peals of laughter, Annie handed me the kitten and ran out into the rain toward the farmhouse. "Stay out of the puddles," I called after them, hoping the amusement in my voice didn't drown out my authoritative tone completely. I sent Bubbles and Miss Potato back in the tack room with Mama and Doodle, then stalked toward the slightly open stable door, anxious to get out of the cold and back into the warm house. The moment I stepped outside, rain pelted me mercilessly, or at least it felt that way as it soaked what seemed like every inch of me. Quickly, I pulled the sliding door shut, squinting through wet lashes toward the house. Apparently, my authoritative tone needed some work because, as I'd expected, Annie seized every opportunity to jump in the puddles on her way to the porch. Tavis smiled at me, winked, and ushered the kids inside, and all I could do was hope that Danny didn't kill me when she saw how muddy Annie had gotten, despite my best efforts. After latching the stable door shut, I jogged toward the house. Heavy, quick footsteps squished behind me, and I couldn't help the knowing grin that parted my lips. It was Jake. We were connected on so many levels now. I could sense his presence in his mind better than anyone else's. He was no longer the mystery he'd once been, with walls and armor that kept him distant and apprehensive. Now he was the warmth to my cold, the strong to my weak. He was the second half of me I had never realized was missing until I'd known what it felt like to lose him, to lose myself, and become someone who had no memories at all. At least Gabe, genius that he was able to help me get my mind back, the memories that made me me. "Evening stroll?" Jake asked as he jogged up beside me, squinting into the rain. He lifted part of his flannel jacket to shield me from the downpour. "Yeah, it's been such a beautiful day." I wrapped my arm around his waist, and together we hurried to the shelter of the porch. His heat steadied my cold, trembling bones. He'd become a protective cocoon. I would never grow tired of the warmth and vitality he exuded, always making me feel loved, making me feel safe. With him, I could lose my inhibitions and my fears and, on my favorite occasions, let loose my desires. "What are you doing out here?" I asked, letting go of him when we reached the porch steps. The wood creaked beneath our urgent footsteps. I stared down at my dirt-splattered jeans and mud-caked boots. Shit. Using the edge of the step, I tried to scrape the chunks of mud off the bottom of my right boot. I could picture Annie now, running around the house and rolling all over the furniture, covered in far more mud than I was.
"I was checking the leaks in the shed,"
Jake said as he shook out his hair.
"The tarp's holding well enough for now."
A gust of wind picked up and I shivered. As I scraped the mud from the bottom of my other boot, Jake shrugged off his jacket. Laughter, dishes clinking, and amiable chatter emanated from inside as everyone no doubt gathered around the dinner table, just as we'd done most nights since the winter weather had worsened. It was a tight fit to have all 15 of us together. 17 when Mace and Camille were around, visiting us from the regen homesteads in Hope Valley. But we made it work. We were growing used to it. In the darkening gloom, I could make out bustling silhouettes illuminated behind the thin, drawn curtains. "Not that meteorologists were right very often," I said, "but it would be nice to know when the rain is coming and how long it's planning to stay. A little preparation time would be appreciated."
"Are you sure the storm wasn't summoned?"
Jake muttered. I ran my fingers through my damp hair, the shorter strands no longer a shock as they'd grown out a little. "What?" I precariously wiped the water from under my eyes. "Why?" I momentarily opened my mind up to his, wondering his meaning and hoping to catch a glimpse. But then he glanced down at my chest, my gaze following his, and I didn't need to know what he was thinking. It was written clearly on his face. Jake handed me his jacket. The front of my white, long-sleeved shirt was wet, leaving to the imagination only what was hidden behind my peach-colored bra. I glowered at him as I donned his jacket, my head tilted in a silent scold for insinuating that Tavis had brought the rain. "I'm pretty sure he had nothing to do with it," I said dryly. Jake's left eyebrow rose, mirroring my expression, and his mouth quirked at the corner.
"Lucky me, then,"
he said. He stepped closer, and although I'd planned on a reproachful response, the intensity of the base desire that burned somewhere deep in my belly whenever he was around prevented the chiding remarks from forming on my tongue.
"I think this is the first time I've gotten you alone all week,"
he said, his voice quiet while his mind swirled with tantalizing thoughts that made me forget about cold and hunger and our waiting friends inside the house. He wrapped his arms around me, his heat enveloping me, and he pulled me into him. Chills raked through me, making me shiver with pure anticipation. "What about this morning?" I whispered, vaguely remembering the feel of his lips on my temple when he woke me before the sun was even awake. My eyelids flitted closed as his lips softly brushed against mine. I couldn't remember the last time we'd been together. Everything had been so crazy, and we'd been so exhausted, it had become a rarity when we were able to lie in bed and lose ourselves in each other's arms. Despite the plip-plop of rain on the porch awning and the cacophony of voices inside, I began to give in to my desperation to be alone with him. Just for a little while. His hands were rough but gentle, his lips firm but pliant against mine. His stubble tickled and teased my mouth and cheeks, the sensitive nerve endings tingling to life. A small moan escaped me as his arms tightened around my waist. "So," Danny's voice whispered in my mind, "your dad just asked me where you are. Please don't make me tell him you're making out with Jake on the porch." assuming he doesn't already know. With a groan, I leaned my forehead against Jake's shoulder. "We'd better get inside," I said, and let out a thwarted breath. Apparently they're waiting for us. Reticent, I pulled away from him and opened my eyes to find Jake's silhouette washed in a crimson haze. I blinked a few times, encouraging the desirous fog to dissipate until I could finally refocus. I grinned. He was staring at me with lust-filled eyes, and images of us upstairs together, alone, filled his mind. Anxious for what was to come later, I leaned in for a final promise-filled kiss and entwined my fingers with his before leading him into the house to join the others. My bedroom was bright and open, the sunshine pouring through the window illuminating my toy-cluttered floor. Hunger rumbled inside my belly. Setting my doll down on my princess comforter, I climbed off my bed, humming as my tummy rumbled again. Tugging down the hem of my sundress, I walked into the hall and plodded down the stairs on little legs, heading for the kitchen. The carpet tickled the bottoms of my bare feet, making me smile. I didn't hear the usual clanking of pots and pans that I usually did whenever Daddy was in the kitchen. "Daddy?" I stopped in the kitchen doorway, expecting to find him fumbling around inside, but he wasn't there. Still humming, I turned and walked into the living room. He wasn't in his recliner in front of the television either. "Daddy?" I wondered if he'd gone to pick up Jason. Fear flittered through me, and I wondered if Daddy left me home all alone. Then I heard angry voices coming from the back porch. Noticing that the sliding glass door was slightly open, I walked over and peered outside. My humming ceased and I froze. Daddy was standing on the porch with a pretty woman. Her hair was long and black, like mine. Her face was pink, and she rushed around like she was scared or upset. Suddenly I was standing outside with them. The woman was staring at me and looked like she might cry as she reached for me. "Come here, Zoe," she said. I tried not to flinch away from her touch, but I couldn't help it. Scared and confused, I looked up at Daddy. He looked sad too. "You look so pretty in your dress," the woman said. She tried to smile, and I found myself hesitantly smiling back at her. I liked her eyes. They were special and seemed familiar. "I knew you'd come back here," a man said. I jumped when I heard his voice, but the woman didn't seem surprised. Her hands flew to her stomach, and I wondered if she was hurt. I blinked, and then the man was standing next to me, like he appeared out of nowhere. He had a mustache and a smile that didn't seem happy. Daddy looked angry and afraid. Something didn't feel right, and I wanted to disappear. "They didn't know I was coming here, Gregory," the woman started to say. "I just needed to—" But the man with the mustache held up the palm of his hand. "Shh," he said, staring only at me. I wasn't sure why I felt scared, but I was trying not to cry. "Look how big you've grown," he said, and crouched down before me. He smiled a big smile, his slightly crooked teeth evoking a sudden panic that made my throat tighten. "And you're beautiful, just like your mommy." He looked back at the woman gripping the patio table. Her eyes were shimmering, and I noticed her holding Daddy's arm tightly with her other hand, like she was holding him back. "Don't you dare touch her," Daddy said, and the smile on the man's face fell a little. I saw something in his eyes that unleashed the tears I'd been trying not to shed. Something bad was happening. I could feel it. "Daddy!" I began to sob. But it wasn't Daddy who picked me up. It was the scary man.
There, little Zoe. It's okay.
He patted my leg and smiled at Daddy and the woman. They said something to him, but I was too stunned to listen. For the first time, I noticed men lining the fence of our backyard. They appeared out of nowhere like the scary man had. There were a lot of them, but only a few had big guns. Their faces were mad and mean. I cried louder. I wished Jason was home.
I told you what would happen if you ever left, Anna. Did you think I was bluffing? That I wouldn't notice? Again?
Through a veil of tears, I peered back over at Daddy and the woman. Daddy was frowning, angrier than I'd ever seen him. I called for him again, but the man's grip on me tightened. I shrieked in pain.
I will kill your son if you hurt her, the woman growled, and she pointed to her tummy. I will end your legacy.
The man's fingers dug into my leg, and I hit at his hand without thought, trying to get him to let me go. When he finally set me back on the ground, I ran to Daddy.
You will not harm them, Gregory, or I won't hesitate to kill this child. I promise you that.
I stared at her belly. I didn't see a baby, but her tummy was big.
You won't kill an innocent child, Anna, the man said. Me, on the other hand.
He stared at me again and smiled.
And then there's the boy, too. You leave him out of this,
Daddy shouted, and I could feel his body shaking. The scary man's face hardened, and I noticed his body stiffen.
Watch yourself, Sergeant. My compassion only goes so far.
The woman pulled a needle like they used at the doctor's office from behind her. It was the kind that always poked my skin and pinched me, but just for a minute.
So help me God, Gregory. If you hurt my family, I will kill yours.
The scary man looked at all of us, and his voice was angrier than before.
Then there's not much of a reason for me to keep any of you around, is there?
I'll come back with you, the woman said, reaching for him. If you'll just leave my family alone. The man pounded his fist on the patio table.
I'm your family.
Not if you hurt them, she said. The woman looked angry, but she still sounded scared. Daddy bent down to me.
Go inside, sweetheart.
He leaned in for a hug and whispered,
Hide until I can make it go away. Hide.
I nodded, not understanding what he meant, but wanting to hide all the same. I didn't know why the scary man wanted to hurt us. I didn't understand why the woman wanted to kill the baby I couldn't see either. But I knew the man with the mustache was evil, and I was afraid that if I looked away, Daddy would be gone, and I would never see him again. The scary man shook his head.
I thought we agreed last time that your family was as good as dead if you ever came back. Yet here you are again.
He clenched his fist.
I trusted you. I thought your word was worth your freedom. Apparently, I was wrong.
The sad woman took a step toward him.
I was just scared, Gregory, she said, rubbing her belly. You don't understand how dangerous this is for me. I just needed to see them. I needed to say goodbye.
She wiped the tears from her eyes. She didn't look scared anymore.
I promise, once I leave, I will never come back.
The scary man's eyes narrowed, and he glanced from her swollen cheeks down to her belly.
You have one more chance, darling. If you even try to leave again, if you do anything, to undermine me and my mission or our family. He glared over at me. "Go inside, Zoe," Daddy yelled. I ran toward the house but stopped inside the door and listened, waiting. I didn't want to leave Daddy. "Regardless of what you do in the future, measures will be taken now," the scary man said, and when I peeked around the doorframe, the woman looked relieved. "Monitors, in fact. And if you do misstep, even in the most minimal way, I will hurt your children and make Tom here watch. And you might never even know it. That, my dear, is my promise to you." When my eyes met Daddy's, wide and sad, everything suddenly faded away. I was in my room, crying in his arms. His familiar eyes were empty as he stared at me. Gently, he brushed a tear from my cheek, and then everything changed again. The memory of the scary man faded away. Then the sad woman started to change. Her special eyes disappeared, her features vanishing one by one until she was faceless and frightening, until she was completely gone too. There were no men in the backyard, and Daddy wasn't upset. There was no reason I could think of for why I'd been crying, or why Daddy would look so sad.
Chapter 2. Danny. November 25th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. With a grunt, I adjusted my hold on the box I was carrying and attempted to reach for the doorknob on the cottage's front door. The glassware in the box, an amalgam of random glasses, mugs, vases, and bowls I'd collected from the massive and dusty storage room in the barn, shifted and clanked in warning. "Crap," I hissed. "Jason?" I called telepathically. Having my ability firing on all cylinders was useful in so many ways, not the least of which was being able to request aid from pretty much anyone, anywhere, at any time. "Come get the door?"
"Give me a second."
He was inside the cottage, in what was slowly transforming into our bedroom in the back corner of the small house. I could sense his mind signature there. Stationary, not rushing toward the door to let me in. I pressed my lips together and exhaled with a huff. Clearly, being able to request help telepathically and receiving said help were two entirely different matters. Gritting my teeth, I raised my right leg and used my thigh to shift my increasingly precarious hold on the box once more. It certainly didn't help that the cardboard was damp from the drizzling rain, or that, thanks to the chill in the air, I could barely feel my fingers. At least the porch's shallow eave protected me from getting rained on further. "Unless you want a mountain of broken glass on the stoop, it'd be great if you could come get the door now." I could sense Jason's movement instantaneously, and seconds later the door swung open and he plucked a box that had been just shy of way too heavy out of my arms with annoying ease. I flexed my fingers, cringing at the uncomfortable mixture of numbness and sharp, stinging pain.
"You shouldn't have tried to carry this in the first place."
Jason gave me a reproachful look, eyebrows raised, chiseled jaw flexed, jagged scar intensifying everything about him, before turning and heading through the cozy living room with the box. He set it on the single free corner of the rustic farm table that separated the kitchen from the rest of the living area. We'd found the table in the storage room, which, in all reality, put most old attics to shame with all the treasures it contained, and had relocated it to the cottage almost a week ago during our last moving day. Days off were rare in our little communal farm, and Jason and I had been setting up the cottage to be our small family's own comfy, compact, and moderately private home for over a month now. I was more than ready to move out of the farmhouse and settle in here with Jason and Annie and my beloved German Shepherd Jack, to have my own space, to not always be stepping on the toes of every other living person I knew, to make a home with Jason. I sighed, and after scanning the combined living room and kitchen and beautiful Riverstone hearth, after taking in the columns of boxes and piles of clutter that still needed to be moved out, arranged, or put away, I felt my shoulders slump. It looked like I wouldn't be settling into my little piece of domestic paradise on this rainy November day. Maybe next week.
Red.
Jason planted himself in front of me and rested his work-roughened hands on my shoulders.
Look at me.
Unable to resist an order from him, especially one delivered in such a low, silky rumble, I raised my gaze to his and fell in love with him just a little bit more. His sapphire eyes were filled with such warmth, such light and heat and wonder, that I couldn't help but lose myself in them, lose myself to him.
What did I tell you last night?
He asked, face placid. My cheeks flushed and my whole body heated as I remembered things whispered in the cover of darkness, secret things. Things I was almost certain I couldn't repeat while it was daylight or while I was staring into his eyes. Or ever. I drew my bottom lip between my teeth and lowered my eyes and blushed even more. Well? Jason chuckled, his thumbs tracing the underside of my jaw.
While I think it's pretty fucking fantastic that your mind went there automatically, I was actually talking about the promise I made about moving into the cottage today.
Oh! My eyes flashed up to his and I smiled shyly. My face and neck were still on fire.
Unless you're planning on spending the rest of the day digging around in that room.
His focus shifted to my hair, and he pulled a clumpy cobweb from my ponytail's unruly curls.
We'll have plenty of time to finish up in here.
I assessed the chaotic space once again and puckered my lips, attempting to imagine everything arranged just so, and failed. But
the bedrooms are all that really matter anyway.
Jason shrugged his shoulder and looked down the short hallway to both ours and Annie's future bedrooms.
And those are done.
Narrowing my eyes, I scrutinized Jason's face. He hadn't shaved today. Not yesterday either, I'd have wagered, and the slightly unkempt cowboy look made his already minimally expressive features harder to read. What do you mean they're done? I tilted my head to the side. I hadn't been in either bedroom for days, having spent all of my time working around the farm and most of the morning shopping in the storage room in the barn. Annie's room still needs furniture, especially a bed, and Jason shook his head.
She doesn't want a bed. You know that.
I frowned. She's just a kid. Don't you think she needs...
Yeah, she's a kid, and about as unusual as they get.
It was my turn to shake my head. But still, she needs a bed, Jason. Where's she going to sleep? Drift? My voice rose in pitch. With us? Again, Jason chuckled.
No way in hell. At night, you belong to me and only me.
A splash of my earlier flush returned. So? Jason smiled, just a little.
Becca's been helping her set up her room.
Almost on cue, Annie's pure, crystalline giggle came from her bedroom. Capturing my hand, Jason led me into the short hallway and toward Annie's room. Another peal of laughter came from within before he opened the door, swinging it inward with a creak. Jason glanced at the door, then back at me and mumbled,
I'll have to fix that.
My gaze was pulled away from his and into the bedroom. In the dim late morning light coming in through the room's two small windows, the space resembled a forest clearing as much as a bedroom, a cozy forest clearing, but a forest clearing nonetheless. All 4 walls were covered with painted trees, some a dark ashy brown and others fading to smoky gray in the distance, but each wall was vastly different, as each represented one of the 4 seasons. There were silhouetted animals in the shrubbery painted near the floor, and birds resting on branches here and there. What? How? Eyes wide, I stepped into the room and turned in a slow circle, taking in everything. A rough-hewn wooden chest and matching dresser, both looking almost as though they'd simply grown into their current shape, had been placed against one wall. In one corner, what I could only identify as a nest of pillows and blankets spilled out, filling nearly half of the room. I pointed to the furniture, then to the walls and the nest. How'd this... I don't understand. Annie giggled, finally drawing my attention to where she sat with Becca and Jack, nestled in her bed nest thing and lazily scratching the dog's side. She threw herself onto her back and pointed to the ceiling. I held my breath. I'd yet to look up. And when I did, I exhaled a long, slow, whoa. The moon, larger than life and surrounded by a choir of stars, practically glowed overhead. Did Zoe do this? I couldn't imagine how she could have. She was easily as busy as me with farm work. Everyone was. Standing behind me, Jason wrapped his arms around my shoulders and pulled me flush against him. His body heat practically seared through my cool, damp clothing. I hadn't realized how deeply the chill had settled in from being out in the barn all morning with only a hooded sweatshirt for warmth. Slowly, Becca stood and brushed off the front of her jeans. After a moment, she looked at me. "It was not only Zoe," she said in that careful way of hers, her voice as raspy as ever. "I helped her paint the room. She wished to surprise you by doing something special to make your home as perfect as possible, but she didn't have the time to do it all herself." Eyebrows raised, I stared at Becca. "Zoe and you?" She clasped her hands together in front of herself and nodded demurely. "My brother tells me I was an artist of a sort, similar to Zoe, but different in that I preferred 3-dimensional art, though I do find the act of painting quite soothing." I frowned as she glanced around at the walls. I hadn't realized she'd been an artist too. "Zoe is an excellent teacher, wouldn't you say?" I blew out my breath, once again taking in the masterful work she and Zoe had done. "Yeah, you guys did an amazing job." I looked at her. "It's beautiful." Glancing from her to Annie and back, I gave her a warm smile. "Thank you for doing this." Becca nodded, eyes downcast, and walked to the dresser. Placing her hand on the surface, she returned my smile. "This and the chest were Tom's work." I blinked several times, then turned around in Jason's arms. "Your dad made them? But when?" Jason took a deep breath, and tension filled him.
"His intentions were good, and he swears he only altered perception around him a few times to keep it a surprise for us."
I felt some of Jason's tension seep into me. After everything that had happened at the colony, I really hated the idea of anyone, messing with my mind. Again.
"He showed me the pieces once he was finished making them."
Jason paused for a moment.
"We got into a big
Catching himself, he glanced at Annie, then returned his focus to me.
"A big argument. He won't admit it, but I think it's hard for him to just live. not changing what those around him perceive to fit his needs. He's been doing it for so long now that it's become second nature.
Still, I don't like it, Jason. I gave him a meaningful look. I don't want anyone messing with my mind. A low grunt hummed in Jason's throat.
I know.
He gave my shoulder a gentle squeeze.
He wasn't fully aware of what the General did to you, but he knows now. He really just wanted to surprise us, that's all. And he's taking every precaution to make sure he doesn't slip back into old habits. It won't happen again.
Awash with relief, I smiled. Well, that's something. Forcing the smile to remain, I approached the dresser and examined the odd combination of gnarled and elegant decorations carved into its surfaces. Well, kiddo? I peeked back at Annie, who was still staring up at the painted moon. What do you think of your new bedroom? Annie flung her arms out akimbo and sighed dramatically. I love it so much. It's the best bedroom ever. I grinned at her. Like, ever? She nodded enthusiastically. Ever. Abruptly, she sat up and stared at me, her face serious and her blonde curls a wild tangle. But I like yours, too. You do? Curious, I turned around to look at Jason. His face was a mask of bland innocence. You've been busy. As I considered all that had been accomplished right under my nose, without me suspecting a thing, I realized just how much time and effort I'd been putting into working around the farm. Maybe a smidge too much. Jason stuck his hands into his jeans pockets and shrugged. I crossed the room to him and smacked him on the arm. I don't like it when you keep secrets from me, I said with mock severity. The faintest smirk touched Jason's lips.
But you like my surprises.
Yeah, but...
You can't have it both ways, Red.
I tried to keep my face stern, but I couldn't hold back my eager grin. Grams used to say that surprises always leave behind a trail of secrets. Good or bad, if you look hard enough, you'll find 'em. My grin faded along with the fond memory, but when I once again focused on Jason's face, it returned at full force. Well, are you going to show me or what? Jason laughed, low and soft, and turned toward the doorway. Annie was up and running before I'd taken my first step to follow. Somehow, the lithe little sprite managed to make it through the doorway before Jason. I watched him follow her out.
You love him very much,
Becca said from right behind me. I yelped and spun around, my hand pressed against my chest in a vain attempt to slow my suddenly racing heart. Jesus, Becca! You startled me.
I'm sorry,
she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. Her eyes, however, shone with a feverish intensity. They'd changed since Carlos had started administering electrotherapy on her, as had the eyes of the other regens. They were no longer that dull gray I'd come to expect of their kind, but hers a violet gray that was somehow both eerie and entrancing. The returning vibrancy to the regens' eyes seemed to mirror their re-emerging personalities and emotions, as though their eyes really were windows to their souls. Quietly, Becca asked,
what is it like to be in love?
Taking a step backward, I frowned. It's great. Why?
You and Jason love each other very much.
She took a step toward me, her focus intent on my face.
But doesn't it scare you?
I shook my head, taking another step backward. Sometimes regens could be funny with how they treated personal boundaries, or ignored them. I don't understand. Becca took a deep breath, and I had the impression she was struggling with how to voice her thoughts.
It makes you happy. That is obvious, but if one of you was suddenly gone, the other would be devastated. Love like that seems like a terrible gamble, and I just wanted to know if it's worth it.
Unease took root in my stomach. Was Becca curious because she was interested in someone romantically, or was this something else? Something more? Is it worth what exactly? She licked her lips. Her eyes were haunted, but intent on me.
The pain it causes. The potential for unimaginable loss. The possibility that one day it might be gone. There's something.
She shook her head.
I just need to know if the good balances the bad. I need to know if love is worth the fear and the pain.
She swallowed roughly.
Even with my visions, tomorrow is never certain. I just need to know if it's worth it.
Unease was quickly morphing into dread, anxiety. This strange, totally out of the blue behavior was exactly why I never felt completely comfortable around Becca. She was different from the other regents in that she could see the future, or snippets of it, and she was different from the only other person I knew who had a similar ability, Harper, because she didn't possess a lifetime's worth of practice interacting with people and delivering life-changing, potentially devastating news. It made her really hard to relate to and all, but impossible to understand, at least for me. But part of me could understand her question. We were living in pretty damn uncertain times, even for one with the ability to see some of what was to come. Whatever she'd seen in her murky view of the future, whatever she'd felt, it seemed to me that she needed reassurance that there was something worth living for, something worth fighting for, something worth hanging on to no matter what. Yeah, I said roughly. I think it's worth it. Shaking my head, I amended my answer. It is worth it. I mean, just look at Jason and Zoe's mom. She's torn the world apart because she loved them too much to let them go. If that's not evidence proving that love is more valuable than almost anything else, I don't know what is. Slowly, Becca's entire demeanor changed, and she was, once again, the slightly withdrawn, awkward regen, just trying to find her place in the world.
Thank you for that. For being so honest.
Her gaze sank to the floor.
Sometimes it's hard to relate. Sometimes we feel so strongly, like you, but other times it seems more like a memory of a feeling. I just needed to know.
I cleared my throat. Sure. I wanted to know if she was telling the whole truth. I wanted to know if her questions about love were rooted in a deeper motivation, if they stemmed from some secret vision she'd seen. I wanted to know, and I never wanted to find out. Flashing Becca a pathetic excuse for a smile, I added, "Anytime." Annie was suddenly in the room, skipping circles around us. "Danny, Danny, 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 Dan—"
"All right, little one,"
Becca said, expertly capturing Annie's tiny arm and stopping her whirlwind progress around us. I was always amazed with her ability to handle my adopted wild child with such ease.
"Let's give Danny and Jason some time to explore their new bedroom."
Meeting my eyes briefly, she winked. I gaped at her as she led Annie out of the room. Becca winked at me? Becca could wink?
Moments later, I heard the sound of the front door opening and shutting. "Red," Jason called from the room opposite Annie's. Bewildered, I made my way down the short hallway, past the compact bathroom, and through the doorway into our bedroom. I felt like a zombie, as if Becca and her odder-than-usual behavior and our unsettling conversation had drained the life out of me. Until I actually saw the bedroom. Jason's and my bedroom. My mouth fell open. The bed appeared to be made of repurposed wood, and it was absolutely stunning. But I'd known about it, as well as the matching armoire, dresser, and simple bedside tables. What I hadn't known about was the quilt Jason must have snuck onto the farm after a visit to Graham's house just outside New Bodega's walls. It was the quilt from Graham's guest room, made up of interlocking circles of blues and purples, and though it really was a beautiful quilt, it was the fact that Graham's had made it that tugged at my heartstrings. "Oh, Jason." I stepped into the bedroom and ran my fingertips over the quilt. Having it in the room made the space smell like Graham's house in the subtlest ways, hinting at candle wax and at herbs used daily to make teas and tinctures. Tears welled in my eyes, and without thinking, I turned and flung myself into Jason's arms. My mouth sought his, my hands tugging at his clothes to bring him closer to me. And for a little while, I forgot about the knot of anxiety spooling inside me. For a little while, I let Jason remind me why love, our love, was worth it. I hummed to myself as Jack and I strolled out to the stable to gather the horses' evening snack. They received plenty of sustenance from grazing out in our abundant pastures, but I still enjoyed the special spike of pleasure they felt when they took a nibble of an apple or a carrot from my hand.
"I already told you, talk to Mace or Becca,"
I heard Carlos say, his voice raised.
"If you've got a problem with their system, take it up with them."
His voice was filled with frustration, or maybe with exasperation, and when I rounded the corner of the stable and caught my first glimpse of him through the open door, I wasn't surprised by his tense, almost aggressive stance. He was facing two male regens, one shorter and plumper than him, the other taller and thinner. I recognized them both as residents of the farm just north of ours. With the regens and the Tahoe folks now residing in our little valley, we'd managed to get 2 more farms up and running, and were putting the physical structures of another 2 through renovations while we began to cultivate the adjacent land. Our short string of self-sufficient homesteads had come to be known as Hope Valley among our people as well as among the residents of New Bodega, and with each passing week, it seemed more and more likely that our hopes for a better, safer, and more stable future would become a reality. I didn't know the 2 regens' names, but they'd both seemed kindly enough the previous times I'd crossed paths with them. Now, not so much. Now they were demonstrating just how much the regular electrotherapy sessions had expanded their emotional ranges. The tall one was pointing his finger at Carlos's chest, nearly poking him, and the short one had his fists clenched and held at his sides and was practically vibrating with pent-up aggression. "Everything okay, guys?" I asked as I approached. Jack, who'd been walking at my side, trotted forward a few paces, hackles raised and lips retracted. He considered Carlos a part of his pack, and he was more than ready to fight for the teen if and when necessary. Carlos swatted the taller regen's hand away.
"Yeah, they were just leaving."
He turned his back to the regens and retreated further into the stable, no doubt heading for his sister's stall at the end. The regens stared after him, but didn't follow.
"You should go," I said as I passed them. When they still showed no signs of leaving, I asked Jack to gently, and none too gently, if the kinder approach failed, escort them away. A slight smile touched my lips as I listened to his warning growls and the snap of his teeth clacking together as he nipped at his temporary charges. When I heard the approaching click-clack-click of dog claws on cement, I peeked over my shoulder. The regens were gone, and Jack was returning to me. "Thanks, sweet boy." He wagged his tail happily and let out a single yip. Ahead, Carlos stood before the sliding door to his sister's stall, his forehead resting against the barred-off window, his hands gripping two of the bars tightly. I stopped a few feet away and crossed my arms over my chest. Jack, however, continued forward, sitting as close to Carlos as was physically possible without actually sitting on his feet. Inside the stall, Vanessa, Carlos's 18-year-old sister and our resident crazy, was experiencing a blessed and rare moment of quiet. "So, what was that all about?" I asked. Carlos exhaled heavily. "They were here because Jimmy, Dan, and Lawrence..." Seeing my blank stare, he clarified. "They're regen sparklers, but they're not as good as me at electrotherapy." I knew sparklers was his slang for people who could handle electricity like he could. I coughed a laugh. So humble. Carlos shrugged with minimal effort. "It's true. They're not as good at controlling the currents, and they're weaker. And that makes the electrotherapy they give weaker. Maybe in time, after they've strengthened their own abilities by electrotherapizing the shit out of each other, they'll be way better than me, but now..." Again, he shrugged. "So what? You're like name-brand electrotherapy and the others are knockoffs?" I glanced back up the empty stable aisle. "And not everybody's getting Carlos brand electrotherapy, are they?" I stuck out my bottom lip just a little. Carlos turned his head to look at me, his temple resting against one of the metal bars. "Yeah, and Mace and Becca and Camille have been really cutting down on who I work on. Just them and the other sparklers mostly. Everyone else gets one session with me per month." I was undeniably grateful to Mace, Camille, and Becca for their innate ability to more or less rule over the other regens, as well as for their foresight where Carlos was concerned. 6 months ago, when the regens first arrived en masse, seeking our help to stave off their slow death by degeneration, Carlos had tried to help everyone, which had led to overexertion in less than a day and a period of burnout that had lasted for 3 full days. And when his ability came back online, had Mace, Camille, and Becca not stepped up and reined in the regen horde, they'd have begged and whined and pleaded and bullied Carlos into doing it all over again. "It's raining, it's pouring," Vanessa sang from within her stall. "The old man is snoring." I eyed the shadows through the bars, uncomfortably grateful that I couldn't see Carlos's sister in the dimness. The intermittent rain and cloud cover was making all hours of daylight feel like dusk. "He went to bed," Vanessa continued, "and bumped his head and couldn't get up in the morning." I shivered, and without a word, Carlos slipped his leather coat off and tucked it around my shoulders. "You know, soon it'll be too cold for her to stay out here all the time," Carlos said, and I didn't need Zoe's ability to know that having his sister locked up because she was a danger to herself and others was killing him inside. We'd loaded Vanessa's space with all sorts of blankets, but without the electric heat the stable had been designed with, I knew he was right. We all did. What we didn't know was what the hell to do with her. Could we get by with letting her stay in the house, simply keeping a guard on her day and night? It was a thought.
It's raining. It's pouring.
Vanessa's voice was growing shriller with each word. We'll figure something out, I told Carlos, giving him a side hug.
The brother thief is snoring.
I exchanged a look with Carlos. Brother thief was Vanessa's name for me. We both knew it. We also both knew that whatever was going to come next in her revised version of the old song wouldn't be overly pleasant.
You should go,
Carlos said quickly.
You'll go to bed,
Vanessa sang.
Rosie'll bash in your head, and you won't ever get up again.
I shivered, and this time it had nothing to do with the damp cold. Deep down, I hoped we never let her out of that stall again.
Chapter 3. Anna. November 25th, 1 AE. The Colony, Colorado. Anna tapped the nail of her index finger on her desk in a quick staccato, while John rifled through the papers in the folder on his lap. He was an undeniably brilliant man, but Anna found that such people were usually lacking in some other fairly essential area. In John's case, it was organizational skills, and social skills, and common sense. I know it's here. Carefully, he began to skim each sheet of paper before setting it on the floor beside his chair. I was just looking at it in my office. He glanced up at Anna, his eyes sliding down from her face to her tapping finger, and froze. Do you want me to come back later, when I've found the results? Straightening in her chair, Anna clasped her hands together and set them on her lap. No, John. What I want is for you to get your head out of your ass. She watched the high-strung man blanch and regretted her words instantly. She needed him, and he wasn't the kind of scientist who thrived under extreme pressure. No, Dr. John Maxwell required careful handling and ideal working conditions. He was almost more trouble than he was worth. Almost. Anna sighed heavily and allowed herself a long, slow blink. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. I know you're doing everything you can for Peter and the others. Another sigh slipped out of her, sounding far too resigned. Can you summarize your findings and share the actual details later? Yes. John bobbed his head enthusiastically. Yes, of course. He scooted forward on his chair, the folder held tightly in his hands. I've examined the bodies of all of the regens General Harrodson executed, and, well, as it turns out, he might have inadvertently given us the key to stopping degeneration once and for all, reversing the effects even. The thick file folder trembled in his grasp. Anna licked her lips and leaned forward, her chest rising and falling at an increased rate to match her suddenly racing heartbeat. Go on. She placed her hands palm down on the surface of her desk. John scooted forward in the chair a little more. Any further, and he might find himself sitting on the floor with a bruised tailbone. By having one of the electricity handlers carry out the executions, General Harrodson was essentially conducting an informal study on what the direct application of that kind of electricity, human-derived electricity, does to a regen's body. And when I examined the bodies of the regens executed yesterday, most signs of degeneration in the neural tissue were gone. Poof. He clapped his hands together and made a fluttering motion as he pulled them apart. Degeneration, be gone. Anna couldn't help her look of astonishment. This was true for all of them? All 38. John said with a nod. And you're absolutely certain of the cause of their miraculous recoveries?
Ill-fated, John mumbled, but I guess you could call their recoveries miraculous.
Anna narrowed her eyes, refusing to let her hopes rise too high. I see. Well, she was once again tapping her fingernail on the desk, this time in anticipation. Start trials immediately. Pick the 2 strongest and most skilled electricity handlers and use the 7 regens Gregory pardoned yesterday as your initial subjects. Then work your way through the loyalists. She paused her tap-tap-tapping, then resumed it noticeably faster. The order doesn't matter, so long as Peter is last. Another pause. And bring me the results before you try the new treatment on him. John started gathering the loose papers and documents off the floor, practically bubbling with anticipation. I'll need an executive order from General Harrison to appropriate some of the electricity handlers for the day. There are so few now. Anna nodded once, rolled her chair back, and stood. Done. I'm on my way to a meeting with him right now. You'll have what you need by mid-morning. She rounded the desk and retrieved her knee-length down parka from a hook on the wall beside the door. As she donned her winter armor, she turned around to give John a few final instructions. If anyone gives you grief for borrowing their assigned regens for the day, tell them they'll be receiving a visit from both Gregory and me, and make it very clear that the visit won't be a pleasant one. Gloves in hand, Anna opened the door and ushered John out into the hallway. Once she was finally outside in the below-freezing air, she allowed herself a brief moment of relief. Peter's recovery was hardly a sure thing at this point, but his prospects had never looked this good. She tamped down on her hopeful excitement, pulled her gloves onto her hands, and started off toward the headquarters building at a brisk pace, not wanting to spend a second more than necessary out in the cold. She'd always hated winter. You're certain that it's him? Gregory was up and pacing, and when Gregory was pacing, everyone was on edge. Sean, Gregory's official spy master and one of the colony's 2 remaining dreamwalkers after Gabriel's flight, nodded. Despite Gabriel being the stronger dreamwalker and flat-out more capable man, Sean had been Gregory's spy master for nearly a decade, long before Gabriel was even aware of abilities. For about the millionth time, Anna missed the young scientist. He was a pain and a flirt, but he was also one of the kindest, most caring people she'd had the pleasure to work with in the colony. Sean, on the other hand, was a shrewd man of few scruples, a perfect fit for his devious position. One of my agents spotted him in the market at New Bodega, Sean explained. Apparently, he's been posing as a trader of rare and luxury goods, including pharmaceuticals. How fitting, Gregory said dryly. So, the elusive Dr. Cole Michaels isn't dead after all. He moved to stand behind his chair and gripped the top rail so tightly that the color drained from his nail beds. This is unwelcome news, my friends. Unwelcome news indeed. What if his twisted companion was news of Mandy's demise at Lake Tahoe as inaccurate as the reports of Cole's supposed death? It had been an unexpectedly happy day for Anna, as well as for Gregory, when the reports of the dynamic duo's supposedly gory ending had come in, first from Danielle during her short stay, then from others as they looked into the issue. Ever since Cole and Mandy had broken free from Gregory's leash over a decade ago, they'd been thorns in both Anna's and Gregory's sides. dangerous, unpredictable, power-hungry, slippery thorns. And no matter how hard Gregory's people had tried, the combination of Mandy's ability to inspire unbreakable adoration and Cole's mind control had made it all but impossible to eliminate them. For years, Anna had felt like she was holding her breath, waiting for Cole and Mandy to discover that Gregory's main leverage over Anna was her family, and she'd had no doubt that the duo would take swift, permanent action to shred Anna's collar and release Gregory's most powerful ally by killing her children. Anna was, after all, Gregory's main power source, boosting the strength of his ability 100-fold, maybe more. Without her strengthening him, Cole and Mandy would have been free to swoop in, dethrone Gregory, and take over the colony. And though Gregory was far from an ideal leader, at least he had an inkling of good intentions, an honest desire to make the future better. Of course, his version of better didn't quite match up with most other people's. Cole, on the other hand, the mastermind who'd twisted what had once been a sweet, innocent young woman into an undeniable monster to function as his main ally, was pure, power-hungry evil. He'd pulled Mandy's strings. He'd turned her into the sadistic cult leader she'd become. The people in the colony deserved better than Gregory. Anna had no doubt of that. But Cole was far, far worse. And according to Sean, who was almost always right, Cole was in New Bodega, just a handful of miles from Anna's children. Anna was suddenly so parched she doubted she would be able to speak. She blinked in surprise when someone set a full glass of water on the conference table in front of her, and she couldn't hold in her grateful smile when she glanced up to find Gregory standing behind her. "Thanks," she said, clearing her throat and raising the glass to her lips. She took several hasty sips, then set the glass back down, gripping the glass more tightly. She feared that if she let it go, her hands would be shaking visibly. "Give us a moment," Gregory said to the others. "I need to speak to my wife." It wasn't an order he gave often, but when he did, nobody ever argued. The room was cleared in a matter of seconds. "Darling." Gregory pulled out the chair beside hers and sat. "I know how much this news must be troubling you." He gently removed the glass from her hands and gathered them in his cool, firm grip. "Having him so close to your other children." Anna's entire body stiffened. She hadn't known that Gregory knew where Jason and Zoe were, not until now. His last monitor on Zoe had imploded, and from the few communications she'd received from Gabriel after they first settled on their farm, before Gabriel had gone radio silent, which she could only assume was Jason's doing, she'd believed they were safe. "I may have lost my monitors, but I've got Sean keeping an eye on them. They make frequent trips to New Bodega." Gregory's grip on her hands tightened painfully, a physical reminder of the punishment she'd received for contacting her other children and triggering the monitors in the first place. "We'll make sure that no harm comes to them. Not from Cole." Anna was very conscious of Gregory's wording. No harm would come to Jason or Zoe from Cole. It was very clear that if harm did come to them, it would be coming from Gregory himself. Anna had to clear her throat. "Thank you, Gregory." Her voice was laden with emotion, mainly fear. Fear of Cole and fear of Gregory. It means so much to me that you're looking out for them," she lied. "Truly." Gregory smiled his double-edged smile. "Always. Chapter 4. Zoe. November 27th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. With each sidekick, right hook, and jab I landed on Sanchez during our sparring practice, confidence began to overshadow concentration. And for each of Sanchez's strikes that I deflected, my thoughts flitted further and further away to possibilities I wasn't sure I should explore. Possibilities that seemed to swarm around one single question. Had my disturbing dream been only a dream? After a few days, the dream about my dad and Dr. Wesley, who I sometimes considered my mom depending on how I was feeling about her, and the general still haunted me. Not just in darkness when I closed my eyes, but when I watched Jason going about his chores and tasks around the farm, and I wondered if his mind housed veiled shadows of our past. And when I saw my dad, I felt a slight sting of betrayal, though I was sure it was warranted. It could all have been a dream. Despite the numerous times I'd repeated that to myself, I had a niggling feeling that it wasn't true. It hadn't been just a dream. True, it was just one of many bizarre dreams my mind had conjured over the years. But unlike the others, this dream had actually felt real. It hadn't been a nightmare I'd awakened from, shuddering at the memory of the featureless woman whose hands were too bony and whose voice alone could summon pure terror in my sleep. No, this dream had left behind a sinking heap of dread, a sadness and confusion that felt all too real. Sanchez's foot collided with my stomach, knocking the wind out of me as I flew backward. Although I used my hands to temper the fall, I rolled and cracked the back of my head against the semi-soft ground. Shit. I breathed and squeezed my eyes shut. That's gonna ruin my day. I tried to catch my breath, blinking a few times in hopes that the ringing and flashing circles behind my eyes would cease. I tried to focus on the farmhouse standing almost teasingly on the other side of the lawn, wavering in and out of focus. Sanchez crouched above me, her dark eyes and tanned skin cast in shadows against the mid-morning sun, radiant above her. "You okay?" she asked, her voice equally skeptical and concerned. I nodded, feeling the cool, damp earth beneath me as I tried to lift myself up, and I instantly regretted it. Just hit my head harder than I would have liked. Sanchez proffered her hand as I struggled to sit up. My head throbbed, making it difficult for me to focus as I reached for her hand. With one determined tug, she pulled me up onto unsteady feet, holding on to me while I reacquainted myself with the world standing upright. "Let's get you to Harper. You might have a concussion." I rubbed the base of my skull, and with a derisive noise, I moved to brush myself off, slowly to prevent the spinning world from whirling even faster. As the light dancing around Sanchez, a warm brown sugar that made me think of oatmeal, began to fade, I was certain a concussion was exactly what I had. "Where the hell is your head today, Zoe? It's like you're on autopilot or something." I tucked a few dark strands of hair behind my ears and let out a recuperative breath. I wasn't in a chatting mood, so I shrugged. "Somewhere else, I guess." "Yeah? No shit." Sanchez uncapped a thermos of water and handed it to me. "Drink." Accepting it, I gave her a sheepish grin. "Thanks." The water was cool and refreshing in my parched mouth, so I took a few sips more before I handed the thermos back to her. "Let's get you looked at," she said, and slowly but surely we made our way into the farmhouse from the overgrown grassy patch beside it. "Harper's probably out in the herb garden with Danny and Grayson," I realized, but Sanchez was already shaking her head. "Maybe, but he'll be here soon," she said. "I told him you probably have a concussion." Telepathy, one-sided or not, had proven very handy living on such a sprawling piece of property. I felt bad having Harper rush to the house, especially knowing that I did, in fact, have a concussion, and that there was little he could do for me at this point. But if the way Sanchez was eyeing me was any indication of the sort of mood she was in, I wasn't going to argue with her. You're making that angry face again, I told her, groaning as we stepped up onto the porch. That's because you're being weird, she said flatly. I could always rely on Sanchez to get right to the point. The screen door slammed shut behind us, making my head pound, and I was unable to suppress a cringe as we headed for the stairs. The last couple days you've seemed confused or something. I grunted. You could say that. Confused was an adequate word. Had the damn dream been simply that, a dream, or was it a memory? Had the general actually been at my house in my backyard? Had he really held me in his arms and threatened my life? These were all questions fighting for space in my mind, but the most trumping of all were, where? If it was a memory, had it been hiding all this time, and why was it resurfacing now? Although she was clearly curious, Sanchez didn't hound me for more information. She helped me up the stairs into the master bedroom turned infirmary. The ibuprofen is in the cabinet to your left, I said, and climbed up onto the exam bed. I'd spent way too much time working in this room over the past several months. I knew where everything was. At first, I'd helped Harper reorganize and reappropriate things. 2 tall dressers had been moved together and served as our supply drawers. Jason had made cupboards to fit on top of them to house our most frequented items, and we'd exchanged the queen-size bed for one of the twins in another room. Once it was lifted on cinder blocks, it served as a perfect exam bed for moments like this. But there were other things I knew about, too, like where Harper stored our most crucial medications I inventoried on a monthly basis, and where he stashed the lollipops to give to Annie when she was a good little patient. Harper strode into the room as Sanchez opened the cabinet, a wink preceding his serious doctor face when he took in my rumpled appearance. Get the shit kicked out of you today, baby girl? You could say that, I grumbled, accepting the 3 pills Sanchez placed in the palm of my hand. She uncapped the thermos again, offering me water to wash them down. Thanks, I murmured, and swallowed the pills without a second thought. I was all for the incessant knocking in my head quieting as soon as possible. Well, Sanchez said, handing me the cap to the thermos, I think I've done all the damage I can do for one day. She smirked at me. I'm sure there's something more productive for me to be doing. She shook her head when she noticed her muddy boot print on the front of my shirt. Sorry about that, Zoe. Let me know when you're feeling better. I want a rematch. Distraction is a technicality, not a fair win. With a nod, Sanchez headed out the door. I'll be in that tiny excuse for an armory with Tavis if you need me. The sound of her quick, heavy footsteps down the stairs was all that was left in her wake. Rumor had it you were turning into a force to be reckoned with on the sparring field. What happened out there today? Harper teased, shaking his head before leaning forward to shine his god-awful penlight into my retinas. I really hate that thing, I muttered, causing Harper's smile to widen. You know the drill, baby girl, he said, and I trained my gaze on the light that blinded me, like I'd done almost daily during the weeks when my memory had been all but wiped. Since we know I have a concussion already, I started, can't we skip the bright-ass light and call it good? Harper chuckled. Sure. Let me clean up those cuts on your hands, and I'll get some ice for your head. I glanced down at the abrasions on my palms. I hadn't noticed them at first, but the longer I sat there, the more the raw flesh began to sting. Wow, I'm more pathetic than I thought. Again, Harper laughed. You think this is pathetic? Have you already forgotten what your fighting looked like 9 months ago? I glared at him. That's rude. Harper only winked at me. You're supposed to get the snot kicked out of you every once in a while, baby girl. That's how you learn. He walked over to the gauze drawer I'd refilled the day before and pulled out 2 large square bandages for my palms. I'm going to clean and dress your palms for today, but tonight, when you go to bed, take the bandages off so they can breathe. Doctor's orders? I asked, taking in the white coat he rarely wore anymore.
Damn straight.
In true Harper fashion, his eyebrows danced and another generous smile brightened his face.
I figured if I wore my cowboy hat, you wouldn't take me seriously.
I laughed. No, I don't think I could. He lifted the thermos Sanchez had left for me.
Drink more water and take more anti-inflammatories throughout the day,
he recommended. He set the thermos down beside me, then he headed back over to the counter.
If Sanchez's sidekick is as spot on as I remember, you're going to be sore tomorrow, and probably the day after that.
Using an antiseptic pad, he cleaned the scrapes on my palm.
I want you to take it easy for a while, but no sleeping, baby girl. You do have a little bit of a concussion.
I know, I droned and let out a deep breath. It wasn't the first time Sanchez, or anyone for that matter, had kicked my ass during training. Harper offered me a sympathetic grin as he opened one of the bandage packages.
I remember a time when you couldn't even lift your own body weight, and all you knew how to do was knee a guy in the groin, and even that was a pathetic attempt.
I flashed him an over-the-top grin.
Aw, you know how to make a girl feel so much better, H. You're too sweet.
Harper's head fell back with a burst of laughter.
I know. What can I say?
And with a steadying breath, he adhered a bandage onto one palm and then the other. We sat in amicable silence until the heavy clomping of boots up the staircase alerted us that someone was coming. It was Jason. I could tell by the non-existent mind pattern.
Heard you got your ass kicked,
he said from behind me. The bed creaked as I partially turned to face the doorway. A hint of a smile reflected in his jewel-blue eyes, though his expression was his usual stark somberness that rarely gave anything away. I shook my head. I'm so happy everyone knows already. It's only been, what? I peered down at my naked wrist. 10 minutes?
Sanchez is only trying to rile you up for her rematch, baby girl,
Harper said as he sauntered into the master bath. I could hear the water splashing around as he washed his hands in the large washing bowl. Oh, I said blandly. I know, and it's working. Jason stepped into the room, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth.
I'll get you some ice,
Harper said as he exited the bathroom.
Be right back.
Then he disappeared down the stairs. Jason stepped up in front of me, scrutinizing the mess that was me. He pulled a twig out of my disheveled hair and deposited it in the trash bin behind him. So, what happened? Although Jason had been more of a brother to me in the past 6 months than he'd been all of my life combined, I knew he wasn't checking on me because I lost a sparring match. I rubbed the back of my head and stared down at the hardwood floor. Why? What did Sanchez tell you? He sat on the edge of the bed beside me, his arms crossed over his chest.
That you've been distracted the last few days? And according to Jake...
I looked up at him.
You've been having nightmares again. What's going on with you?
Jason's gaze didn't waver like it sometimes did. This time his scrutinizing eyes were fixed on me, determined and waiting. I'd considered telling Jason and my dad about my dream many times over the past few days, but every time I told myself it couldn't hurt for them to know, I remembered all the reasons why it would. I've been dreaming about Mom and Dad. And the General. At our house when I was little. Jason's jaw clenched, but his eyes gave nothing away. He remained quiet. And I'm starting to think it's not a dream, but a memory. This time his facade weakened, and his eyes narrowed minutely.
Why do you say that?
I shrugged and stared down at the bandage on my left palm, picking at the corner of the adhesive with my index finger. Because it feels real, like I was actually there. A scared little girl being threatened by the General so Mom would go back to the colony with him. In Jason's silence, I peered up at him. The brilliance of his eyes darkened and his body tensed, but I continued. She was pregnant in the dream. With Peter, I'm assuming. I tried to pinpoint why it felt so real. The general said he'd put monitors on us to make sure she didn't try to leave him again. Jason simply blinked, and I internally squirmed in his silence. I wasn't sure I should tell you, in case it was nothing more than a dream. But you think it's something more. I stared up at the ceiling and groaned, I don't know. With a heavy sigh, Jason rubbed the side of his face. I'm not sure that makes sense, Zoe. If you were little... He shook his head, and I could tell he was running through the timeline of events, just like I had done over and over again. You saw Sarah's memories. She was a teenager, maybe a little older, when he brainwashed her. If he'd turned her when you were a kid, she would have been as old as you in her memories, just a kid. Jason looked at me. If that's what he was talking about, that wouldn't make any sense. I let my shoulders drop. Unless she wasn't my first monitor. But I don't know. That's why I haven't asked Dad about it. I don't want to bring up all of this, making things harder on him, on us, if it's just my brain making shit up. Because you know my brain always, well... I thought about all of my dreams, all similar in a lot of ways, but still filled with made-up shit. We were both quiet. I didn't pry into Jason's mind. I was too lost in thoughts of our parents and how fucked up the whole situation was. Jason finally looked at me. What else? I shrugged. What do you mean? There's obviously more that's bugging you, Zoe. What are you thinking? Since Jason asked, I decided regurgitating all I'd pondered over the past few days was better than holding it all in. Well, if Sarah was my first monitor, the general could have had a reason to wait to put monitors on us until we got older. Or waited for the next phase of the virus when he thought Mom might risk coming back for us again. The ideas kept flowing, and my hand gestures could barely keep up. Or maybe he was too busy having a son of his own to worry much about us after he got her back. I'm sure he knows she'd never leave Peter. She made that very clear. Brushing a clump of mud from Sanchez's footprint off my shirt, I tried to think like the general, but it was futile. Who the hell knows why he did any of it? Then I remembered the strangest part of the dream. There's also the part where the dream starts to go backward and disintegrates until I can't remember why I was so upset. Jason's brow furrowed, and he crossed his arms over his chest again. He didn't need to bark at me to continue. I did so willingly. I went from jumping forward through the dream, or memory, or whatever we're calling it, chronologically, to moving backward. And then Dad said he'd make it go away. I watched as a play of emotions shadowed Jason's eyes and hardened his features before his gaze shifted from the floor back to me. You think he altered your memories? I leaned forward, my elbows braced on my knees as I rubbed my temples, exasperated and confused. He could have. Jason nudged me, stirring my attention back to him. You've had some pretty fucked up dreams, Zoe. And now that we know about the monitors, it makes sense you'd dream about them. Yeah, nightmares of a faceless woman trying to communicate with me. Said faceless woman who was actually Mom. It's like I really saw who she was this time. Like it's starting to make sense. In my dream this time, she went from her to faceless to... I shrugged and shook my head. To nothing. Jason studied me. How old do you think you were in the dream? I scrunched my face as I tried to guess. Maybe 6-ish? You weren't there, so it's hard to tell. I couldn't see myself. I just felt small and young. I shut my eyes, thinking, wondering if there would ever be a time in my life when I didn't feel like I was losing my mind. When I opened my eyes again, Jason's were boring into me with more intensity than I wanted to explore. I waited with bated breath for him to speak. He blinked once, considered something, then said, "That's about the time you started having your dreams." My heartbeat fumbled and slowed, the questions I'd been racking my brain to answer solidifying into truths. Really? Reluctantly, Jason nodded, his gaze blank and his thoughts clearly elsewhere. "I remember the first night perfectly," he said, his voice distant. He paused a moment and he frowned. "You were so scared." Jason didn't continue, even though a part of me wanted him to. When he looked at me, his expression was once again stoic and solidified in place. "Dad's in town with Jake for most of the day. They're getting some tools repaired. You should talk to him when he gets back." When Jason stood, the bed creaked without his added weight. He hesitated to leave, and his lips flattened into a hard line. He looked at me. "If that son of a bitch was at our house," he said through gritted teeth. But instead of finishing his sentence, he ran his hands over his face and shook his head. "It's not like it matters much now." Jason was right. It wouldn't really fix or change anything if it was a memory versus a dream. But then again, it would make me feel better, less crazy, and strangely, a tiny bit more at peace if it were a repressed memory causing the nightmares that had plagued my dreams since childhood, rather than just my twisted mind. Jason looked at me, and I thought I saw a soft sort of sympathy in his eyes. "It makes me wonder what else we can't remember." I let out a despondent, somewhat hysterical laugh. "I know, right?" Harper walked back into the room, and Jason seemed to take that as his cue to leave. "Let me know if you need anything," he said, and then my brother left. His shoulders slumped a little bit more than before, and I hated that it was because of me. Later that afternoon, while Annie and I were outside chatting with the goats, my attempt to keep Annie out of trouble since I was on light duty and both Danny and Becca were gone for the afternoon visiting the regen farms, I waited impatiently for my dad and Jake to come home from New Bodega. Now that Jason knew about the dream, it seemed imperative that I get answers from my dad, that we learn the truth about what happened so many years ago and find out if there were other truths we should know about. "Hey, Zoe." I turned around to find Gabe striding toward the fence I was leaning against. "I heard you got your butt," he self-corrected. Annie paused her conversation with Cinnamon, the russet-colored goat, to listen in on our human conversation. Gabe cleared his throat. "I heard Sanchez knocked the wind out of you. You okay?" "I'm fine, thanks," I said. "Just taking it easy, doctor's orders." Gabe smiled. "Good." He braced his elbows against the fence and peered around at the pens and pastures beyond. "Everything's so green here. I'm used to snow right about now." "Yeah, no snow here." He peered up at the gray haze above us. "It's just gloomy a lot during the winter," I said. "With intermittent sunshine," I finished in my cheesiest weatherman impression. Gabe smiled. He was a strange mixture of ease and discomfort, as usual. Like the others, I felt the hum of his mood, the distant flicker of his thoughts, and could sense his feelings, though they'd all become easy enough to ignore. But Gabe was more withdrawn than the others, and I found my mind often drifted to his, opening up so I could understand him more. "Everything okay?" I asked, knowing he'd had a difficult time settling into a new life here, despite having Jake and Becca back. Now he was away from the conveniences of the colony, the facilities to make scientific advancements, the electricity and running water. He'd left behind the colony and everything he'd known for the past several years, only to be surrounded by regens all over again. Not being under the general's thumb had to be a major win, But I could tell Gabe was going a little stir-crazy around the farm with no structured schedule or defined purpose. I just wished he felt more at home like, well, family should. Running his fingers through his blonde hair, Gabe nodded. Yep, everything's fine. I gazed over the hill peppered with a rainbow of grazing horses toward the regen settlement in the northern portion of Hope Valley. How are things going with the regens? Danny told me Carlos is in high demand. Gabe made a derisive noise, but his gaze remained on the cultivated land around us. Yeah, between Becca, Camille, and Mace, we're working it out. But humans, regens or not, aren't so easy to rein in when their lives hang in the balance. Desperation is a tricky thing. Although degeneration wasn't something I personally needed to worry about, I was concerned about Becca and the possibility that she might be taken from Jake again as a result of her new physiology. So much was changing. We still understood so little regarding both the regens and degeneration, and with the rest of us normals, as the regens called us, and our abilities. It was impossible to ignore just how much our abilities had changed over the past year, especially my own. Do you think we should be concerned about our abilities? I asked Gabe. I mean, not necessarily death by ability drainage or anything, but do you think they'll ever stop evolving? Ever stop getting stronger? Gabe looked at me askance. I knew something ingenious played behind his shrewd, pale blue eyes, thoughts and ideas most of us only ever managed a slight glimpse of. It's hard to say, but I don't think so. Think of it like a muscle. The more you use it, control it, the stronger it gets, the more fine-tuned and well-honed. That's what I'm worried about, I said. I wondered if, like Danny and Annie, who struggled to balance living in the two worlds their minds occupied, animal and human, the rest of us might face a loss of control at some point, a struggle to be us instead of it. Zoe, you strengthen your ability. You hone it. I don't think you have to worry about it becoming bigger than you are. Hoping he was right, I nodded and let out a breath. When I saw Annie pick up a goat poop pellet and eye it carefully, I straightened. Annie, you're not supposed to touch the goat poop.
But Cinnamon says he eats Willie's poop all the time.
Both goats looked at me and baaed in unison. That's because goats will eat anything, I said and pointed to the ground. Drop it. Annie scrunched her face, disgruntled, but she didn't argue. Go to the trough and rinse off your hands, please, and remind me to bathe you in bleach before dinner, I muttered. Gabe laughed. Please do, he said. And that's my cue. See you at supper. Okay, I said. Oh, and Gabe? He paused mid-turn. Yeah? We're lucky to have you here. Who doesn't need a scientist in this day and age? I flashed him a rueful smile, which I hoped was both endearing and also reassuring. He belonged with us, no matter his unease. He gave me a small quirk of a grin in return and disappeared around the side of the stable. Annie trudged over to the trough and primly submerged her hands, the act of washing more a routine I wanted her to get used to than an effective way to remove all poop particles from her hands. I sighed and rumpled her hair. You sure are crazy cute, Annie. She beamed up at me with her missing tooth grin, and I shook my head. Come on, let's finish our chores. By the time Annie and I finished feeding and chatting with the goats and had moved on to the chickens, what I could see of the sun shining through the clouds was setting behind the rolling emerald hills. It's getting late, I grumbled, anxious for my dad and Jake to return. And like they'd drifted in on the breeze, I heard crunching gravel and distant rumbling laughter coming up the drive. They're back! Annie screeched, her pail of chicken feed forgotten as it crashed to the ground. "Presents!" she called and ran toward the stable and the approaching horses. Deciding a little extra feed wouldn't hurt the chickens, I collected the bucket, leaving the spilled contents behind, and followed after Annie. I set the bucket outside the stable door and looked up at Jake as he and Brutus clomped to a stop at the hitching post. Jake's penetrating gaze was already fixed on me, making my cheeks burn, and a smile engulfed my face. Leaning against the siding, I watched him and my dad, their stature and demeanor so different, but both a welcome sight all the same. My dad raked his fingers through his slicked-back, ashy-brown hair as he smiled at Annie, who was jumping up and down in the gravel. Although I'd seen it numerous times over the months, I was still getting used to the sight of my dad and Jake riding side by side. Or, rather, of my dad riding beside any of my new friends, given the fact that around this time last year, I'd thought he'd died of the virus. Now he wasn't only alive, he was living with all of us. The man I loved. My brother, who it had taken me months to find, Danny, and my friends who felt more like family. Jason strolled over to us from behind the barn. His long sleeves were covered in dirt, but Annie didn't care. She immediately jumped up into his arms and began bouncing with pure enthusiasm in his hold. "Do you think they brought me something?" "Maybe," Jason said with a small chuckle. "You have to be patient and see." He glanced at Jake and Grandpa Tom. "How'd it go? Any trouble?" "Without a hitch," my dad said and dismounted his gray horse Poppy. He moved to untie the small duffel secured behind his saddle. "Always good news," Jason said, brushing Annie's crazy curls away from his face. "Did you bring presents?" Annie chirped, twitching with anticipation in Jason's arms. Her eyes were wide and imploring. My dad gave Annie an exaggerated frown. "I didn't get you anything this time, sweetheart. I'm sorry." Annie's face instantly fell. "It's okay," she mumbled. "Wait just a second." We all pivoted to look at Jake, who was turned in his saddle, searching through his saddlebag. "How did this little guy get in here?" He pulled out a white stuffed wolf. Annie squealed and slithered out of Jason's arms. She ran up to Brutus, the horse's head bobbing more to keep from getting hit in the face than because Annie's high pitch and flailing movements spooked him. "It's just like Snowflake!" Annie jumped up and down, dancing in place as she waited for Jake to dismount. After a thud, both of Jake's boots were planted on the ground. He crouched down and offered Annie the stuffed wolf that bore an eerie resemblance to the Tahoe Pack's alpha female. Snatching the wolf from his hands, Annie hugged it against her, then lifted it to her nose. "It doesn't smell like Snowflake, though." "That's a good thing," Jason muttered. "What do you say to Jake for your present?" We all like to spoil Annie, more than we probably should have, but she'd been so deprived before. She'd been through so much. Most of us couldn't resist an opportunity to put a smile on her face. Though every now and again we tried to introduce some discipline and instill some manners in the free-spirited little girl. "Thank you, Jake." Annie wrapped her arms around his neck and quickly pulled away, skipping off with her new wolf, leaving us all smiling after her. "Always wanted to see you with kids one day, son," my dad said to Jason, but I didn't need to be a part of that conversation, so I tuned them out. Jake stepped up beside me and wrapped his arms around my waist. A twinge of pain pulsed in my side, remnants of my failed sparring match, so I leaned into him, carefully. "Hey," he murmured against my temple. I peered up at him. "Hey yourself." "How was your day?" His rich amber eyes were searching and bright. juxtaposed with his dark lashes and the week's worth of scruff that shadowed his features. He seemed almost dangerous, in a carnal, alluring sort of way.
Did you kick some butt today in training?
I shook my head and leaned into his chest, resting my cheek against him as I watched Jason and my dad carry on a stilted conversation. Not exactly. Let's just say I was demoted to light duty today. Jake's body tensed.
That doesn't sound good.
It's fine, I said, growing more lethargic by the minute. His warmth was comforting in the promise of dusk and worsening wind. Annie and I have been feeding the animals. I've been watching her all afternoon so Danny and Becca could work at the regen farms with Grace and Camille and Mace. They've decided to help them set up their new vegetable garden. Jake kissed the top of my head, and I felt his lips part into a smile.
I'm not sure Annie qualifies as light duty,
he joked. I thought about the goat poop and couldn't help smiling myself. There's definitely never a dull moment around her, but she's fun. Jake's voice sobered.
Why light duty? What happened?
I looked up to reassure him. It's nothing big. I'm sure Sanchez will fill you in. Sorry to do this to you, Jake, Jason interrupted, and I pulled free from Jake's arms. Jason took the small duffel from my dad.
Since we have the tools now, I could use your help with something before it gets dark.
Sure, Jake said, and he reached up for Brutus's reins. Seeing Jason's vague request for what it was, a window of opportunity for me to speak with my dad alone, I ran my hand down Brutus's slick neck. I'll unsaddle him for you, I said and looked up at Jake. He flashed me a smile and gave me a peck on the lips.
Thank you. Oh, and I was thinking, it's about time for another overnight hunting trip. Maybe tomorrow, weather permitting. Care to join?
He asked. I glanced to my dad, who was tending to Poppy, oblivious. Just you and me? Jake's eyebrows lifted ever so slightly, and with a small yet ecstatic smile, I nodded. Over the past few months, I'd found a strange solace in taking small hunting trips with Jake and Cooper, and sometimes a few of the others. My bow skills came in handy, quiet and quick compared to the resounding crack of a rifle or shotgun. But as adrenaline-pumping as those trips were, it was the solo time I got to spend with Jake that I looked forward to the most. Jake turned and followed Jason toward the work shed, and the clanking sound of metal brought me back to the present. My fingers were swift and agile as I began loosening cinches and unbuckled Brutus's bridle, thinking about what exactly I should say to my dad.
How was your day, sweetheart?
He asked when he removed Poppy's bit and replaced the horse's bridle for a less intrusive halter. When my dad glanced over at me, he paused.
What's that on your shirt? Is that a footprint?
His tone was light and full of mirth. I hated dredging up the past, ruining his mood, but I knew I had to eventually. I tied Brutus's red halter around his neck. Yep, it's a muddy boot print. Because Dad was so much like me, I knew he'd sensed something was up. Instead of probing around in my head, he waited.
Sounds like you had an interesting day.
You could say that. Apparently, I'm a shitty fighter when I'm distracted. Go figure. We bustled around in silence for a few seconds, tending to the horses and remarking on the consistently dreary weather before my dad finally asked,
What's on your mind, Zoe?
Well, I said, since you asked. Focusing my full attention on his expression, I turned to face him and leaned against Brutus's shoulder. Have you ever erased my memories, Dad? We were an interesting pair, him and I, because now that I knew the truth about my lineage and my childhood, Honesty was the only stable foundation on which we could build our new relationship. And given our abilities, if my dad lied to me, I would know. I can't erase memories, Zoe. I rolled my eyes. You know what I mean, Dad. I've met General Harrison before, haven't I? His hands froze, clutching the front and back of Poppy's saddle, ready to remove it. And I saw Mom that day, too. That's the day the General said he'd put the monitors on us. And you erased any memory I had of her. My voice was brittle, emotions I hadn't realized I'd been feeling rising to the surface. I swallowed them. My dad removed the saddle and walked into the stable, no doubt giving him time to think or compose his response. When he returned, his eyes flicked to me, then back to his horse. Your memories are resurfacing, he said. Apparently, I whispered, my eyes roaming the hills beyond the fence line. The white milkmaids that sprouted through the grasses were almost violet in the dying light. All sunlight had evanesced behind the clouds, and a chill curled up my spine. What else have you hidden from us? My voice was hollowed by the realization that there still seemed to be secrets I had yet to unearth. My dad finally stopped his busy work and stood beside me. He took my chin between his fingers, forcing me to look at him. Nothing as big as that, Zoe. I promise you. He stared at me for a moment, and I saw a slew of emotions in the steel-blue depths of his eyes. Emotions I'd only seen on one other occasion, the day he'd altered my memory. This new dad of mine was someone I felt I barely knew, someone I was still trying to figure out. I'm so damn sorry I had to do that to you, sweetheart, but you were so young. His empty, desolate expression from that day was etched into my mind. You didn't want to do it. My dad wrapped his arm around my shoulder and led me over to one of the benches set against the side of the stable. I wanted you to remember your mom, Zoe. I wanted you both to be able to know her, but I didn't want you to remember her like that. I didn't want you to remember Harrison or how scared you were, how horrible he was. The fewer questions you could ask, the better. My dad was quiet for a moment, then pulled me tighter against him. And I didn't want your brother to find out. I didn't want to give him another reason to hate me. It was selfish, I know. My dad let out a ragged, almost reluctant breath. The day your mom came home was bittersweet. He released me and leaned forward, like he needed to prepare for the surmounting emotions and memories he'd been trying to forget all these years, and rested his elbows on his knees. I knew she would never come back again. Not after how close she'd come to losing everything she'd worked so hard for to keep us all safe. She'd never risk the outcome of disobeying him again. And that night, I finally accepted that our family would never be whole again. And I think a part of me was just gone. I watched my dad as he gazed around the farm, first at the gravel in front of us, then at the farmhouse and barn and shed, then at our scattered friends who were cleaning up and putting away their tools for the night. His eyes rested on my brother, laughing with Jake as he shut the door to the shed and headed out toward the orchard. I hid it from you, knowing I'd have to live with the truth for the rest of my life, but the two of you would be somewhat free. I assumed that you both thinking you had a dead mother was better than knowing you had one who'd left you. Twice. When my dad looked at me again, his eyes shimmered. I love you, sweetheart, no matter how shitty of a dad I've been. You're my little girl, and I've always loved you. He kissed the side of my head, and I felt my throat constrict. I ignored the resentment and frustration I'd felt toward him growing up, the anger I'd carried since learning he'd lied about his death, and I ignored my sorrow for what his life had been. "I love you too, Dad," I said, because remembering the day he'd come back to life, the day he'd shown up in the farm's driveway and how happy it had made me, was all that mattered. We were a family, and we needed each other, no matter what. A forgotten memory from that day sparked my curiosity. "When you first showed up here and I told you about Peter, you seemed genuinely surprised, like you had no idea." Slowly, my dad shook his head, and he stared down at his hands. "I never knew what happened to the baby. I didn't know if your mom miscarried, or if the child had actually been born. A part of me hoped something had happened, that a monster like Gregory would never be allowed to bring a child into this world, and I never let myself consider the other possibilities. Definitely not that your mom would raise his child, that she would love it as much as she loved you kids. But I was kidding myself." My dad's eyes were asking and hopeful, willing me to know the truth. "Zoe, your mom isn't the sort of woman to mistreat or deprive a child, and I'm not surprised she loves him so much. What else does she have to live for there, with him?" I'd never really considered how hard it was for my dad not only to lose his wife, but to have her leave him for another man. She'd had no choice, but still. She lived with Harrodson, slept in his bed. I found myself staring through my dad, a war waging inside of me. The girl who yearned for the family she'd always wanted, and the bitter woman who hated all that her family had done. "I know you can't ever forgive your mom, Zoe, but..." I shook my head, a plea for him to stop. It was like my life was an epic battle, two waves crashing together because it's the nature of their existence and they have no other choice. I closed my eyes and tried to articulate some part of what I was feeling. "I want to forgive her, Dad," I said for the first time aloud. "I think about it all the time. I hate her for what she did, but I love her for trying to save us. Then every time I feel someone's mind, their pain and anger, their sadness, and when I think too much about the way life is now, about how my mom is this specter of death and secrets, I get confused all over again." I felt my eyes burn with unshed tears, but I ignored them. Sometimes it feels like I'm drowning. I looked at my dad. His eyes had softened as he listened. I barely remember the person I was a year ago. I cleared my throat and let out a steadying breath. Every time I hear one of Vanessa's outbursts or feel Carlos's constant distress, it all goes back to Mom, the doctor. Every stilted word that comes out of a regen, their dulled view of the world. I stared down at my dirty fingernails. It's like a bullhorn reminder to never forget who Mom is and why I should hate her. My dad placed his hand gently on my knee. "And just give it more time, sweetheart. That's all you can do. I don't expect the making of the last 25 years to be undone in mere months. I know it's tough to process, but if nothing else, it will make you a stronger person later. It's like any other scar. They're all..." I smiled. "I know, Dad. They're all reminders of how strong we are." He nudged my shoulder. "I guess I used that one a lot, huh?" Squinting, I pinched the air between my thumb and index finger. "Just a little." My dad chuckled and patted my knee. "Are you gonna be okay?" Strangely, I felt better, so it wasn't a lie when I nodded. "I'll be fine." After a moment's pause, my dad rose to his feet and stretched his back. "Better get these horses put away before I can't see anymore.
I'm getting old, you know. My eyesight isn't what it used to be.
It was nice to have my dad teasing me, lightening the mood. I stood and followed him over to Brutus and Poppy. Hey, Dad? If you didn't unlock the memory of Mom, then why can I remember it all of a sudden? My dad didn't have to think about his answer. You have 2 parents with well-honed abilities, sweetheart. I guess it's not really that surprising that yours is developing into something so strong. It's only been a year or so that your ability's been active. I wouldn't be surprised if one day...
Chapter 5. Danny. November 28th, 1 AE. Hope Valley, California. Wait, Jason! I scrambled over a soggy, fallen log and swerved around a couple of moss-covered boulders. Not those ones! They're death caps! I skidded to a halt, breathing way too hard and heart racing. When it came to deadly poisonous mushrooms, I didn't mess around. Besides, Grayson had made them sound like pretty much the worst thing ever. Crouched at the base of a sprawling live oak, Jason craned his neck to peer up at me. He looked perfectly baffled.
I thought they were porcinis.
Shaking my head, I looked at the plump, slightly yellow-tinged mushroom caps mere inches from Jason's fingertips, then followed the wide trunk of the oak up from its exposed roots to its sad excuse for foliage. I couldn't talk to trees like I could to animals, but I had the impression that the poor deer was on its way out of this world. Following an inexplicable urge, I leaned forward and patted the oak's rough bark. Jason stood, and I couldn't help but shift my attention to him when he was towering over me and being so, well, towery. He glanced down at the harmless-looking mushrooms.
So, death caps, huh?
I exhaled heavily and rolled my eyes. Didn't you pay attention to Grayson's foraging lessons at all? Jason's broad shoulders rose and fell.
Must have missed that part.
My hands found their way to my hips all on their own, my foraging basket dangling from the crook of my arm a little askew. This is our livelihood we're talking about here, man. Our livelihood, I said, flinging my free arm out melodramatically. But seriously, I relaxed my arm. It wouldn't hurt you to pay attention when Grayson shares his mountain man wisdom, you know. Jason settled his Ice King stare on me. It was a look I didn't receive often, and a year ago it would have intimidated me to the point of taking a step or two backward, then maybe running away. But not anymore.
I've been a little distracted,
he said. There was the hint of an eyebrow raise, the suggestion of a head tilt.
Zoe, my mom, the fucking general visiting our house all those years ago.
And I suddenly felt like an insensitive butthead. My breath escaped me in a whispered, "Your dad messing around with Zoe's memories?" Jason looked away, focusing instead on the live oak's expansive trunk. He stared at the poor, sickly tree like he was plotting the most grisly way to murder it. And considering that Jason's self-prescribed decompression sessions generally resulted in the dismemberment of an innocent tree, well, I reached for his hand, lacing our fingers together and giving a firm squeeze. He was doing what he thought was best for Zoe. I hesitated, held my breath, then let it out in a rush. And I think he did the right thing. That time. I gave Jason's hand another, harder squeeze. Jason laughed bitterly.
I know.
He tugged me closer and wrapped his arms around me. The hug was a little awkward with the basket hooked over my arm, but we made it work. After planting a kiss on the top of my head, Jason sighed. His sighs seemed to soak into me, sour my mood, then escape once more, this time from my throat. I pulled back just enough that I could see his face. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make us both so grumpy." I couldn't remember the last time we'd been off the farm, just the two of us, and I just had to go and drag us down the nearest doom and gloom rabbit hole. So much for our peaceful, relaxing alone time. Jason pressed a gentle kiss against my forehead.
Tell me about these death caps.
I relaxed against him, resting my cheek on his heavy raincoat. It was the first period of no rain in weeks that had lasted longer than a day, and we jumped at the opportunity to spend the morning together, foraging in the mile-long stretch of woods atop the hills to the east of our valley. But we also weren't about to risk being caught in a surprise downpour unprotected. "Well, death caps look like normal mushrooms, I guess. They're not ugly or anything." I glanced down at the aforementioned mushrooms. "They're kind of nice looking, actually, don't you think? I mean, as far as mushrooms go." Jason held me tight against him with his left arm around my shoulders while his right ventured under my coat, his hand tracing slow, soothing patterns on my lower back.
Sure.
Smiling, I shivered just a little. I loved when his voice took on that distracted quality, but only when I was the distraction. "They tend to grow at the base of oaks," I continued, "especially live oaks, and their caps have a brownish-green or yellow tinge. And there's a bulbous bulge at the base that makes them look a bit like, well, a bit phallic." Jason grunted a laugh.
Somehow I doubt Daniel mentioned that.
I shrugged as best as I could in his hold. "That might have been a personal observation." With another laugh, this one low and throaty, Jason brought his lips to my ear.
Gutter brain.
I grinned against his jacket. Takes one to know one. Thunder rolled in the distance, and I hoped it wasn't an omen of impending rain.
That it does, Red.
Without warning, Jason picked me up and turned in a half circle, earning a surprised squeak from me and sending chanterelles and oyster mushrooms flying out of my basket, and pressed my back against the oak's rough trunk. Beneath our boots, death caps littered the forest floor, scattered and crushed.
That it does.
He leaned in, his hand cradling the back of my skull, and I relaxed my arm, letting the basket fall to the ground. "Wait!" I hissed. 2 blips had just appeared on my telepathic radar. I hadn't noticed them until it became obvious that they were moving toward us. "Someone's coming." A hair's breadth from my lips, Jason whispered,
Someone we know?
Brow furrowed, I shook my head. "There's 2 of them, and there's something familiar about one mind. Maybe someone we've crossed paths with in New Bodega?" Jason didn't sound pleased. I couldn't blame him. I didn't feel very pleased either. In fact, I felt decidedly displeased. Gaze scanning my face, lingering here and there, Jason tucked a few flyaway curls back into my braid before stepping away and releasing his handgun from his thigh holster. I did the same. Squinting, I focused more on my telepathic radar than on the pistol in my hand and once again shook my head. Must just be a couple New Bodega people. At least, I hoped that was the case.
What direction?
Jason asked, scanning the spaces between the mossy trees and gnarled leafless branches. I pointed to the southwest. "They're close. Should be able to hear them soon."
"I know you're out there,"
Jason called, his focus on the woods intent.
"Either identify yourselves or start moving in another direction. The choice is yours, but you'd better make it now."
He glanced at me, his eyes filled with questions. I could only answer one. I shook my head. They're still coming. I did a quick scan of the animal mines lingering nearby. There wasn't much in the way of predators, but I requested that the few hawks in the area and the murder of crows looting a patch of overgrown and rotting pumpkins head our way just in case. Jason raised his gun, his eyes never straying from the gloomy trees.
Remember, Red, shoot first,
Feel bad about it later, I murmured. I know. Of course, the last time I'd stuck to that survival philosophy, I'd shot a little girl dead. Sure, she'd been a crazy who just happened to be lunging at Zoe at the time, and sure, I'd been fairly certain that she was the cannibalistic variety of the post-apocalypse's less-than-sane brand of survivors, but still, she'd also been a little girl, and I'd killed her without hesitating. The blood blossoming across her chest, her body landing on the forest floor, Zoe's aghast reaction. That single moment was forever etched into my memory.
Hello?
A man called ahead.
Who's there? Can you tell us where we are? We seem to be a little lost.
I split my attention between watching the woods for the intruders and studying Jason's face. The skin around his eyes tightened and his nostrils flared. The man's words hadn't put him at ease in the slightest. If anything, they'd only fanned his apprehension. A man came into view between one of the few pines in the forest and a robust oak tree, a woman a few paces behind him. The man was tall and slender, with silver hair that nearly reached his chin and a closely trimmed beard, while the woman, younger, in her mid-30s, I thought, was brunette and broad-shouldered, looking like she could put up one hell of a fight. When the man caught sight of us, he raised his hands defensively.
Whoa, friends. No need for guns. We're simply lost and, well, you see, we're looking for mushrooms to trade in town and...
You're a trader, I blurted. I've seen you before. I tapped the muzzle of my gun against my thigh. You traded my friend and me a bottle of antidepressants for...
Tincture of white willow bark.
The man's face lit up and he continued walking toward us, though the woman hung back, lounging against a tall pine tree.
Yes, I remember. You were with that pleasant young doctor.
The trader smiled broadly.
Quite effective, that tincture. I've had very happy customers. You'll have to give me the recipe.
He tilted his head to the side just a little.
Tell me, how did the sertraline work on the poor dear? A girl, yes. A teenage girl, if I remember correctly. That's close enough,
Jason said, his gun lowered but still drawn. I holstered my own gun, then waved my hand at him. It's fine, Jason. I looked at the trader. Unfortunately, the pills didn't seem to make any difference for Vanessa. On to the next, I guess. It had been Harper's theory to try Vanessa on the same medications that had worked so well to equalize the brain chemistry of people before the virus. Chris had been skeptical, which was quickly turning into smugness, saying that something was broken inside Vanessa's mind, and it was something that made her brain function so differently from the rest of ours that she doubted anything but a time machine would fix the teenage crazy. Not that Chris's pessimism stopped her from spending every spare moment studying Vanessa, looking for a way to return her to a state of normalcy. She loved Carlos like he was her own son, and she was bound and determined to give him his sister back. And a determined Chris was a sight to behold.
Well, I have a few other drugs you could try,
the trader said.
I'll take whatever's left of the sertraline back.
Not more than a couple dozen feet away, he reached behind himself.
Exchange it for the same amount of...
In the blink of an eye, a small black pistol was in his hand, and it was pointed directly at me. I took a step backward and reached for my own sidearm. Before I could call for help from our rapidly approaching avian reinforcements, before I could do much of anything, Jason leapt in front of me. The ear-splitting crack of a gun firing exploded among the trees. Crows darkened the sky, filling the late morning air with their scratchy caws. 2 more explosive cracks, and the traitor dropped to the ground, his companion already fleeing. Jason grunted, going down to one knee. "Jason!" I dropped to my knees, trying to hold him upright, but he was too damn heavy. Somehow I managed to lay him back against the dying oak. He'd been hit in the leg and the abdomen, and his blood, thick and slippery, stained my hands crimson. Without thought, I yanked off my belt to use as a tourniquet on his leg.
Got him,
Jason rasped, then coughed.
But the woman, I don't know where.
Eyes going wide, I tightened and secured the belt, then scanned the woods around us. My fingers, slick with blood, gripped the handle of my gun, my hands possibly the only parts of my body not shaking. The woman wouldn't be hard to find, not when I could sense her mind, and when I had an army of crows circling overhead. Except I couldn't sense her mind. Jason grabbed my wrist, demanding my attention.
Red.
His eyes shifted from mine to the woods behind me, a warning. I spun on my knees, my gun raised and aimed directly at the chest of the traitor's companion. But instead of focusing on her, my stare was glued to the barrel of the sawed-off shotgun she was aiming at my head.
You won't shoot me, and you won't use your ability,
she said, her voice softer than I'd expected.
I'm sorry. This was never what I wanted.
I will kill you, I swore through gritted teeth. Hot tears burned a path down my cheeks, and my heart pounded a primal, vengeful rhythm, but I couldn't bring myself to fire at her. I wanted to shoot her desperately, but it was as though I didn't have control of my finger. I couldn't pull the trigger. Dread slithered around in my chest, cold and unyielding. It was her doing this, stopping me. It had to be. She was like the general. She was in my mind. She was controlling me. The woman shook her head.
I'm going to go now.
She smiled at me, her eyes sad, and I hated her for pretending she cared at all.
You'll find that your telepathy won't work for a while. I'm sorry about that, too. But it's the only way.
She started backing away, her gun still locked on me. Her eyes flicked to Jason.
Good luck.
I tried to tell the crows to take her down as she retreated. I tried to call out to the hawks, who should have reached us by now. I tried to reach out to any creature that might help us, but I couldn't sense anything. I couldn't even sense Jason.
Red.
Jason touched my leg.
Danny, you have to go.
Tearing my gaze away from the section of forest where the woman had disappeared, I shook my head, refusing to look into his eyes, and reached for the zipper of his coat.
It's no good,
he said.
We need Harper. You need to run back to the farm and...
No! I shouted, but my hands fell away from his coat, shaking uncontrollably as I scanned his body. There was far too much blood. No, Jason, I can't leave you. Just no. The final word came out as a sob. There Jason was, his blood smeared and smattered on the poisonous mushrooms and the oak tree and my jeans, and I felt like I was the one who was bleeding out. My desire to keep fighting, to survive, draining away. My life was tied to his so intrinsically. He was a part of me. I couldn't do this again, couldn't keep going.
Danny.
My eyes flashed up, finally meeting his, and for an infinitesimal eternity, it felt like I was drowning. I couldn't breathe. I was suffocating. There was no more oxygen left in the world, no more air at all.
Danny.
I blinked, tears streaming down my cheeks. What do I do? My voice was barely audible.
Get help.
Jason whispered. Nodding, I yanked the dish towel out from the bottom of my foraging basket and pressed it gingerly against the wound under his coat. Keep pressure on this, okay?
Danny, if I'm gone when you...
Okay? I said, my voice too high, too loud. I refused to accept the possibility that he'd be anything other than here, alive, when I returned with help. The alternative was abhorrent to my mind. Logic and reality shifted, making him dying an impossibility. Jason's hand replaced mine on the towel.
Okay.
Okay. I leaned in, careful not to touch any part of his injured body, and kissed him gently. His lips tasted salty and metallic. They tasted like blood. Hold on, I demanded. I'll be right back. And then I stood and I ran.
Chapter 6. Zoe. November 28th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. For 3 hours I'd been sitting at the dining room table, my sketch pad washed in the baleful color of late morning that shone through the narrow windows, overlooking what appeared to be a deserted farm. Everyone was hiding indoors, dehydrating food, wrenching, painting, and, in Annie's case, playing with kitties, all sheltered from the sudden downpour. Hearing the creak of the front door opening, I looked up. Tavis stepped inside, rain dripping off his coat as he leaned forward and peered into the dining room at me, his feet planted firmly on the welcome mat. "Hey," I said, folding my arms in front of me. Tavis smiled, his warm, customary greeting. "Morning." But even in his natural, easy air, there was something about the way he looked at me that made even the slightest linger of his gaze and the quickest glance seem like something more. I could have pried, could have peeked and prodded, but I was a little too hesitant to learn the reason. "You seen a animal whisperer anywhere? We got a horse with colic out here. We could use our ability." Tavis pointed to his head. His facial expressions always made me laugh, and I couldn't help but smile back at him as I glanced outside. Darker clouds approached quickly from the west. "She's out with Jason," I said, "foraging. Hopefully they'll be home soon." "Ah, foraging," he said with a wink. "Got it." And then he was out the door, and I watched as he strode back toward the stable. I took a sip of lukewarm coffee, settling back into work mode, and let out a sigh as I stared down at the start of my second blueprint of the day. I tapped my charcoal pencil on the tabletop and glanced between Jason's hasty, ill-proportioned sketch and my own, hoping I was interpreting his floor plans for the new smokehouse accurately. I'd gotten quite good at looking past his scribbled letters and numbers, relying mostly on the arrows and the drawing itself to help me decipher the rest. Footsteps creaking overhead and feminine laughter were followed by a muffled, "You wish, buddy," that floated down the stairs of the otherwise silent house. No wonder Harper had been so anxious to rearrange the infirmary. Chris laughed again, a sound I'd been hearing more and more frequently over the months. My eyebrow rose of its own accord, and I reached for the mug beside my sketch pad. A contented smile splayed my lips as I appreciated the happy routine we'd all seemed to fall into, gloomy weather or no. After draining the contents of my mug, I absently set it aside, deciding the beams in the smokehouse roof needed to be closer together if they were going to support the wide... An ear-piercing cry rolled in with the distant rumble of thunder. Eyes narrowed and heartbeat thrumming, I jumped to my feet and gazed through the window at the gravel drive. Opening my mind, I felt Danny's desperation and anguish before I even saw her. "Shot!" With hair matted from the rain and her clothes drenched, Danny sprinted clumsily up the driveway, her eyes wide with terror. "He's been shot! He's dying! Hurry! Harper!" "H!" I called, already running out the door, trying to process Danny's hysterics as I sprinted toward her. "Danny!" Both relief and utter desolation warred in her expression the instant she saw me. She was shaking, soaked, terrified, and out of breath. "Danny," I breathed, reaching for her. "What the hell happened?" I called over my shoulder again for Harper. "There were traitors," she choked out, her eyes boring into mine. "One shot at me, but—" Danny stopped short and gulped in a breath. She drew in another and another. I guided her toward the barn's eaves, noting the blood that colored her chest and arms. There was blood all over her hands. My heart twisted and my stomach knotted. Jason. My gaze was torn, darting from her in search of wounds to the direction she'd come from, without my brother. Why didn't she use her telepathy? Confusion, dread, and anger made it difficult to focus when I registered he wasn't coming. "We were just talking. He pulled a gun." She screeched and broke off in a sob, gripping my shirt and pulling me forward. "My ability, it wouldn't... I couldn't... I tried, but the woman made it so I couldn't use it." She peered around, frantic as her gaze swept the concerned, horrified faces of our companions who had begun congregating around us. "There was so much blood," she said. "Harper." "Harper's coming, Danny." My eyes met Grayson's first. He nodded, then ran toward the house to see where he was, but I already heard Harper shouting as he came running toward us. "I'm coming." "Come inside, Danny, out of the rain," I said. She was trembling, and although she struggled against me, she was too weak and distraught to put up a true Danny fight. Warm bodies followed us as I led her through the open barn door. Jack whined and circled us anxiously, fretful as Danny screeched and cried, paying him no heed. "He was shot, twice," she said. "He made me go for help. Said if he was gone when I got back." She began to wobble, her knees giving out, and I reached to catch her. "He's dead, isn't he?" Her gaze became unfocused. "And I just left him alone and dying." "He'll be fine," I said, forcing the uncertainty from my voice. There were mutters and movement as everyone stood there, confused and completely horrified. Camille pulled a drying towel that hung on a line strung through the barn and wrapped it around Danny's shoulders. I tried to will away the thickening panic that was alive and scathing inside me. "He's just hurt, Danny. He can't be dead. We'll go get him. Harper and Jake, they can fix him. They have to fix him."
"Sam, mate, can you help get the horses?" Tavis asked, his voice all cool calmness, though I doubted he felt so collected. Within seconds, Harper ran into the barn, donning a raincoat. He had his medical kit in hand and a handgun holstered on his hip. "Where is he, Danny?" he asked calmly. "Where did you leave Jason?"
"We went to the hills to find mushrooms."
Danny looked to Grayson.
"He almost picked the death caps."
"Danny," I said, bracing her shoulders and forcing her to look into my eyes instead of succumbing to the onslaught of shock. "Where's Jason?" Jake, Tavis, Chris, and Sanchez ran through the barn door, their weapons strapped to their backs and holstered at their sides. Jake looked at me. "Where are we going?" "He's in the woods on the eastern hills by a dying oak," I said, quickly gleaning what I could from Danny's memory. "Somewhere by the rotting log. And the woman might be out there somewhere, mid-30s, brown hair, muscular. She's dangerous, has some form of mind control. I stared at Danny, unable to remove my gaze from her face, feverish from the cold and crying. I'd never seen her such a wreck. It terrified me more than anything I could remember, more than wondering if my family had died from the virus, more than assuming they had. There was an emptiness in Danny's emotions, in her eyes, and I feared she might be right. Jake whistled for Cooper, and they ran in the direction of the stabled horses. Most of the others followed in a rush. I needed to join them. I needed to see my brother, whether he was dead or alive. "Camille," I said softly, "please get Danny into the house. Get her warm." Danny gripped my arm. "I'm coming with you," she said, a sudden ferocity in her eyes. I was too relieved to see a small spark rekindled within her to argue. Together we ran for our horses. Mace was already standing with Shadow outside his stall, finishing the buckle on Shadow's bridle. Mace handed me the reins, the only tack he'd had time to dress. Wings was still inside her stall, though the door was open, allowing her to come out. I glanced at Danny, realizing she still wasn't using her ability, wasn't communicating with the animals, just like she hadn't communicated with us at all on her race back to the farm. How long before her ability comes back? Mace must have come to the same conclusion, because he swiftly approached Wings, a bridle in hand. Within seconds he was finished and helping Danny onto her horse, and we joined the others who were gathering outside. "Here," Becca said, just as we were all about to leave. She handed those of us without rain gear coats and parkas and hats. Sam was running toward me, a pistol in his hand. "Show us where he is, Danny," my dad said, peering out at Harper and Jake's diminishing forms as they galloped down the driveway. The dogs loped behind them. "Take me to my son." Danny nodded numbly, and together they rode after Jake and Harper, the others, Carlos, Sanchez, Chris, Tavis, and Gabe, nudging their horses into a gallop after them. The chaos around me was a blur as I tried to process that my brother was injured, that he might already be dead, several miles away. Short of breath, Sam reached me and handed me the gun. "Just in case," he said. "We'll get the infirmary ready," Grayson said from where he stood by the stable, Annie, Mace, Camille, and Becca alongside him. The concern and anxiety cast in their eyes was the last thing I registered before Shadow and I took off after the others. My grip on Shadow's reins was so tight that I couldn't feel my fingers, and I ignored the wind and rain against my face as we raced down the road. The gravel turned to pavement, then to wet mud and grass the further away we rode. "Jason will be fine," I told myself. "He has to be fine." After a couple of hours searching the forest for Jason, we canvassed the verdant hills beyond, and after a few more hours, we'd explored every withered grapevine that lined the forgotten vineyards throughout Hope Valley, around our home that no longer felt safe and comforting. But in the rain, there was no scent for the dogs to pick up, no footprints for us to follow. There was no sign of Jason, of his body, of his blood, save for what was on Danny. There was no sign of the woman, or of a struggle at all, not even the traitor's body. And the deep-seated fear that had rooted hours earlier was quickly becoming consuming. Where is he? Dead or alive, he was nowhere to be found. I shook the thought from my mind. "He has to be somewhere," I said, standing under a canopy of naked branches and soggy evergreens with the others. "But where?" Danny sobbed, her wild hair wilted and clinging to the sides of her ashen face. She clutched her stomach, bending over like she might retch out every part of herself, even as she tried to control the sobs that racked her body. She was desperate to find him. We all were. But we were getting nowhere, and the sky was darkening, quickly turning the color of soot. "He was right there," she howled, pointing at the sickly live oak I'd seen in her memories. After all of our searching, we'd ended up back where we'd started, finding nothing. "We have to be missing something," my dad said. The disbelief and pain in his voice ripped at my insides. "This isn't making any sense. It had to be the woman. She must have come back and—" But I could feel his uncertainty, his doubt. Why would she have come back and moved Jason and the traitor? How would she have done it so quickly? My dad was right. It wasn't making any sense. We were drenched and exhausted. Our horses were drenched and exhausted. Nowhere seemed the only place left to look. It was like we'd been defeated by an unknown opponent, and all of this was just a cruel, miserable joke. "I never should have left him alone," Danny said between sobs. I glanced at her, thinking of her inaccessible ability, then focused on my dad. "We can have Annie send out some animal search parties, at least until—" My gaze shifted back to Danny. My dad nodded. "It's a start." "I'll head to Petaluma proper," Jake said. "See if he's somewhere in the city." Jake was already mounting Brutus. "The outskirts, maybe, hiding." He said it mostly to himself. His voice was almost lost in the incessant rainfall, but I could hear his usual steadfast certainty begin to crack. I chose to focus on my dad instead. He strode over to Poppy, anxious to head out. Jake didn't stop him, but when Sanchez went to mount her bay mare, Jake shook his head. "What? You think I'm staying back?" She looked offended. Jake did a quick scan of our group, huddled beneath the trees. "I think I'm the only one that won't die of pneumonia, but it's up to you." The others continued to voice their questions and suggestions, and with the influx of suffocating emotions, of my own emotions, I needed a moment to breathe. I stepped behind the dying oak, using its sturdy trunk to brace myself as I let out a choked sob. None of this was real. It couldn't be. This was a horrible dream, just like the others, and soon I'd wake up. But everyone's distress was insurmountable and felt too real to be false. "Where is he?" I wanted to scream, but the more my hands shook and desperation clouded my mind, the more earnest I became. I have to be strong. For my dad, for Danny. We'll find him, and Jake will save him. He'll give him blood, and everything will be okay. I had to believe that, or I'd crumble and be no use to anyone. I swallowed thick, nearly immobilizing fear and stepped back out to Danny's side. I wrapped my arms around her. "We should head back," I said, though I wanted to go to Petaluma and continue the search for my brother too. I didn't want to stop moving long enough to break down again. Jason was so strong, so protective of Danny, of all of us. I couldn't imagine him letting anyone, no matter their numbers and size, get the better of him. He wouldn't have let them win if there'd been any chance that Danny would have been in danger, not without leaving a bloodbath in his wake. I clung to that hope. "He's probably disoriented, Dee," I said, guiding her back to Wings. "He probably wanted to get out of the rain." Danny's head budged a fraction in agreement, but I knew she felt the hollowness of my reassurances. "Come on, Dee. Let's get you back to the farmhouse. Let's get you warm. Jason will be pissed at me when he gets back if I let you get sick." "What if they never find him?" she whispered, her eyes swollen and red, her mouth and chin trembling. She looked wrung out, unable to cry another tear, but I knew that until Jason was found, until we knew he was alive and safe, there would be more tears and more misery. "They will. How do you know?" "Because," I said, barely containing my sudden rage, "I refuse to let another member of my family and—"
There was too much blood, Zoe. I know what I saw. He's dead. You don't know that for sure. I glared at Danny as she climbed onto Wing's back. I couldn't help the fleeting accusatory thought that had she remained by his side, protected him, he'd still be here. We would have come looking for them by now. We would have found them, and we'd at least have had his body, but now there were no bodies. Absolutely no signs that there'd even been a struggle. We had nothing. Despite having seen Danny's memory, despite knowing that Jason had been losing too much blood to have survived out here without medical attention for this long, I was still angry and upset and uncertain. He had to be here somewhere. He had to be alive, or that woman wouldn't have taken him anywhere. Until I see his body, I bit out, I refuse to believe that Jason is dead. As much as my gut told me something horrible had happened, I wouldn't allow myself to give in to fear completely. He's not dead until we see his body, Dee, I said more softly. We'll find him. Again, Danny agreed absently, but I could feel her mind screaming, could feel the knot of foreboding inside her fraying apart into loose filaments of flailing doubt and despair. I could feel her breaking. Jake and my dad will find him. They have to.
Chapter 7, Danny, November 28th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. This feeling, this lost, sick, desolate, I don't understand, why won't it just stop? I can't go on like this feeling was too much. After losing Cam, I never thought I'd feel like this again. Or at least, I'd hoped I would never feel like this again. But I'd been an idiot to hope. I was starting to think that in times like these, anybody who hoped for anything at all was an idiot. What was the point of hoping, of even trying? The chance to live in a world where we had to fight for everything? A world where every single scrap of food had to be wrestled from the ground or hunted from the last vestiges of our dead civilization or stolen from others who were, like me, just trying to survive? This world, this life, it was sick, broken, pointless. This world had no more room for hope. I couldn't help but think back to my conversation with Becca just a few days earlier. I couldn't help but think I'd been wrong, that love wasn't worth it, that it wasn't worth this. And I couldn't help but hate myself for thinking it. Did she foresee this? I squeezed my eyes shut and swallowed loudly. Did she know this was going to happen? Did she let this happen based on my answers? Did I let this happen? I thought I should have been angry, should have been storming off to confront her. I should have been, but I couldn't seem to muster the strength to do anything. You're shivering, Zoe murmured, wrapping the comforter from her bed around us both more tightly. We were in the room she and Jake shared on the second floor of the farmhouse. It was minimal but comfortable, and Zoe's side of the room was cluttered with her clothes, a sight that was strangely soothing. I was glad to be there, or as glad as I could be to be anywhere. Mostly, I was just glad to be out of the cottage, the home Jason and I had made our own. It was unbearable to be surrounded by our things when there was no certainty that it would ever be our home again. I can go find another blanket, Zoe said and scooted to the edge of the bed. We have to get you warmed up. I grabbed her elbow. Don't go. I didn't want to be alone. I didn't want much at the moment, but being alone was last among a bevy of shitty options. Remembering the slick, sticky feel of Jason's blood on my skin and the burn in my muscles and lungs as I ran, replaying what had happened and what I could have done differently, despising myself for being too stupid or panicked or weak-willed to go against Jason's orders and stay with him. Besides finding Jason's body, I'd never wanted anything less than being alone. Because if we never found his body, there was still a chance that he was alive. At least, in my heart there was, even if my mind disagreed. There was too much blood. Zoe hugged me more tightly, tucking my head under her chin and rubbing her hand up and down my arm.
"He's missing, Dee, that's all,"
she sighed.
"The only blood we found was on you."
Not even Jack or Cooper had been able to pick up Jason's scent in the woods, not under all the rain, and though the animals who'd been in the vicinity at the time recalled a struggle between two legs, they'd either scattered during the struggle or hadn't cared enough to pay attention to what happened after. Their memories didn't work like ours, but the fact that none of them could definitively say one way or the other whether there'd been a couple of dead two legs in the woods after the struggle made a valiant effort at giving me hope. Sickening, poisonous hope. I squeezed my eyes shut, unwilling to give in to the tears again. Because the tears were the all-encompassing kind. I was in full-on, no-holds-barred, ugly cry mode, and I was exhausted. My abdomen, my entire torso, ached from the intensity of my sobs. My face was raw and puffy, and my eyes felt like they'd doubled in size. I'd already scared off everyone but Zoe, Annie, and Jack, the latter two being curled up on the foot of the bed. Zoe inhaled, held her breath for several seconds like she was going to say something, then exhaled. And then she did it again. "What, Zoe?" I didn't bother pulling away to look at her. I knew she could hear the exhaustion in my voice. Knew she could already feel everything I was feeling. She didn't need to see my face. "Well, with Jason gone." "Gone?" Was she finally giving in to the inevitable? "Missing," she amended. "With Jason missing, I was just thinking about your drifting. Have you thought about what you're going to do when your ability returns?" "Let it take me, give in, be free, let go." "No," I said. I lied. "With everything else, I sniffled, giving my thoughts a moment to catch up. I just needed a moment. "I forgot about it," I said, lied again. The possibility of losing myself in the mind and body of another creature was the only thing keeping me from losing it completely. When my ability finally came back online, I'd be able to escape from myself, from my friends, from my misery, at least for a little while. Zoe was quiet for a moment. "Maybe we should ask the new Bodega Council if they know of anyone else who can null. Or maybe if we—" "There's no need," I said hollowly. "It's not like I can drift right now anyway. Maybe by the time it's a problem, we'll have found him," I added, drawing on her certainty that we'd find him alive rather than mine that we wouldn't. "And if we haven't, I can use it as another way to search for him." And search for her, I thought, the desire for vengeance denting the barrier of shock numbing my heart. I felt more than heard Zoe's breath hitch. "Dee, it could be days, longer even, before we find him." "And if we don't find him, it won't matter," I didn't say. Zoe took a deep breath. "Gabe might be able to help too." That was Zoe, always with the plans and definitive action and a goal in mind. Sure, she was creative in ways I would never be and saw the world in colors I couldn't even imagine, but she was also a planner and a damn determined one. Me, on the other hand. I'll make it work. Dee. My stomach lurched and I groaned. Oh, God. Weakly, I extracted myself from Zoe's embrace. I think I'm going to be sick. I stumbled around the foot of the bed, rousing both Annie and Jack, and managed to make it down the hallway and into the bathroom before the actual heaves began. I collapsed onto my knees and sagged against the toilet, my face hanging over the bowl and my eyes closed. Mere seconds had passed before Zoe's fingers, cool and steady, brushed across my forehead. You don't feel feverish, just a little clammy. She somehow managed to wrangle my wild mane with her fingers and gather my hair at the base of my skull. It's probably because you haven't eaten anything. I'll ask Chris to... No. I swallowed repeatedly, hating the metallic taste my suddenly overabundant saliva had taken on. It reminded me too much of the taste of Jason's blood on my lips. I gagged a few more times. I can't eat. I'll just throw it up, and what's the point in that? Another gag. I spat into the toilet, then flushed away the acidic liquid that had been all that was in my stomach. We can't afford to waste food like that. Well, we can't afford to lose you either, Zoe snapped. And if you starve yourself, that's exactly what'll happen. I rested my cheek on the cool toilet seat. It was hardly sanitary, but in that moment I really didn't care. It was cool, and cool felt soothing. Like Zoe's fingers, cool was good, nice. Dee, I'm sorry, Zoe blew out her breath. I hate this. I know, I said weakly. Me too. Think you've got it all out of you? I nodded without raising my head. All right, come on. Taking hold of my elbow with one hand and the side of my waist with the other, Zoe hauled me to my feet. Let's get you to bed. I'll get you a cool rag, and then sleep's bound to make even this fucked up situation seem a little brighter. I nodded, knowing full well that sleep, like food, wasn't on the menu for me. Not today. Not until my ability returned and drifting was the inevitable result of trying to sleep. I knew what nightmares awaited me in my dreams. I'd fought this battle before, and I had the mental and emotional scars to prove it. Besides, it wasn't like I'd be able to fall asleep anyway. Chapter 8. Zoe. December 1st, 1 AE. The Farm, California. Danny's room was washed in what little moonlight shone through the cloud-garnished sky, filling the small cottage bedroom with a murky haze that held so much more than night. Anguish, desperation, confusion, disbelief. I was lying on top of Danny's bed, her in my arms and wrapped in Graham's quilt. It was my first night home after a few days of helping to search for Jason. I was supposed to be resting. I wanted to rest, but I couldn't. As hard as it was to be in her and Jason's room, both of us surrounded by images and memories of them, of Jason, and sleeping in the bed he'd made for her, I knew it had become the only way for her to be close to him, to cope. We'd been lying there for hours, some of the time in silence, some with ear-splitting sobs filling the room, but not one passing minute was absent the foreboding truth. She saw him dying. His body was gone, at least nowhere we could find, and there was still no sign of the woman. Danny shivered, not from cold or fatigue, but from raw emptiness. I wrapped my arms more tightly around her. I'd kept my mind open for Jason's for days, and now for all the others' minds too, should something happen while they were away. Still searching, still hoping. So I knew the instant the small search party returned home, and I knew that, like our first outing, they didn't have Jason, dead or alive.
Thankfully, my knowing, silent tears were shrouded in darkness so Danny couldn't see them. "Dee," I rasped. I could feel the numbness setting in as she battled the oblivion that had been inching its way in since the moment we'd arrived in the forest, only to find Jason nowhere in sight. Slowly, I sat up and peered down at her silhouette. She made no sound or movement to indicate that she'd even heard me. Danny? Finally, and ever so minutely, she shifted her head to look at me.
"I know they're back. You should go see them."
I blinked in surprise. I hadn't realized her ability had returned. I nodded. "I'll be right back, okay? Keep the blanket around you. Stay warm." Her head inched downward. "I'll get another blanket from the house, too," I said, which was only half the truth. "Do you need anything?" Her head inched to the left and then to the right. I wasn't sure Danny was really registering much of what I was saying. I leaned down and kissed her forehead before tucking the blanket more snugly around her. "I'll be back." Climbing off her bed, I pulled my long sleeves over my fingers and wrapped my arms around myself. I padded out of the bedroom and toward the creaky front door, where I sensed Jake approaching. Quietly, I opened the door. I was unsurprised to feel his remorse and concern surround me once I stepped outside. The gnawing wind whipped by us as we stood only inches apart, but my focus was on the light emanating from inside the farmhouse, on rain-soaked buildings and overgrown grasses, and the mud-puddled gravel drive nearby. I was focused everywhere but on Jake's solemn expression cast in moon shadows.
"There is no sign of him or the woman in town. I checked Kotati and Ronert Park,"
Jake said, defeat radiating from him. In his mind, I saw images of blood-spattered walls and abandoned buildings, of discarded food wrappers blowing around and tire tracks on the roads, but there was nothing specific to Jason. Nothing he'd left behind for us to find, and no sighting of a woman who even remotely resembled the picture I'd drawn from Danny's memory. There was nothing even remotely promising. Even though I knew the answer, I had to ask anyway. The dogs, they didn't find anything? Jake shook his head and stepped closer, his booted toe touching my slipper. I didn't like the enormity of our mingling emotions. I didn't like what his dulling confidence felt like. I wanted to push him away, to tell him to look harder, that Jason had to be somewhere, and even if the woman had him, they couldn't have traveled so far. But I couldn't push Jake away. I couldn't do anything but finally let go. And finally, I cried. When my knees grew too weak and my legs gave out, Jake caught me. I couldn't be strong for Danny and hold back my tears anymore, not when the truth that my brother had been taken from me, from my family, began to finally sink in. "He's dead," I said quietly, hope nothing but ash on my tongue.
"We'll keep looking, Zoe,"
Jake said as I sat curled and crumpled in his arms. I gripped his jacket, pressing my face against him to muffle my sobs. I thought about the day Jason and I had opened the box, the day he'd told me, after so many years, why he had such a hard time looking at me.
"You look exactly like her."
That was the day we learned the first earth-shattering secret about our family. I thought about the flashes of concern and amusement I'd seen in his eyes when I'd lost my memory, about the way we'd finally found some semblance of family and understanding in one another. I thought about the stacks of plans he'd drawn up over the months we'd all been settling in, getting too comfortable, too happy, that were sitting on the edge of the dining room table waiting to be deciphered. We'd become partners in documenting this new life we'd embarked on together, a life that he was no longer a part of. We've only just become a family again. I thought about our mom, about our dad. I thought about Danny. The wind whirled around Jake and me, its taunting howl echoing through my head despite Jake's sheltering embrace. He moved, trying to pick me up, but I didn't want to go inside. No. I rasped and clung to him more tightly. Please. I didn't want Danny to see me like this. Couldn't look at my dad. Thankfully, Jake didn't argue. We sat there on the cottage's stoop, Jake holding me under the awning that barely staved off the drizzling threat of rain. I shut out his emotions and lost myself to my own. Nothing seemed right. Nothing made sense. How could everything have gone so terribly, horribly wrong? When my throat was raw from gasping for air and my eyes burned from too many tears, I let out a steadying breath and blinked my eyes open again. The horizon was washed in a pale gray that gave way to ominous black clouds shifting above us. I wasn't sure how long we'd been outside, me wrapped in the warmth and protection of Jake's arms, but I knew that if Danny was still awake, she'd be wondering where I was, why I'd abandoned her. Part of me thought she should know I was no longer hopeful, but then I realized she already did. She had to. Danny already knew he was dead. She'd said so 100 times, though I didn't want to listen. It just doesn't make any sense. More often than not, the thought brought me hope, but as the minutes, hours, and days passed, hope became little more than a puff of cold air, too fleeting to hold on to much longer. I straightened in Jake's arms and let out a deep breath as I wiped the remaining wetness from my raw nose and cheeks. Gently, he brushed the dampened hair from my swollen face. I wished I knew how to make him feel less like he'd failed. I cleared the hoarseness from my voice. You've done all you can, Jake. More than I could have asked of you. Thank you. He stared down at me, his eyes filled with a desperation to make everything better, to find his friend. I cleared my throat again and peered toward the farmhouse. How's my dad holding up? I needed to know, but feared what I would glean if I let my mind find his. Jake hesitated. I'm not sure he's come in from the stable yet, he said, his voice soft and his expression as weary as my own must have been. My eyes skirted behind Jake toward the stable. It seemed more dilapidated and imposing than usual. I should go talk to him, I said with a sniff. I should make sure he's all right. Jake nodded. Then I remembered Danny alone inside the cottage. I should check on Danny first. I shouldn't have left her alone for so long. She's been doing a little better with me home. Go talk to your dad, Jake said, pulling me into his arms once more. He kissed my forehead. I'll ask Camille or Mace to check on her. I peered into the cottage window, uncertain why I'd hoped to see a light on inside. You should send Chris. She'll help Danny feel better. Jake's arms loosened and he shook his head. I frowned. She went with Sanchez and Grayson to New Bodega. Oh, I said on a sigh. I hadn't heard them leave. Chris wanted to check in with the council again, to find out more about the traders, and Grayson thought the townspeople might have seen or heard something the last couple days. They wanted to make a trip before your dad, Harper, and I left again. Good idea, I said, exhausted, and I squeezed his hand. I'll just talk to my dad later. Go get some rest, I said, taking a deep breath as I readied myself to head back inside. I'll be out in a bit. When Jake nodded, I exhaled, trying to breathe out the tightness in my heart and chest. The cottage was quiet when I went inside. I hoped for a brief second that Danny might have finally found comfort in sleep. But that hope quickly diminished as I realized she was drifting, lost in the auroral morning far away from here. And she was glowing. Standing at one of the square, rustic windows in Danny's bedroom, the curtains drawn to the side, I stared out at the farm that was finally less dreary. It was almost bright with afternoon sunshine. I felt a momentary lightness until my dad descended the steps of the farmhouse porch, shoulders slumped as he lumbered toward the barn. I knew he was heading to the woodshop he and Jason had commandeered at the far end of the structure, where there were cobwebbed windows providing ample light to whittle in, a sturdy old table that passed as a decent workbench, and enough room to store discarded and forgotten pieces of wood that they would inevitably turn into something breathtakingly beautiful. It was a small space of their own that was tucked just far enough out of the way that it felt like it existed in its own manageable little world. It was one of the few remaining connections my dad had to Jason, something I'd only just realized. I watched the increasing urgency in his steps, like he couldn't retreat inside his safe haven, his private world, fast enough. My eyes began to sting. I ventured a glance at Danny, who was curled up with Annie on the bed, the small child nestled in her arms as they both drifted, searching for Jason in an entirely different way. Nausea made my stomach clench and roll with unease. Danny was glowing again, a soft, champagne-colored halo that illuminated her as she slept. I squeezed my eyes shut. Pull it together, Zoe. I probably needed more sleep, but not now. Not when every time I closed my eyes I saw the void in my dad's eyes all over again and pictured Jason's childhood room, barren and lonely as I stood inside of it waiting for him to come home. Pull it together. Knowing I needed to get out of the cottage, out of the confines of Jason's house and away from Danny, I snuck out through the front door and headed outside. Of their own accord, my feet followed my dad's path, and I made my way into the barn. My dad had barely spoken to me the previous day when I'd tried to talk to him. He was in complete denial that Jason was anything other than okay, holed up somewhere and waiting for us to find him. At least that was the facade everyone else saw. But everyone else couldn't sense the truth, not like me. Deep down, my dad wasn't so sure of anything. He knew that whatever had happened, our family would be forever changed, that there would be another irreparable hole inside him he could never fill. I took my time crossing the driveway, needing to collect myself before we found ourselves standing in silence, both trying to be strong when all we really wanted was to wake up from the nightmare that had become our lives. I wanted him to talk to me. I needed him to. I needed his reassurance that he was going to get through this, but I was in no hurry to drum up everything I'd been trying to keep contained over the past 7 days, that I'd been trying to keep manageable. What worried me most was that my dad was supposed to be resting, but when a steady hammering emanated from inside the barn, it was clear rest wasn't something he wanted. Woodworking helped calm him down and let him think beyond his emotions. That much I knew about him. He'd always been that way. Jason, too. A slight breeze picked up, sending a flood of chills over my skin despite the warmth of the sun. I stepped into the workshop, stopping a couple yards behind my dad in the shadows of the rafters and the hanging tools and contraptions adorning them. I watched as he pounded with more force than was necessary, over and over, on the frame of a large oak cabinet. When he was done with the hammering, he tore off a piece of sandpaper and went to scrubbing the raw wooden surface with even more fervor. I bit at the inside of my cheek. For some reason, my tethers of strength were shredded at the realization that my dad and Jason were more alike than they'd ever admit. My dad sanded harder and more furiously, desperation pinching his features into a scowl. "Dad?" I said quietly. Lost. He was lost and grasping onto what little sanity remained. I could feel his desperation turning into fear and anguish and rage. I called his name again, but he didn't stop or slow. It was like he hadn't registered I was in the room at all. His graying hair fell into his eyes, and sweat beaded on his brow. Purposely or not, he was shutting me out, just like he'd always done. "Dad," I breathed out shakily, wrapping my arms more tightly around myself. I couldn't ignore the distance that grew between us as I stood only a few feet away from him. I didn't want to lose him too, on top of everything else. I couldn't. Daddy. Finally, he stopped, his chest heaving and his eyes softening as he took in the sight of me. I wiped a straggling tear from my cheek and covered my eyes with my hand, unable to stop the rest of the hot tears I wished would wait just a little while longer. I wanted to disappear. I choked on a sob. It's happening again, isn't it? Seeing him so upset, so closed off from me, was more than I could bear. I'm going to lose you too. I sniffled. One hand crossed over my stomach, gripping onto my side almost painfully as I tried to keep myself rooted, keep myself standing, the other hand still shielding my tears. I didn't want to upset my dad more than he already was, but I couldn't stop the racking sobs that threatened to drop me to my knees. Oh, sweetheart, my dad said, and before I knew it, his arms were around me and he was holding me. I'm so sorry, he could barely say, emotion choking his words until they were little more than a croak. I wrapped my arms around him, gripping his jacket as I tried to hold on to the last person I had left in my family. Why does this keep happening? I wept, feeling like a little girl in need of her dad all over again. Only this time he was actually here with me, comforting me. My dad's arms tightened around me. I don't know, he said, sounding defeated. He laid his cheek against my forehead. I don't know. He took a deep breath, and then another, though it didn't seem to help him reel in his fear and sadness, his anger and confusion. His tears dampened my hair, and I could feel his chest heaving with each escaped sob. I can't lose you again, I whispered, trying to catch my breath. Not like last time. Shh, he crooned. You won't lose me again, Zoe, I promise. You won't lose me again. He held my shoulders and stepped back, using his thumbs to wipe the tears from under my eyes. I need you too, you know. He made no empty promises or reassurances that everything would be okay, but the fact that he was standing there with me, completely vulnerable, was somehow reassuring enough. He wiped the dampness from under his eyes and offered me a weak smile. Hey, Tom, what do you know about the San Rafael area? Gabe stopped mid-step and glanced back and forth between us. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to, I stepped back, the blood draining from my face as I looked at him. No. No what? Gabe looked confused until his widened eyes narrowed and he frowned. What is it? Like Danny, Gabe was surrounded by color. A light purple haze, so soft it was almost gray, surrounded him. You're glowing. Gabe straightened, taken aback. I beg your pardon, I'm what? I took another step backward. I think I'm finally losing my mind. My hands clenched and unclenched at my sides, and I couldn't help what was probably a gaping, horror-stricken expression. Come sit down, sweetheart. My dad led me over to a rusted folding chair. You're just tired. You need to rest. What do you mean glowing, Zoe? Gabe asked, his eyes narrowing as he stepped closer. What does it look like? I let out a slightly strangled laugh and dabbed my damp eyes with my sleeve. Of course, Gabe, the mad scientist, so to speak, was curious, not condemning. It's glowing all around you, I said dryly. A lavender pulsating light. I stared at my dad for a moment, seeing no colorful glow surrounding him. Why does this keep happening to me? I said under my breath. When Gabe's right eyebrow rose, I explained. Danny was glowing too. Really? Gabe widened his stance and crossed his arms over his chest. And when did that start? My dad's grip tightened on my shoulder in supportive reassurance. A couple days ago? I hesitated, wondering if that was true. At least I think it was a couple days ago. I've been seeing colors around people off and on lately, but I'm not sure this is the same thing. I had a concussion the first time, I think, so I'm not sure that counts. My eyes widened. Do you think it was more than a concussion? What if I have brain damage? I knew it wasn't likely, but at the same time, I felt a tad desperate for answers. Gabe didn't seem convinced. Not if it's only Danny, and now me, that you've seen these glowing colors around. I glanced from him to my dad and back, the inside of my cheek raw from pulling it between my teeth. Do you think I'm losing my mind? I was beginning to grow seriously concerned. You're not losing your mind, sweetheart. My dad let out a soft chuckle and patted my knee. Thankfully, Gabe shook his head as well, a small smile quirking the side of his mouth, which made me feel a little better. I don't think it's quite that bad yet, Zoe. He studied my face, like the answers to my puzzling mind were etched someplace only he could see. There's been a lot going on this past week, and with you experiencing everyone else's emotions, it's more than you're used to. It makes sense that your ability might be attempting to cope with the onslaught by transforming the emotional input it receives into something you can sense in a more traditional way. So it'll probably go away, I prompted. Gabe shrugged. There's no way to know for sure. This could be your ability evolving. Or it could just be your mind's way of coping, like I said. Give me some time to study these changes. Then I'll have some answers for you, hopefully. Unfortunately, he said, his gaze shifting back and forth between my dad and me. Let's just say that if this has anything to do with the influx of strong emotions, I don't think it'll go away anytime soon. Not with everything going on around here. I felt a small anvil sink to the pit of my stomach. I didn't want to think about how long our world would be turned upside down, inside out, and wrung out and exposed. Clearing my throat, I asked, but why colors? Why are people glowing? That doesn't even seem connected to emotions. At all. Gabe started to shake his head like he wasn't sure. Could be a form of synesthesia, I suppose. He paused. Maybe if we think of your ability in terms of changing energy levels and intensity. Gabe stopped, his brow furrowed. What? Why are you smiling? I hadn't realized I was. I'm just remembering the last time you provided me with the bruised peach analogy, and an hour later my mind was being ripped open and all my monsters were jumping out at me. Gabe feigned amusement. Analogies help me process, okay? Besides, I was right, wasn't I? Crouching down a few feet from me, one arm draped over a knee, Gabe started to draw in the layer of sawdust covering the workshop floor with the other. Now, if we consider the fact that your ability is emotion-driven, that it likely picks up on other people's raw energy and brainwaves. He drew what looked like a prism with wavelengths coming out of it, letters, which I assumed represented colors, in each section he drew. Energy and light. Color. He muttered to himself. Gabe squinted up at me. If we consider the increase in everyone's emotional output, especially the intensity of Danny's, he said, and his voice dropped as the brightness of his eyes slightly dimmed. He took a deep breath. It could be that you are, in a sense, seeing people's emotions now, not just feeling them. Maybe like the intensity, the frequency, is reaching new levels and creating an energy source strong enough that your mind is processing it the only way it knows how.
The way the vision centers in our brains process light and color. But Danny's color hasn't changed with her emotions, I countered, realizing instantly how strange it was that Danny had a color to begin with. It's been the same since it first appeared. Gabe ran his fingers through his long blonde hair. I don't know. It's just a theory. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Or, my dad said, and Gabe and I both looked at him. Maybe it's not necessarily her emotions you're seeing. You've been able to feel people on an intrinsic level since you got your memory back. Who they are, what they've done, their fears and passions, and everything they don't want you to know about them. All of it in the forefront of your mind if you want it to be. His eyes narrowed. If Gabe's right, then maybe your ability is allowing you not only to feel their emotions and who they are deep down, but to actually see who they are now. He pointed down to Gabe's sketch on the floor. Maybe this visible energy Gabe's talking about isn't for each heightened emotion, but is a manifestation of the basic, raw connection you have with each of them. Which would be even more interesting, Gabe piped in. We're always giving off energy, right? It's what animates our bodies, after all. You've already tapped into our frequencies, so to speak. Maybe now you can see them. You mean like an aura? I asked. I don't really know. I guess, yeah. I mean, considering the general state of genetic instability the rest of us are in, I wouldn't rule out any possibilities at this point. He shrugged. It's different for you being second generation. Your body didn't mutate spontaneously. You were born this way. Your ability may have remained dormant until triggered by Wes's clever little genetic stowaway in the virus, but you were born with a body physically and mentally equipped to handle your ability. Your situation is unique, which makes it extremely difficult for me to diagnose what's happening to you. He scratched the stubble on his jaw. If this new element of your ability goes away, I guess we'll have an answer. Or at least part of one. And that would be... I hedged. I was still struggling to wrap my mind around what exactly they were trying to explain. To put it simply, Zoe, Gabe said with an exhale, you're stressed out at max capacity, and it's showing through your ability, for better or worse. With a grunt, I let out an exhale of my own. My dad's eyes were pensive and waiting. I could tell he anticipated a less than ideal reaction from me, but I was almost beyond the ability to react. Gabe turned his head slightly to the side, also waiting for a response. After a moment, I threw my hands up. Well then, I guess that's settled, I said, standing. They both looked at me expectantly. I need a drink.
Chapter 9, Danny, December 7th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. I stabbed my trowel into the soil, taking out my irritation, my anger on the defenseless earth. I inhaled deeply, the dark, rich smell of damp soil at the peak of fertility filling my nostrils, then huffed. I will find you, whatever your name is. I'd spent every night for the past week using my drifting time to search for Jason and her, but despite the keener senses of the animals whose bodies I'd shared, I'd found nothing, zilch, nada. I stabbed the earth once more. Jack trotted toward me between 2 rows of raised soil, mud caked in his fur. He shook himself off enthusiastically, then planted himself butt first well within my personal space. His nose was wet and cool, but his tongue was warm and slimy. Seriously? I raised my shoulder to wipe my slobbered-on cheek against my hoodie,
but his presence was far from unwelcome.
Mother, upset.
Jack's deep mental voice was somber.
But I am here.
He scooted even closer, though how that was possible I wasn't sure, and nuzzled my neck, the side of my face, my hair. He was dead set on making sure that I knew I wasn't alone, that I knew he was with me. The animals had been big on that kind of thing since Jason's disappearance. They'd become my lifeline, them and Zoe. But then, hadn't that always been the case? I set a baby spinach plant down in the shallow hole I'd dug and turned to wrap my arms around my dog. "I know, sweet boy," I told Jack, both aloud and telepathically. "I know, and I love you so much." He stood partway, the entire back half of his body wiggling with his over-enthusiastic tail wag.
Run with me?
I stared into his amber eyes, knowing full well that he didn't want me to throw down my trowel and launch into a sprint alongside him. He wanted me to drift into him, to mentally and spiritually run with him. "Later, sweet boy." Looking away, I reached for another spinach plant with one hand and my trowel with the other. "I've got work to do right now." Without Jason around to null my ability while I slept, I'd had no choice but to run with Jack, drifting into his mind and that of countless other animals every night. As a result, restful sleep had become a foreign concept to me once again, and nausea a standard facet of daily life, along with fatigue, shaking hands, and an inability to concentrate on much besides when I might be able to drift again. The animals' minds offered a refuge not only from the concerned stares of my friends, but also from the mental, emotional, and physical exhaustion that had become my status quo. I was a wreck, a junkie. I knew it, and I knew that the others were keeping a close eye on me for that very reason. But there really was nothing I could do about it. And considering that it was the most effective way I could assist in the search, there wasn't much I wanted to do about it. I wished I knew how Annie managed to survive by only drifting, never sleeping, but I doubted it was anything replicable. Chris and Gabe hypothesized that it had something to do with the fact that Annie's brain was still developing, and because it was still so malleable, it was able to adapt to her ability, unlike my developed, unmalleable brain. Jack whimpered and once again planted himself essentially on my boot. I sighed. "What is it, sweet boy?"
Angry, sad, scared, lost.
His whine was high-pitched and heartbreaking.
Don't want to leave you alone.
I gently buried the little spinach plant's bundle of roots, then leaned my head on Jack's muddy, furry shoulder. "I'm never alone," I whispered. "Not when you're around." And it was the absolute truth. I'd yet to find an animal I couldn't communicate with, but my connection to some was much stronger than my connection to others. And with Jack and Wings, especially with all of the time I'd spent wholly submerged in their minds lately, it was almost impossible for me to separate myself from either of them completely. We were well and truly tied together, and I didn't mind it one bit. "Now go help Annie," I said, raising my head and nodding toward the orchard some 50 yards from the vegetable garden. Despite the many things that we shared with our neighboring farm friends, the Regens and the Tahoe clan, the orchard and garden were hands-off to anyone who didn't live in the farmhouse or cottage, and would hopefully one day produce all of our personal fruits and vegetables, as well as the herbs and other plants Harper and I were growing for medicinal purposes. I scanned the dormant apple, plum, and cherry trees until I spotted Annie's blonde head. I'd been able to sense her mental signature,
but her little forest green raincoat allowed her to melt right into the background of overgrown companion plants, hyssop, yarrow, and chives for the most part, as she crawled around on the ground in search of earthworms. She was a small child on a mission, and her focus was commendable. "Go," I repeated, and Jack obeyed with only the slightest hesitation. I returned to my work, digging, planting, burying, over and over again. I lost myself in the cathartic motions, finding the ache that settled into my hands a pleasant distraction. I'd opted not to wear gloves, and the sensation of my fingers digging into the cool, damp soil, of the dirt lodging under my fingernails, made me feel connected to the earth, to everything, even to Jason, wherever he was, alive or not. "Stop it," I said under my breath. "You shouldn't be out here, Dee." I started, nearly tearing the root bundle of a spinach plant in two. It wasn't easy for people to sneak up on me, what with my ability to sense their minds and all, but Zoe'd been making a habit of it lately. Or maybe it was that I'd been making a habit of being more or less oblivious to my surroundings. "Sorry." Zoe gingerly stepped over the row of freshly planted spinach and knelt in the dirt facing me. "Thought you heard me." I shrugged, then continued my work. "You're getting your jeans dirty." She ignored my comment. "Have you eaten anything today?" There was a sharp edge to her voice, an accusatory tone that told me she already knew the answer. Again, I shrugged. "I thought we made a deal, Dee." She sounded exasperated. "Until you're able to keep some food down, you rest inside. What happens if you pass out or get sick while you're out here alone?" I tucked another baby plant into its earthy cradle. Zoe's long, slender fingers wrapped around my wrist, preventing me from reaching for another plant. "Have you heard a single word I've said?" She squeezed, her nails digging into the inside of my wrist. "Jesus, Dee, do you even care?" I breathed in and out, in and out, in and out, and then I raised my gaze to meet hers. Zoe's tone, her words, the hurt swimming around in her eyes. This was one of those moments that was a surefire trigger to tears. Or it would have been a week ago, maybe. But now all I felt was emptiness and a need to push, to work, to do and do and do until all of my muscles ached and my brain was incapable of thinking or feeling anymore. Until I was no longer capable of remembering that day. Until I was no longer in danger of thinking about that day. Zoe sighed, and I could tell her patience was thinning. "Why don't we find something for you to do inside at least?" It wasn't really a question. "Come on," Zoe said, her voice somehow both soft and firm. "Let's get you cleaned up." She pulled me up to my feet. I offered no resistance. Not that I would have been able to fend her off anyway. With all of her physical training over the past year, she'd become almost as indomitable as Chris and Sanchez. "Annie." I glanced back as Zoe led me toward the cottage with an arm around my shoulders and a hand latched onto my elbow. My little wild child had abandoned her hunt for earthworms in favor of a game of tag with Jack and Cooper, and I was pretty sure a pair of ravens had joined the fun. The ghost of a smile touched my lips. "Becca made chicken noodle soup and biscuits for lunch," Zoe said as we entered the cottage. We both removed our muddy boots just inside the door. I was quickly escorted to the table, where Zoe all but forced me down into a chair. "Want me to bring you some?" She hustled around the small kitchen, taking up one corner of the cottage's front room, filling up a teapot from one of the gallon water jugs on the tile counter and hanging it on one of the iron hooks Jason had affixed to the inside of the hearth in the attached living room.
I tasted the broth right before I came outside.
Zoe knelt in front of the fireplace, taking pieces of firewood from the stack piled high against the wall and arranging them on the embers still burning from the fire I'd started earlier that morning. She glanced over her shoulder, her eyes lingering on me just long enough for me to catch a glimpse of her anguish.
It's really good. You should try it.
I don't think... But I cut my refusal short when Zoe bowed her head after setting one final piece of firewood on the burgeoning blaze. Sure, soup sounds good. But despite my acquiescence, Zoe's head remained bowed.
Listen, Dee, I wanted to talk to you about, well, I think there's something you're forgetting.
I frowned.
Your memory of what happened that day, of what happened to Jason.
Slowly, she turned on her knees, her hands tangled together.
I was talking to my dad and Gabe about abilities and how the mind works, and it got me thinking, I think that maybe you've blocked something from your mind, something important.
She took a deep breath.
Sort of like how my memory shut down to protect my mind from Claire, you know? It seems only natural, given your duress and the circumstances, that your mind might go in a protective mode, saving you from something you're not ready to deal with yet. And maybe you don't remember all the details.
She paused, gauging my reaction, but she couldn't see it. My heart clenched and my stomach twisted.
But we need to know, or at least we need to find out if I'm right, if there really is something you're forgetting or blocking.
Her blue-green eyes, brilliant with unshed tears, searched mine.
It could be a way for us to get some answers, and that's something we all desperately need. What if you've forgotten something important? Like maybe the woman said something we could use. Maybe Jason wasn't as bad off as you thought. Maybe...
Shaking, I stood and started pacing around the room. I felt trapped, a wild animal caged.
We can't just keep going like this, not knowing. I can't.
I wouldn't do this, wouldn't remember. I couldn't remember. We were opposites in this, Zoe and I. She needed certainty, I needed possibility. No, 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 I repeated under my breath.
Dee.
I can't. I wove a chaotic path around the room. My breathing was quick and shallow, and my head was suddenly pounding. My eyes darted here and there, but I couldn't manage to focus on a single thing. Nothing seemed real. Nothing felt tangible. Nothing was worth this desperation, this agony, this dread. I can't do this. I can't go through it again, even... Dee. Zoe stepped in front of me and grabbed my shoulders. Stop this. When I shook my head and attempted to break out of her hold, her hands only gripped me more tightly.
You have to stop. You're scaring the shit out of me.
I can't, I practically shrieked. I don't want to remember.
So you're saying you won't help?
Zoe's words were sharp, pointed, tactical. They cut a path straight to my heart. My mouth opened and closed several times. I wanted to appease her, wanted to give in. I wanted to do something, anything, that would wash the terror clear from her eyes. I wanted to be strong so badly. My shoulders slumped. I can't do it. Zoe's face, her entire demeanor, softened.
Because you're afraid of what you'll remember?
I blinked rapidly and stared up at the ceiling. Yes. No. I don't know. I took a deep breath. I see him, his blood, every time I close my eyes. Going through it all again. Even just in my mind, I shook my head, desperate for her to understand. I'm barely hanging on now, Zoe. If you're right and I'm repressing something worse, if I actually saw him die... I inhaled shakily and squeezed my eyes shut. Knowing he's gone is one thing, but seeing it again? Opening my eyes, I looked at her. It'll be too much. Zoe was quiet for a long moment. But what if you remember something that'll help us find him? She paused again. I could help you remember if you want. Slowly, I lowered my gaze, forcing myself to look at her. My chin trembled. I'm not ready to find out if... I took another deep breath. I'm not ready. Not yet. Okay. We'll talk about it later. I could hear the disappointment in her voice, but a high-pitched whistle came from the fireplace, and Zoe released me to retrieve the teapot. Let's get you cleaned up and something warm in your belly, okay? I nodded, unable to look her in the eye. I was too ashamed.
Chapter 10. Zoe. December 8th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. I was running in a dew-dampened field. The brisk morning air whipped through my hair, across my face. I felt the muscles in my legs growing weary, and my lungs pushing and pulling for breath, greedy as my heart pumped. The rolling hills were my solace, the sound of muted thudding, a methodic, soothing drum. I felt alive. But my hair was a mane of white and caramel, my body strong and built for exertion I'd never experienced before. My legs were long and hooved. I wasn't me. I was wings. I was Danny. Are you there? The words were a whisper, not on the breeze that whooshed by my ears, but a voice inside my head, stirring me from an existence so foreign and liberating I could almost ignore it. Can you hear me? The voice grew louder. I can feel you. I sat up in bed, disoriented as I registered my surroundings. The raw wood dresser across from me, the matching nightstand to my left, a full glass of water right where I'd left it, my robe in a heap on the floor beside me. I was in the cottage, in Danny's bedroom, the first rays of morning illuminating the room. I tried to catch my breath. My mind was reeling from the dream, and I was a little shaken by the voice that had punctuated it. What just happened? I was certain I'd been drifting, or that I'd experienced Danny drifting as she lay beside me. It was an amazing feeling, primal and uninhibited. I could see why she no longer wanted to fight the urge, even if she had little choice. But the voice, it hadn't been Danny's. It had been a foreign voice, an unnerving, haunting voice that seemed too real to be a dream. It was a stranger's whisper. I scoured the room, my mind seeking a presence in the house. A trail of chills roamed over my skin, and a sinking feeling settled in my stomach. But there was no one in the cottage but Danny, Annie, Jack, and me. Letting out a deep breath, I reached my hand between the mattress and the box spring to retrieve the knife I'd stowed there, just in case. Although I'd never felt unsafe on the farm, I'd learned a long time ago that things could change far too quickly and unexpectedly to allow myself to ever be completely unprepared. Tucking my sheathed knife beneath my pillow for peace of mind, I glanced back down at Danny, lying beside me, and noticed she was glowing again. My eyes widened at first, then narrowed while I tried to embrace this new skill of mine. Rubbing my eyes, I focused on what looked like 2 different colors shimmering around her. I was still getting used to seeing one aura around her, so trying to comprehend 2 left me breathless and a little anxious. Beneath Danny's pale golden glow was a fine, concentrated line of chartreuse, a green so vivid I could almost feel its freshness, its purity. With a sigh, I leaned back against the oak headboard, determined to understand and wrap my mind around the whole aura thing. Are they really emotions that I'm seeing? Intensifying, changing emotions? But Danny's aura had never changed until now, and the colors in her aura hadn't changed as much as separated from one color into 2. There was no fading or brightening in shade. There were 2 completely different colors surrounding her. Danny let out a quiet groan and stirred in her sleep. She rolled over onto her side and pulled her knees in closer to her, hugging herself, almost like she was intuitively trying to keep herself safe. Her dainty hand settled on her stomach, rubbing it ever so slightly. It felt like a bolt of lightning came out of the sky and struck me where I sat. Some of the scattered pieces composed of the past handful of days began to fall into place. Danny's ongoing nausea and trips to the bathroom, her fatigue and spiraling hormones, her dividing aura. All of it was more than a grief-stricken, broken heart. With a veil of tears blurring my vision, I reached out, gently shaking Danny back to her body. "Dee," I said, uncertain whether the tightness in my chest was happiness or sadness or a mixture of both. "Danny." I shook her more vehemently. I didn't want her waking up to me in hysterics. "Danny, come back." Like she'd been stirred from sleep instead of from the mind of her equine friend, Danny blinked her eyes open and peered up at me. Her expression quickly pinched with worry. She sat up. "What is it? What's wrong?" Her eyes searched my face in the dim light, quickly filling with dread. "Dee?" I breathed, trying to gauge what her reaction would be. I couldn't help my smile or my tears, just as I couldn't stop myself from saying, "I think you're pregnant."
Chapter 11. Danny, December 8th, 1 AE, The Farm, California.
"I think you're pregnant."
My heart stumbled for a couple beats. I opened my mouth, drew in a breath slowly, then pressed my lips together and frowned. "Zoe, what are you talking about?" Yawning, I rubbed my eyes and flopped onto my back, grateful Zoe was just being ridiculous and wasn't waking me up to deliver more bad news. Annie was locked in a snuggle ball with Jack on my right, and trying not to disturb them, I stretched my arms over my head and pointed my toes in as unobtrusive of a stretch as I could manage.
The nausea flare-ups, your wild emotions, your exhaustion.
Zoe's voice was little more than a whisper. I squinted up at her. She was hovering over me, her face both flushed and tensed. She looked like she was holding back both tears and laughter simultaneously. "I don't see why any of that means I'm pregnant," I croaked, then cleared my throat. "Harper says it's normal for a grieving person to experience—"
"Your aura,"
Zoe interrupted, shaking her head adamantly.
"It's split." And I heard a voice.
She struggled to keep her own voice down. My eyebrows rose. "My aura." I studied her face, a mask of contradictions. "My aura's split? And you heard a voice?" I couldn't help the thick threads of skepticism laced throughout my words. "Since when are you into metaphysical aura stuff? I thought that was all too woo-woo for you." Zoe pulled back, propping herself up in a somewhat sitting position with one hand.
I never said that.
I reached over and twirled one of Annie's blonde ringlets around my index finger. When we were in 10th grade and Grams told you your energy was out of balance and making your aura all wackadoo, I believe your exact words were, "No offense, Grams, but isn't that a little woo-woo, even for you?" Zoe scoffed.
I did not.
Pursing my lips, I speared her with my most level Grams-like stare. Zoe ran her fingers through her disheveled hair and exhaled in exasperation.
Well, I didn't say it like that.
I snorted.
And it's not like I can ignore the fact that you're constantly glowing,
Zoe said, her gaze flicking to what I assumed was the glimmer around me. She took a deep breath.
For the past week or so, I've been seeing auras around you guys, or at least some of you.
A small, self-effacing smile touched her lips.
Well, it's really only been you and Gabe, and maybe Jake and Sanchez, but still. Yours was a golden glow. That's all, just a steady, single golden glow. But now there's another color underneath, green. It's still surrounding you, but it's more vibrant and defined. It's just different.
That doesn't mean I'm pregnant. It was Zoe's turn to settle a level stare on me. I'm not pregnant. My shrill denial roused the dog and little girl sleeping beside me, and I tossed them an apologetic smile. Go on and snuggle up in your room, sweetie. Jack and Annie groggily crawled off the bed and made their way down the hall. Lowering my voice and pitch, I looked at Zoe and repeated, I'm not pregnant. Curling her legs under herself, Zoe turned to face me fully and raised a single eyebrow.
Our cycles have been synced up almost perfectly for the past few months,
she said matter-of-factly. It was true and hardly surprising. With the close living and working proximity, the ladies of the farm had all slipped into the same monthly cycle.
And my period started 3 days ago.
Zoe cocked her head to the side.
Did yours?
My breath caught, and I slowly pushed myself up onto my elbows. I shook my head. No. My hands settled on my lower abdomen, the fingers of my right hand twisting the smooth wooden band on my left ring finger. No, it didn't. Frantically, my mind started calculating how long it had been since my last period, trying to find some twisted version of the theory of relativity that would stretch out the days for me. That would explain why my period was late when the other women on the farm were right in the heart of theirs. It could be stress, I said numbly. My gaze sought out Zoe's. And that I haven't been eating much or sleeping. Maybe all the drifting, and the stress and the lack of food and the...
D.
Zoe's voice was soft, kind. She reached out, placing her hand over mine.
When we were sleeping, I picked up on your mind. Sort of drifted with you for a while. And then this unfamiliar voice called out to me. It was really weird, actually.
She shook her head for about the millionth time.
Look, the point is, I think it might have been the baby.
She frowned.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Sure, I said, shaking my head.
D.
Zoe leaned in, squeezing my hand.
Trust me, you're pregnant. I know it.
I don't... I opened my mouth, shook my head, closed my mouth, shook my head again. Tears welled in my eyes as joy, pure and unexpected, became a gathering storm in my chest. Jason had been gone for almost 2 weeks now, and it was as though I suddenly carried a piece of him, a real, physical, tangible piece of him, inside me. Because if Zoe was right, I did. And deep down, I knew she was right. Then, panic flared. I'd been spending the days since Jason's disappearance in a state of near starvation, stressed out to the point of being catatonic, and I'd been drifting every time I fell asleep. I'd been doing everything I shouldn't be doing to support another growing life. "Zoe," I said, lurching to a sitting position. "All the drifting." I felt instantly ill, my stomach twisting and knotting and my heart beating so quickly it was practically tripping over itself. "That can't be good for it." "The baby," Zoe said with a slightly troubled smile. "And all the not eating." I clutched her hand hard enough that she winced, but I couldn't let go. "I'm starving it. And oh my God, what about the genetic instability and all that crap that your mom wrote about?" The tears streaking down my face that had been born in a moment of unbridled joy were instantly soured by my sudden terror. Am I going to lose it? Because according to Dr. Wesley's research, that was the inevitable result of a pregnancy conceived within the first several years of the genetic mutation. I'd seen the charts myself, the data collected from dozens, maybe hundreds of women and their miscarriages. Am I going to lose Jason's baby? Zoe's smile faltered, then faded completely. "Come on." She pulled me up and off the side of the bed with her. "I'm taking you to Harper, and Gabe, and Chris, and my dad." She practically dragged me out of the room, not pausing when she called to the other bedroom. "Stay here, Annie. I'll send someone out to watch you in a few minutes." My stomach tossed and turned. "Zoe," I said as my best friend pulled me outside. "Zoe," I repeated, jogging on shaking limbs to keep up with her long strides down the stone pathway that connected the cottage to the farmhouse. "Zoe!" I planted my bare heels on the pathway before we reached the farmhouse's porch steps. Zoe turned, eyes brilliant and wild in the pale morning light. "What?" "I need to..." I pressed my free hand to my stomach as my inner muscles gave an enthusiastic heave. Bending double, I vomited up a liquidy mess of water, bile, and what remained of the few crackers I'd managed to keep down the previous night. I gagged a few more times, coughed, and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. Slowly I straightened, feeling like I was about 1,000 years old. "Puke," I finally finished. And then my knees buckled and the lights went out. I lay in the twin bed Harper used as an exam table and shut my eyes while I listened to the others. Zoe reclined beside me on the bed, every few seconds adjusting the cool, damp cloth on my forehead, shifting a strand of my hair, checking the IV needle feeding fluids into my dehydrated body, and generally fussing over me in all of the most comforting ways. My heart clenched. I was so incredibly grateful for her. She really was the greatest best friend I ever could have asked for. I had no clue what I'd done to deserve her, but there was no way I was ever letting her go. Gabe, Harper, Tom, and Chris were sitting in mismatched chairs arranged in a semicircle around the bed, doing a poor job of keeping calm while they discussed my situation. More like argued about my situation.
"The data couldn't be any clearer,"
Gabe exclaimed.
"So long as one set of contributing DNA is stable, the embryo has a chance to make it over the crucial hurdle to the fetus stage and..." "The data's clear?" Harper cut in. "It was collected from a study done on pregnancies with a 100% fail rate." "And Sarah!" Gabe's retort was a perfect verbal jab, whose gametes had to have been stable for years, according to the letter from Zoe's mom.
In my mind's eye, I pictured Harper waving a hand irritably at the letter that Gabe was no doubt brandishing like it was the Rosetta Stone of this new era of human reproduction.
But Biggs's weren't,
Chris said. There was the sound of chair legs scratching on hardwood, then quick, heavy footsteps as someone, Harper, I thought likely, started pacing around the room. I cracked my eyes open a smidge to confirm.
"Yeah," he said, "but Biggs wasn't the one carrying the child. It was Sarah, the genetically stable of the two."
Gabe scoffed. It was a rough, ugly sound.
"How many times, in how many different ways, do I have to explain to you that doesn't matter? As long as either the egg or the sperm is genetically stable. And how many different times do I have to remind you that you're hypothesizing?"
I'd never heard laid-back Harper so worked up. I knew that he and Gabe tended to rub each other the wrong way and as a result didn't spend much time together, but I hadn't realized just how combative their relationship had become.
"Jesus, man. You're not even a medical doctor. You're a geneticist. And you're a medic."
Gabe's 4 simply stated words filled the infirmary with silence.
"Would you both knock it off? Here? Now? Isn't the time for this discussion?"
Zoe said, her voice cool and level. It reminded me painfully of the tone her brother's voice took on when his patience had run out and the time for unquestionable commands had arrived. Someone cleared a throat. Someone else coughed. The tension grew, becoming thick and choking. My interest in remaining in the room was quickly waning, though I doubted that either Harper or Gabe, or any of the others for that matter, would be willing to let me leave. No, I was stuck in that room until all 5 of my nurses and doctors were satisfied that I was in tip-top baby-growing shape. Or, at least, my body was stuck in that room. My mind, on the other hand. I sought out Jack's mind and found him herding Annie around the beehives while Carlos tended to our fuzzy, buzzing little friends. I searched for Wings's mind next, thinking we might resume our carefree run through the pasture, but she was happily grazing, and I didn't want to disturb her. I'd been avoiding creating too close of a connection with birds since Ray's death, but the idea of flying, the feeling of the crisp winter air streaming all around me, and of breaking the chains of gravity, at least for a little while, was immensely appealing. So I started scanning the avian mines nearby, searching for a bird of prey, a huntress. That sounded like exactly what I needed at the moment, to feel free and powerful, not vulnerable, not weak, not pathetic. Plus, I had the mother of all prey to hunt for. Her.
"Excuse me."
Becca's voice pulled me back to my body, and I opened my eyes to find her standing in the doorway. Every time I saw her, I was reminded of our conversation about love, about the costs and benefits, about its worth. And every time I chickened out and didn't ask her if she'd known what would happen that day. I didn't think I was ready to handle the repercussions if she'd really had a vision. The blame I would place on her would be brutal. The blame I'd place on myself unbearable. I glanced around the infirmary. The others stared at Becca, owl-like and apprehensive, exactly how I felt. Finally, after doing a long, slow scan of the room and all of the faces within it, Becca's eyes met mine. A small smile curved her lips.
"You will not lose the baby."
A collective exhale filled the room, but Becca wasn't done.
So long as you stay on this farm until the baby is born, it will live.
Wait, what? I blurted. Why? What'll happen to the baby if I leave? I couldn't wrap my brain around how this geographical location could be so important to the livelihood of mine and Jason's child.
An unborn child cannot be safe and healthy if its mother is not safe and healthy,
she said, as though her words made any sense at all.
Becca,
Zoe said, drawing the young regen's name out.
What are you saying?
Becca turned violet-gray eyes on Zoe.
If Danny stays on the farm until the child is born, both will be fine.
Her eyes shifted to me.
But if you don't, you will most likely die. I was a seagull. I swooped and climbed and dove, riding the swirling air currents gleefully while I searched for an area of stability to glide with ease. She who flew with me wished to search the coastline for the one she called Mate Killer, a female two-leg she'd been hunting for days. I would aid in her search gladly. The only thing better than a good hunt was a good long fly, and the search for Mate Killer afforded me both. Mate Killer was a danger to her young, she who flew with me told me. Mate Killer couldn't be allowed to roam free. A danger to one's young must always be eliminated. It is known. It is the way of things. Danny. I felt she who flew with me pull away enough that her thoughts were no longer an extension of mine. I willed her to stay with me. The hunt was far from over. Danny. She who flew with me pulled away further, until I could sense little more than her gratitude and her farewell. And then, between one flap of my wings and the next, she was gone.
Mace? I knew it was him sitting beside the infirmary's twin bed before I'd even opened my eyes. So familiar was his steadfast presence. Regen's minds felt different than those of us still living our first, and hopefully only, lives, but like the rest of us, each Regen mind was unique and, if I'd spent enough time with them, easily recognizable. I opened my eyes, taking in Mace's troubled features barely a foot from mine. I shifted my head away on the pillow just a smidge. "Everything okay?" Mace straightened in the chair he'd situated beside the bed.
"Sorry. I thought maybe you'd actually fallen asleep, and I didn't want to wake you if you were getting good rest."
I offered him a relieved smile and shook my head. He was such a considerate, kind soul, a valuable reminder that one should never judge a book by its cover, so to speak. He might have looked big and mean and scary with all of his bulky muscles and tattoos, not to mention that his resting expression was essentially a scowl, but he was the gentlest of giants. At least, he was when he didn't fear for the lives of those he cared about. "I was just drifting," I told him, "so don't worry about it." He returned my smile with a grateful one of his own. I did a quick scan of the room. "Where's Camille?" I knew he wouldn't take the question as me being underwhelmed by his solo visit. The two were always together, with Mace literally functioning as the petite Regen's voice whenever necessary. Mace's smile wilted.
"She's with Becca."
He shifted in his chair, leaning forward a little and resting his elbows on his knees.
"She believes Becca has been hiding things, and while I was skeptical at first, I now believe Cammy might be correct."
My gut told me she was right too, but I didn't voice that opinion just yet. Instead, I worried my bottom lip with my teeth while I thought of how to respond. What changed your mind? Mace took a deep breath, then let it out slowly.
Cammy was with her before she came up here to deliver the prophecy about the baby.
He glanced at the open doorway to the hallway, then leaned in a few inches more.
I wasn't sure whether I should tell anyone else. I didn't want to make you all mistrust her, because I know her, and I have never known her to do something malicious, so I feel certain that her intentions are good. So I thought I should ask you. You always know what the right thing to do is.
I snorted my disagreement with that statement. If you say so.
You do.
Mace said earnestly.
You helped us find a way out of the colony, away from Father, and helped us find a home.
He paused.
You helped us find a way to be together. We owe you everything.
I smiled and broke eye contact, more than a little uncomfortable with his praise. It was nothing, I said, barely a murmur.
It was everything,
Mace said, his words filled with so much conviction that I couldn't not meet his stare.
And you must know that Cammy and I would do anything to keep you safe.
He smiled a slightly shy, slightly eager smile.
You and your baby. We'll be here, no matter what.
Tears welled in my eyes more quickly than I could have imagined. When they spilled over the brim, I didn't even bother to swipe them away because they were happy tears, the result of a suddenly overflowing heart. While the thought of bearing Jason's child was comforting simply because he or she would be his, it was also the most terrifying thing in the world. Now was a horrible time to raise a child, this world a terrible place filled with dangers and struggle and the always present possibility of starving or falling victim to a crazy or a cruel or greedy survivor. But to realize that Mace and Camille would be there, not to mention the rest of my companions on the farm, two-legged, furred or feathered, it was more comforting than words could ever express. Thank you, Mace, I said, my voice husky and my smile wobbly. That means everything. He grinned.
You are a sister to me. I'll always be here when you need me. Cammy and me, both.
My smile faltered as my thoughts returned to Camille and the reason for her absence. What happened with Becca? I asked gently. What made you doubt her? Mace's expression grew serious, and if I hadn't known him better, I would have thought it was a scowl.
Before she left Cammy and came up here, Cammy overheard Becca say to herself, "It is time."
I stared at him, frowning. I'm not quite following you.
She knew,
Mace said.
She knew of the pregnancy, and that you would need to remain on the farm, but didn't say anything. She knew, but said nothing until it was time.
He scowled in earnest.
It makes me wonder what else she knows, but doesn't say.
Anger was suddenly an inferno burning in my chest. I couldn't avoid the possible truth any longer. Do you think she knew what would happen to Jason? Mace blinked once and straightened in his chair.
I don't know.
He narrowed his eyes.
Do you?
I'm not sure.
But you suspect it.
He cocked his head to the side.
Why?
It was a conversation we had a few days before that day. My eyebrows drew together as I thought back on what Becca had actually said. not on what I'd been twisting her words into in the darkest recesses of my mind. She was asking about love, about whether it was worth the potential pain and loss. I shook my head, finding that my memory of her actual words wasn't nearly as damning as I'd made it out to be. She said that even with her visions, tomorrow is never certain, and that she needed to know if the good balanced the bad where love was concerned, because as a regen, she doesn't always feel things so strongly. She can't always relate. Mace nodded as I recounted what I remembered. His eyes squinted thoughtfully. When I was finished, he remained silent for several more long, deep breaths.
I can see why her words have troubled you.
He paused, his stare distant. A moment later, his eyes refocused on mine.
But I think it's just a coincidence. Or maybe, if what she said relates to her visions, it has to do with something else. Becca never does anything without purpose, and I do not see what effect those words could have had on the outcome of that day,
he said, emphasizing the final two words just as I had. I frowned. I suppose.
You and Jason were already in love, had been for some time. I think it is more likely that she sought your opinion to determine whether or not she should interfere in the yet-to-be-formed relationship of another pair. Or maybe she was asking for more personal reasons?
I rolled his words around in my head, testing their weight, measuring their merit. His points were valid, his logic sound, echoing things I'd wondered myself. Relief blossomed in my chest, and I smiled broadly. You know what, Mace? His eyebrows rose. I think you're right. I laughed softly. It felt like it had been ages since I'd laughed, but it died quickly. I think I've been seeing monsters where there are none. I reached out and took hold of his hand, finding further amusement in the extreme way that it dwarfed mine. And I think you and Camille should give Becca the benefit of the doubt, too. For now. Mace glanced at the doorway sidelong.
Well, it's a little late for that. Cammie's talking to her right now.
I know. I gave his hand a squeeze. But maybe don't blow the whistle on her just yet. Mace looked at me quizzically. Smiling to myself, I shook my head. There was nothing like having a regen around to remind me just how confusing our language could be. Don't tell the others just yet. Like you said. I shrugged one shoulder. She's never shown anything but the best of intentions. I forced another smile, ignoring the 4 little words that whispered through my mind. The road to hell.
Chapter 12. Zoe. December 9th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. Kneeling in the damp earth, in a row of overgrown herbs, I reveled in the sunshine beating down on my face, heating my clothes like on a warm summer day and causing me to sweat despite the brisk breeze. I wasn't sure how I'd survived on the East Coast for so long. The wind and rainstorms in California were nothing like the harsh, snowy winters in Massachusetts, but I'd needed the sun on my skin all the same to refuel the depleted parts of myself that had resulted from endless hours indoors. Although working with Danny in the herb garden she and Harper had been tending since summer wasn't one of my usual activities around the farm, it was the perfect task today. I was able to bask in the bone-thawing sunshine while keeping an eye on my pregnant, emotionally wrought best friend. Although the search for Jason's body or the woman traitor hadn't been officially called off, it wasn't lost upon me that after this long we likely wouldn't find them. And I knew we needed to keep busy if Danny was going to be able to take care of her baby the way she needed to. Besides, it was nice to do something with my hands that didn't result in calluses, splinters, or cramping from holding a pencil for too long, though it had been a while since I'd done any of that even. I wiped the perspiration from my forehead with the back of my hand and ventured a quick glance at Danny, who was weeding a few rows ahead of me. She was covered in soil and dead, leafy debris like me, and she was humming, a sound I hadn't heard from her since Jason disappeared. This was good. The pregnancy was good. I allowed myself to smile. In the last 24 hours, I'd worried a lot that Danny might struggle with the idea of having and raising a baby without Jason by her side, but I'd had it backwards. This baby, this piece of Jason, seemed to be the one thing bringing Danny back to life. Almost happily, I plucked off a few dead leaves and put them in my nearly full bucket. We'd been at it for a couple hours, crouched in the soil, picking and pruning and focusing on the rotted or burned greens that didn't look like they belonged in the numerous teas that Danny often made to remedy my cramps or help me sleep. And after I collected the mulchy decay that gathered around the base of one plant's stalk, I sidestepped and knelt by the next. It felt good to start working again. We needed to busy ourselves, Danny and I, to refuel and find some form of normalcy while Jake and my dad were still out, tirelessly searching for Jason's body. They wouldn't let go. Part of me hated myself for trying, and my lingering smile faltered. Harper's chuckle as he exited the farmhouse and trekked toward us drifted over on the slight breeze. After wiping my brow again, I squinted up at the sun. It was directly above us, perking everything up that was soggy from foggy days and lack of sunshine. "Hey, Dee," I said loudly, so she'd hear above her humming. She looked up from her yarrow plant, one of the only plants I could easily recognize, since it was a wildflower that grew all along the coast. "What's up, Zoe?" She wiped the sweat from her own brow as she turned and squinted at me. My eyes flicked to the sun and back. "It's getting pretty warm. Maybe you should take a break? Get some lunch or something to drink." Danny frowned and glanced from Harper, headed toward us, to me. I knew that look. "You're not hungry, are you?" I said, feeling a prick of disappointment. She'd been trying to eat more, but it didn't seem to be getting any easier for her to keep much down. With an audible breath, her hand instinctively went to her belly. "I'll find something, maybe some crackers or—" "Hey, ladies," Harper called as he strode closer. I pivoted around to face him. His smile was wide, but didn't exude its usual charm. "Hey, H, how was New Bodega? Did you find some nutrition drinks for Danny?" His smile faltered a bit, and his brows pinched together, like he wasn't sure he should say. "What is it?" I asked. "Nobody had any?" I wasn't sure what we would do if her nausea kept acting up. "No, I traded a few of my tinctures, the alcoholic kind." He winked. "For a case of them. I even threw in a few of Danny's herbal remedies so I could get an assortment of flavors." He flashed his Harper smile at Danny. "I hope you like strawberry and chocolate. He only gave me one vanilla." Danny let a small smile play on her lips, and she gave him a thumbs up. "Sounds good. Thanks for doing that for me." "Of course. Besides, it gave me a guinea pig to test my new concoctions out on." Harper's eyebrows danced, and I appreciated his attempt to keep the mood light. I snorted. "Great, I can see it now. You'll be a big-time bootlegger in no time." I stood up, wiping my hands on my jeans. Harper winked again, though like before, his smile didn't quite touch his eyes. He was exhausted, and worry creased the skin around his eyes, though he tried to hide it. "You know I like to ruffle feathers, baby girl." "Oh, don't I know it?" I grumbled and turned to Danny, who was now standing beside me. "How does a nutrition shake sound?" I asked, hopeful. "Think you can keep it down?" "I guess we'll see." Both of us shrugged, though we were far from indifferent about it, and Danny started toward the house. "I'll be right behind you, Dee." Danny and I exchanged glances, and she offered me a sympathetic smile, her gaze sliding to Harper a moment.
"It's okay, Zoe. I think I might lie down after my snack."
"Okay," I said, distracted as I saw Biggs prominent in Harper's mind. "How is he?" I asked, my gaze leveling on Harper. "I mean, him and the twins. Are they, okay?" I'd been thinking about them a lot, especially since finding out Danny was pregnant. "He seems a little frazzled, but yeah, I think they're doing okay." "Yeah?" The knot in my chest loosened but didn't disappear. "Well, that's good." I miss them like crazy, and the fact that Biggs and the kids weren't around because of me made the sting of their absence feel like a yawning emptiness, no matter the months that had passed since Biggs had stormed out of here. Harper's eyes brightened. "He actually helped me find the guy to trade with for Danny's shakes. Seemed pretty concerned about her situation." "That's good," I said, a little too weakly. There'd been a lingering, burning question I'd had for him since his heated argument with Gabe in the clinic. "Hey, H," I finally said. "I saw a flash of your vision yesterday morning." I turned back to the scraggly plant at my feet. I didn't want to see that look of sympathy on Harper's face as he remembered it, just like I didn't want to bother him with more questions he either didn't want to or couldn't answer, but I had to. "It was about Danny and the baby, wasn't it?" I said quietly, nervous to know about the vision in its entirety. I busied myself with pruning, waiting for his response. "You saw that, huh?" I nodded. "What was it, H?" I felt it, his concern for Danny, more than I saw anything telling in his mind. Just a glimpse of Danny struggling, a lot. Nothing that we haven't already seen, but enough to know that there's little hope of finding. "I know," I whispered. "I figured as much." I pulled what was left of the dying leaves off with more fervor than was probably necessary as I busied myself. The whole thing looked more like a weed than a medicinal component anyway, but what did I know? As I tore the last leaf off, I paused. "H? What's that smell?" I scanned the area around me. Reluctantly, I brought my fingers to my nose and cringed. What the hell is this plant? I pivoted back to Harper, who simply stood there, watching me with a shit-eating grin on his face. My face scrunched as I brought my hand back to my nose, trying to figure out how something so ordinary-looking could smell so pungent. "It smells like curdled milk." I tried to shake the scent away, hoping it hadn't seeped into my fingertips or singed into my nose. Harper chuckled. "It's valerian. The root's an anxiety suppressor." "Really? As much as it disgusts me to think of ingesting this, I could probably use a shot of this stuff." Interest piqued, I made the stupid decision to smell it again, then wiped my fingers off on my pants. "Nope, never mind. It's not worth it." "Here," Harper said, and he tossed me his flask. "Why don't you take a shot of this instead?" My eyes widened with delight. "Doctor," I said, mouth agape and muddy hand against my chest, "I'm not sure whether I should be elated or think you completely distasteful and unprofessional." Harper shoved his hands into his pockets, his smile once again weak but present, as always. "Lucky I'm not really a doctor, then," he said. Even with his island-dark skin, I could see the shadows beneath his eyes and the exhaustion that filled their green depths. I twisted off the cap and followed him over to a fallen log that stretched out beneath one of the nearby oak trees. When I brought the cool metal of the flask to my mouth, I wasn't surprised to taste the bite of rum, but the aftertaste was more acerbic than I'd expected. "Delightful," I lied, blowing out the fumes. "Made this all by yourself, did you?" But for all the shit I gave him, his special concoction did just the trick, both enlivening and steadying every one of my senses as it coated my insides. I plopped down beside him and let out a deep breath. "So, how long is Danny's whole morning sickness can't hold anything down period supposed to last?" Harper closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the trunk of the oak whose severed limb we were resting on. "If it's just baby morning sickness, it should end soon. I hope. But if it's stress and nerves and Jason's sickness, I'm not sure. And then there's the drifting." I'd had a feeling he would say that. I took another swig of Harper's home brew and handed him back his flask. I haven't had a shot of anything in a while. My eyes began to water just a little. Too bad Danny can't have a drink. She could use one, I muttered. "How's she holding up?" he asked, taking a swig and staring down at the small metal canister. I nudged his shoulder. Strangely, I think she's doing a little better now. It's like she has more to live for, you know? "Makes sense," Harper said. He sighed and crossed his arms over his chest. His eyes closed, and I sensed his thoughts as he considered his multiple conversations with Gabe, what Gabe knew about all the failed pregnancies, in addition to how dangerous carrying a child through the first trimester would normally be, and added to that the heap of extra stress that Danny had been under lately. "Hey, H," I said after a moment. "I know you don't agree with Gabe so much, but do you really think Danny's in danger?" His eyelids cracked open, and he stared blankly ahead. "I think that it doesn't matter what Dr. Wesley wrote, or what happened with Sarah, or what Becca says. The truth is, we have no idea what Danny's in for, especially given your family's bloodline. And without the machines and conveniences that would help us find out, it's a waiting game. We can hope and prepare all we want, but there's never any certainty with childbirth. And that scares the shit out of me." "Too bad you can't choose your visions," I said wistfully. "That would sure be helpful right about now." Harper nodded. Sarah had been pregnant for about 5 months before she had the twins. I couldn't help wondering how we were going to get through the next 4 months. Danny without Jason, and me without a healthy Danny, without my brother, and possibly without Jake. He'd been gone so much, searching and frustrated and confused. I was beginning to feel more alone than I'd felt in a long time. "But you have the rest of us to help, H. Despite your differences with Gabe, he's a really good person to have around. And you have me, too. I'll watch the little one's aura. It's already getting stronger, and to be honest, it's the only one I see now consistently. Hopefully it keeps getting stronger." I smiled, hoping my reassurances would put that real, true Harper smile back into his eyes. That's gotta be a good sign. Then I realized something. We're really lucky you stayed behind this last search. I don't think Danny would have gotten through it without having you here. I leaned back, my shoulder brushing his. I replayed her collapsing just before we'd reached the house. "Yes, she would have. She's got you, baby girl." I rested my head on Harper's shoulder. "Thanks, H." I thought about all that Danny and I had been through in the last year, and it seemed that the coming months would be the most grueling yet. "Did you know," I said, thinking about how painfully amazing it was that Danny was pregnant with my brother's child. "Danny's been in love with Jason since the first day she met him, back when we were in elementary school?" I sat up to gauge Harper's reaction. "Really?" He raised an eyebrow, and amusement lifted some of the gloom from his voice. Yep, and no matter what he says, I think he always saw something special in her, too. I thought back to our freshman year of high school, when Jason found me and Danny down on the beach having a bonfire with a group of guys from school. He'd been beyond livid. Until that night, he'd never scolded me and Danny both for anything. "You shouldn't be hanging around those assholes," he'd said. "You shouldn't be down here to begin with. It's dangerous. What were you two thinking?" But Jason had always known that Danny and I had gone down to the beach at night hundreds of times before. We'd watched stars and gotten drunk and camped out when we just needed to get away. He'd known all of that and had never cared. But suddenly, because two of the most popular, hottest guys in our class were with us, one of them rumored to have a huge crush on Danny, Jason had suddenly felt protective. Just when I think I remember the moment my brother started looking at her a little differently, I added, I find another hidden jewel of a memory. I actually wonder if there was ever a time when he didn't love Danny in some way. And it was true. As difficult as it had been to digest the fact that they were sleeping together in the beginning, now it wasn't surprising to me at all. Just goes to show you that whatever is supposed to happen will happen, I guess, no matter the circumstances along the way. But then I regretted my words. It was hard to stomach the reality that Danny was having Jason's child and he was gone. Was that supposed to have happened? Thinking about it brought the ebbing unease crashing back over me. Memories were terrible that way, complex and filled with ravines that swallowed you up and threatened to drown you. They always seemed to surface in your strongest moments, knocking you back down to a pathetic heap of despondency. "Zoe!" Sam's voice echoed across the garden, rousing me. I sat up and peered over leafy herbs at his small form, his bow draped over his shoulder and my crossbow in his hand. "Archery practice this afternoon or what?" he called. "Better get moving, baby girl," Harper said, winking at me as I stood. "I hear Sam is still kicking your ass during practice. Seems to be the norm lately." "Oh, is that what you heard?" I sneered. "Well, it's true," I admitted. I actually wasn't sure if I would be any good today either. Too many distractions. Though the 2 shots of moonshine or whatever it was were kicking in, it was good feeling a little less tense. Harper smiled and stretched as he stood. "I'll finish up here. Sam's too excited to deny this go-around, and you two deserve a little bit of fun." "Thanks, H." I raised up on my tiptoes and kissed his cheek. "You're the best." "Don't forget you said that," he called behind me as I maneuvered through the rows of herbs, heading toward Sam. Sam's face brightened as I drew closer. I figured today was as good a day as any to have my ass handed to me again. Sure, I could hit a target, but never with the hair's breadth precision that Sam could, though it was fun to try. But the second I smiled at that, I felt like a horrible person. Is it too soon? "Here," Sam said, and he handed me my crossbow. "Thanks, Sam," I said, and grabbing hold of the grip that was heavier than I remembered, I followed after him. When we reached the shooting range on the other side of the pond, I eyed the painted human-shaped target that was marred with numerous bullet and arrow holes. Pausing for a moment, I couldn't help but wonder if Jason had been scared when the traitor had shot him, or if he'd been too worried about Danny to care. I pivoted to another target, to the outline of a buck grazing behind a tree. "You sure you want to do this, Zoe?" Sam asked, concern softening his voice. "I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. I'll understand. It's just practice." I offered him a false smile and nodded toward the targets. "Of course I want to," I said. You know me, I'm always up for a challenge. Leaning my crossbow against my leg, I tucked the loose strands of hair behind my ears and readied myself to get schooled by a 10-going-on-11-year-old. Sam smiled. I could tell he was anxious for things to get back to a semblance of normal. Although he and Jason hadn't been extremely close, Jason had still been a prominent part of all of our lives, and his absence was acute to everyone. I took a deep breath, and then another, determined to give Sam a run for his money. With my crossbow loaded, I released the safety and found my shooting stance. Deciding on a lung shot, I zeroed in on my target, aligning it perfectly in my sights. Just as I was about to press the release, a strange sensation filled me, making my fingers and toes tingle.
"Why are you so sad?"
A voice whispered in my ear. The arrow was long gone by the time I realized I'd even pressed the release. In a second, I was turned around, my heart racing as my gaze darted around the targets, the trees. Sam was 5 feet away, and he had a sheepish grin on his face.
"You missed it by a mile," he gloated.
"Why did you do that?" I asked. He frowned.
"Do what?"
"Distract me like that. That's low, even for you, Sam." Sam was shaking his head even before he opened his mouth to say anything.
"I didn't do anything."
I pivoted right, glancing around the house, down the drive, unable to shake the unsettled feeling that lingered.
"I'm not a cheater, Zoe."
I registered the hurt on Sam's face.
"I know, Sam. I'm sorry.
I thought you whispered something to distract me. It was probably just the wind." Letting out a deep breath, I squinted downrange, unable to even find my arrow. I truly had missed my mark by a handful of feet at least.
"Are you sure you're okay?"
Sam asked. When I looked at him, his head was tilted in concern. I winked, rallying myself to ignore the surge of goosebumps that now covered my skin.
"I think your skill is just too intimidating for me, Sam."
His grin turned into a laugh, but I couldn't help glancing around the yard one last time, just to be sure there was no one watching.
Chapter 13. Danny, December 9th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. Lying on my back on my bed, the dim afternoon light filtering in through the curtains, I traced the stitching of Graham's quilt with the fingertips of one hand. My other hand was resting on my belly, where it usually seemed to be lately. It wasn't that I could feel any bump or movement. It was too soon for that kind of thing, even with the accelerated pregnancies we had to look forward to these days. But rather that I could sense something, a presence. My child, Jason's child. The thought was bittersweet, as usual, and though the sweetness had a tendency to outweigh the bitterness, I seemed to be in a bit of a funk. This time, the bitterness was winning. I glanced at my afternoon snack, a strawberry nutrition shake sitting, half-consumed, on the bedside table. It was settling in my stomach just fine, for once, but no matter how many pep talks I gave myself, no matter how worried I was about getting sufficient nutrition, I couldn't bring myself to finish the drink. I had no appetite at all. And to make matters worse, I could feel the minds of my favorite drifting companions tugging at me. It was like they were unintentionally begging me to come play with them, run with them, hunt with them, become them, just for a little while. It was beyond tempting, but the longer I struggled with my lack of appetite, the more I started to suspect that it was linked not only to my Jason-related stress and grief and to my pregnancy, but to my inability to sleep for even a few minutes without my subconscious opting to hitchhike a ride with one of my animal companions. I closed my eyes and tried my hardest to block the lure of the animal minds, while simultaneously fighting off the bone-deep exhaustion turning my mind into barely set jello. Make it stop. I just want to sleep. Make it stop. I just want to sleep. Make it stop. I just want to sleep. Those two thoughts swirled around and around in my mind. I really, really, really just want to sleep. I need to sleep. And then, in the moment between one breath and the next, between one heartbeat and the next, the minds, human and animal alike, vanished from my telepathic senses, absolutely and completely. My telepathic senses themselves seemed to turn off, just like when Jason was nulling me. My eyes popped open, and I sat up like I'd been electrocuted. I had no doubt. I was being nulled. I was being nulled, as in affected by Jason's ability, which meant he had to be alive, and he had to be okay, and he had to be nearby. The cottage's front door creaked open, and my head snapped to the left. I stared at the bedroom doorway so hard, willing Jason to appear in the rectangular opening. My heart was racing so fast that it kept tripping over itself. Jason! I scooted to the edge of the bed, and when a shadowed figure stepped into the doorway, I froze, my heart drooping. It definitely wasn't Jason. Dee? Zoe stepped into the room, her cheeks flushed and her blue-green eyes bright. And I could sense her mind. I could sense all of the minds around me. I wasn't being nulled. I'd imagined it. Or I'd fallen asleep for a few minutes, and it had been a dream. Or it had been a hallucination, or anything but reality, so it really didn't matter other than the fact that it hadn't been real. Jason hadn't returned. The harsh reality stared at me, defiant and cruel and absolutely unwavering. Jason wasn't going to return. I couldn't help it. I burst into sudden, uncontrollable tears. Something buried deep inside me bent, strained, trembled, and, with so very, very much resistance, snapped. He was gone. Gone. He was gone, and it was time for me to discover what had happened that day that had been so awful my mind had repressed it. It was time for me to let Zoe mine my memories, to let her help me remember everything. Oh, Dee. Zoe sat on the edge of the bed and wrapped her arms around me, pulling me close. What is it? What happened? I shook my head against her shoulder, my sobs too violent to allow for coherent speech yet. But I knew that Zoe could sense the storm of emotions raging within me, knew that she could feel them almost as intensely as if they were her own, and I knew that my memory of the last couple minutes, of my hope and elation turning to miserable disappointment, was likely filtering through her mind and fast forward at this exact moment. Oh, Dee, she repeated, squeezing me tightly. I'll do whatever you want. I'll try to help you remember. Just say the word. This time I didn't refuse. I nodded against her shoulder. Now, I managed to say. I'm ready now. Or as ready as I'll ever be. There was a long stretch of silence, filled only by the sounds of my gentling sobs, Zoe's steady breaths, and the soft shush of her fingers combing through my wild curls. After you finish your shake, she finally said. Dee, but... She pulled back, pushing me away by the shoulders and met my eyes. Her expression couldn't have been clearer, or more obstinate. I searched her aquamarine eyes, bathing in their cool warmth and familiarity, then took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. I I clenched my jaw, took another deep breath, and reached for the unappetizing shake. Let's do this. I was sitting in one of the chairs surrounding the kitchen table, counting the cups and dishes stacked on the exposed shelves on the far wall. It was the third day in a row that we'd tried to unlock whatever it was that Zoe was certain I was repressing, that I was moderately sure I was repressing, with zero success. I'm sorry, Dee. Zoe slouched back in the kitchen chair, her knees on either side of mine, and let out a heavy sigh. A fire crackled in the hearth, just a handful of yards away. I can sense that something's off or missing, but I can't figure out what, or how, or why, or anything. She shrugged weakly. I worried my bottom lip, disappointment a lump twisting around in my stomach. I tasted sour chocolate from my latest shake, thick on the back of my tongue. Zoe exhaled heavily, exasperation pinching her features. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, you've got to be repressing something. With what we have and haven't found out there, it only makes sense. Squeezing her eyes shut, she rubbed her temples. This memory spelunking thing is far from an exact science, you know? Her shoulders, which had slowly worked their way higher while she spoke, gave way under the heavy defeat lacing her voice. My chest rose and fell as air whooshed in and out of my lungs. I rested my head back against the top rail of the chair and sighed. I honestly can't tell the difference between what does and doesn't make sense anymore. Out of nowhere, my mouth opened and I gave in to a jaw-cracking yawn. Sleep, or drift, or whatever it is you do for rest, Zoe said. Doctor's apprentice's orders. I laughed, groaning as I stood, and rested my hand on her arm. I love you, Zoe. Smiling, she crossed her arms. Love you too, Dee. The man came into view between the trees, the woman not far behind him. He was tall and slender, and when he caught sight of us, he raised his hands up defensively. Whoa, whoa, friends, no need for guns. We're simply lost, and, well, you see, we were looking for mushrooms to trade in town, and... I recognized him. You're a trader. I've seen you before. You traded my friend and me a bottle of antidepressants for... Flicker. A man and a woman stand directly in front of me. Flicker. Tincture of white willow bark. The trader grinned. Yes, I remember. Quite effective, that tincture. I've had very happy customers. You'll have to give me the recipe. How did the sertraline work on the poor dear? That's close enough, Jason said, his voice full of command. Flicker. I'm holding a gun to my head. I'm terrified that I'll pull the trigger. Flicker. My gun is holstered once again. It's fine, Jason. I looked at the trader. Unfortunately, those drugs didn't seem to make any difference. On to the next, I guess. Well, I have a few others you could try. I'll take whatever's left of the sertraline back. The trader reached behind himself. Exchange it for the same amount of... In the blink of an eye, a small black pistol was in his hand, and it was pointed directly at me. I took several steps backward, stunned. Flicker. The woman is drawing the blade of a pocket knife along the back of her forearm. She smears the blood on my hands, on the front of my jacket, on my face. Flicker. Jason leapt in front of me just as the ear-splitting crack of a gun firing exploded among the trees. Seconds later, he was down on one knee and bleeding. I dropped to my knees before him, holding on to him to help keep him upright. Flicker. I'm suddenly back on my feet, and Jason is standing in front of me.
You need to remember. Flicker.
A gun is pressed to my head. I'm holding it.
Flicker. Remember!
Jason screams.
Chapter 14. Zoe. December 11th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. I thought I'd fallen asleep in the sweltering warmth of Jake's arms, both of us cozy beneath the soft goose down comforter on our bed. But the space beside me was cold. Cooper wasn't in his bed on the floor. I was alone. It was Jake's first night home in days, and he wasn't even sleeping. I peered around the moonlit room and wondered how long I'd been asleep. A few minutes? Hours? Regardless of how long my mind had been resting, it was clear that Jake's wasn't, and I knew exactly where I'd find him. Something was strange about Jason's death, and Jake couldn't let it go, which meant he was downstairs planning the next search. Sitting up, I threw the blankets back. The cool air pricked my exposed arms and toes until I found my slippers and donned my purple fleece robe. And with a groan, I opened the bedroom door and headed down the landing to the staircase. My head was pounding from lack of sleep and drawn-out days, and although I knew I needed rest, I knew Jake needed it more. With the exception of hushed voices coming from Chris and Harper's room, another overdue reunion in the house, and the wood floors creaking beneath my sluggish footsteps, the house was quiet. I descended the stairs and wasn't surprised when I saw the glow of the dining room lanterns. Jake stood in front of the wall of maps he, Chris, Sanchez, and my dad had been consulting throughout their tireless pursuits to find Jason. Cooper sprawled out on the rug beside him. Although my heart ached at the reminder that my brother's body had seemed to vanish, I tried to ignore it. "How long have you been up?" I asked, stirring Jake from his fixed, pensive stare. He glanced my way, looking surprised to see me, then turned his attention back to the wall of aerial depictions, the mountaintops, highways, lakes, and coastlines that spanned a 100-mile radius around us. "A while," he muttered. I moved to stand beside him. The maps were barely readable anymore, marred with so many notes and lines and X's. I wasn't really sure what I was even looking at. "You need sleep," I said, my gaze shifting slowly to him, hoping more than assuming he would concede and return to bed with me. He ran his hand over his head, then his face, and let out a frustrated breath. "Jake," I whispered, "let's—" "It doesn't make any sense," he bit out, his fist meeting the table as he spun around. I jumped. "We found nothing, not in Sonoma or Napa or Marin." Jake shook his head, his voice nearly boiling over with an anger that was different from anything I'd ever felt in him before. "If he's dead, why haven't we found him by now?" The table creaked as he pushed away from it. "We've combed this valley dozens of times. People, dead or alive, don't just vanish." Jake glared at the maps again. I agreed, wholeheartedly. But I also knew the burning emptiness in my chest, the detachment that was beginning to fester inside Danny and my dad, even me, would ruin us all if we let it. Though I hated to say the words, they seemed to jump from my lips, needing to be said regardless of how painful they were. "Maybe it's time you took a break, Jake. I know none of this makes any sense, but maybe it's time we considered what needs to be done in Jason's absence." One breath passed, 2, and on my 3rd exhale, Jake turned to me, staring like he couldn't fathom my meaning. "I can't. Not when somebody took—" "His body?" I shrugged, my head shaking as I tried to grab hold of my waning patience. I know, but who? The woman? Her friends? Crazies? I lowered my voice, hating the thought of anyone with my brother's body, and took a placating step toward him. I want to find him too, but... I scanned the stacks of documents that needed to be transcribed, thought about the trips to New Bodega that needed to be made to barter for food and supplies, about the chores around the farm that needed upkeep and decisions that needed to be made. I thought about all the things that had been neglected in the havoc since Jason's death. I pointed to the kitchen, keeping my voice calm and steady as I tried to explain. There are fruits and vegetables that need to be canned. There are projects that need to be finished so we have a better crop this year. People depend on us, Jake. We can't neglect everything we've worked for, let it all fall by the wayside. Jason wouldn't want that.
And if he's still out there somewhere and we just give up?
Even if he is out there somewhere, there needs to be some measure of structure here if we're going to keep this place going, if we're going to stay sane. All I could think about was trying to keep Danny busy, trying to keep myself busy, trying to get her into a routine so she would think about something else, something besides the child she was having without Jason. Jake stared at me, impassive, like he wasn't listening to a single word. Jesus, at some point, we have to accept the fact that Jason's gone, no matter how painful, and even if it doesn't make any sense. I said, more urgently this time. Unless he walks through that door, we might never find him. We have no clues. What are you going to do? Keep looking forever? Leave the rest of us behind? Leave me? Because I can't keep doing this. It didn't matter the hour and that people were sleeping. I was desperate to make him understand what I'd been trying to since Danny came running home covered in blood. I was exhausted from hoping and holding on to something that might never come to pass. I don't want him to be gone, I said, my voice breaking. I want to be able to say goodbye, to bury my brother's body, and not have to see the emptiness in my dad all over again every day for the rest of his life. I wiped the dampness from my eyes. I couldn't go on like this. I couldn't cope if Jake was going to keep searching, keep offering me hope, but delivering only disappointment. When will it be enough for you?
Not until it makes sense.
He ground out, but then he let out a heavy, exhausted breath, like he knew that day would never come. Taking a step toward him, I made no effort to control the tremble of my chin. I saw the plans Jake still had, the possible hiding places he wanted to check, the towns unexplored, all of it thrashing around in his mind. Please take a break. Rest. You can't search the entire state, and you can't possibly scour every single town, every forest and county on horseback and expect to be here too. Jake sat in the chair at the head of the table, bracing his elbows on the dark wood surface. He held his head in his hands like he was so exhausted his neck needed the extra support. My dad's barely even here. You've both been gone for days. Even when he is here, he never comes in the house anymore unless it's to plan. Danny's barely eating, and she's got a baby to think about now. She can't live like this. We need you both here with us. Jake peered up at me, a look so pointed it stopped any train of thought I had. Dark circles shadowed eyes that used to be soft and affectionate, but were now hardened.
I'm trying to bring her closure. To bring everyone closure,
he growled. His face was an expressionless mask like my brother's had so often been, save for his eyes boring into me. It was like Jason was haunting me as I stood there, forced to choose between taking care of my best friend and searching for my brother's body for God only knew how much longer. I knew Jason would want me to choose Danny. I pulled the chair to Jake's right out from the table and sat down. I reached for his hand, big and strong, in mine, as I held it on the tabletop and rested my forehead against it. I know you're trying, I whispered, and my eyes squeezed shut. Turning so my cheek rested against the back of his hand, I stared up at him. This can't be our lives. Jason wouldn't want this to ruin all that we've worked for. Jake's eyes finally softened.
And if there's something out there that we've missed?
He prompted. His eyes shimmered, like he couldn't simply let go but knew that at some point he would have to. I took a deep breath and kissed Jake's hand, wiping the silent tears from my cheeks. And if there's not? I stood and gazed out the only window unobscured by maps and lists. There was little moonlight now, and I could hear the wind picking up outside. What if it's not supposed to? If it never makes sense? He looked at me, and I didn't need to read his mind to know that he couldn't let it rest. Not after everything he'd seen, what he'd lived through. He needed answers, which is what frightened me most. Jake slowly stood from his chair, his flannel pajama pants and thermal shirt making my heart ache even more. I'd stared at his perfectly folded nightclothes on his side table for a handful of nights, wishing he were home to scold me for leaving my clothes strewn around the room, or to wake me up at midnight with a kiss on my nose and caress of my cheek. And now he was home, but it felt like there were still miles, valleys, and counties between us. Jake scratched the side of his bearded face before he reached for my hand. Though I knew he wasn't going to stop searching, not yet. He laced his fingers with mine.
Let's go back to bed,
he said. Relieved, I nodded, knowing I had at least won this small battle. I followed him up the stairs and into our bedroom, Cooper padding up behind us. I was so tired, so drained my body threatened to give out on me with every step. Once inside our room, Jake closed the door quietly behind me. We were in darkness, and I wanted it to swallow me away. I felt Jake's hands at my waist, moving around to untie my robe for me. Like his mere presence could chase away both the tension and what was left of my strength, I nearly crumbled as his arms wrapped around me and peeled off my robe. After he draped it over the foot of the bed, he pulled the covers back enough for me to crawl under. I peered up at him, seeing only the shadowed contours of his face. Slowly, I climbed into bed. Jake tucked the comforter tight around me before walking to his side of the bed. He crawled in beside me, the mattress protesting beneath his weight more than it had mine. And as he exhaled, I felt the weight of his mind not lift, but shift as he pushed his troublesome thoughts and fears, his frustration and anger away, and pulled me into him. His chest rose and fell against my back, and his arms enveloped me like he would never let me go. He was comforting me and apologizing, promising that everything would be okay, even though it was something both of us knew wasn't true. "I'm sorry," I whispered, shutting my eyes as I felt his heat and strength soaking into my body, into my bones. He kissed the back of my neck.
For what?
He asked softly. For making this more difficult on you. You've done so much, tried so hard. I just don't want to lose you to this, chasing something you may never find. Jake squeezed his arms around me more tightly and inhaled deeply before I felt his warm breath caress the back of my neck and ear.
I'm just not ready to give up yet,
he admitted. It was quiet for a few breaths until finally I nodded because it was all I could do. Tears dampened my pillow, and I moved to wipe them from my face, but the rough pad of Jake's thumb brushed against my cheek before I could.
You won't lose me to this,
he promised. I stared into the darkness, wishing that were true. "When are you leaving again?" I asked, trying not to be angry.
"In the morning,"
he whispered. I assumed my dad was leaving too, and for who knew how long this time. Jake shifted behind me, and I could feel his chest against my arm and shoulder as he braced himself and leaned over me. His hand gently cupped my cheek, turning my head so I would look at him. After kissing his palm, I rolled onto my back and gazed up at his blurred outline without a scrap of pride left. I let more tears fall. I closed my eyes as Jake brushed the back of his finger over my mostly silent tears. He leaned down and trailed soft kisses across my brow. Then his nose nudged the side of my face, and he let out a deep breath.
"I'm sorry,"
he breathed. He was torn, ripping apart inside, like me. When I opened my eyes to face him, a crimson glow pulsed around him. I hadn't told Jake about the auras I'd been seeing. There'd barely been time since he returned. He lowered his mouth to mine. His lips were firm but soft, better than I remembered, and they burned against mine, searing in the feel of him, searing in his love so I would never forget it. His kisses were slow and mesmerizing, so comforting and soft that I wasn't sure how I'd gone so long without them. "I love you," I said, staring up at his beautiful face hidden beneath shadow. I needed him to know, to remember that. I embraced the scarlet light that danced around him, memorizing it in contrast with the inky darkness so I could keep it with me in his absence. His thumb stroked the side of my face. "Just don't forget about me," I half-heartedly teased. And without a word, Jake's mouth was on mine, promising me that he never would. I stared into a white room, and pain filled my head as I tried to focus. There was so much light, blinding, humming light, and when my vision finally adjusted, I whimpered, "Jason?" He was standing in the doorway of what looked like some deranged exam room filled with large machines with straps and harnesses, making them seem all the more terrifying. For experiments? Torture? But even as the dread infected my mind, my gaze was transfixed on my brother, standing no more than 10 feet in front of me. I was too confused and awestruck to be distracted. "Jason," I said, almost giddily. "You're alive." I waved to get his attention, but he didn't acknowledge me. "Jason!" I shouted, my body shaking. "Jason, look at me!" I tried to step forward, but I couldn't. I was cemented in place, merely an observer in this twisted place. "God damn it, look at me!" I knew he wouldn't. He couldn't hear me, but I was desperate for him to see me standing in front of him as he stood there indifferent and frozen. A tall, dark-haired woman with a short bob walked between us. She stopped to stand in front of Jason, partially blocking him from my view. I could tell by her slim build and the long, elegant fingers she extended toward him that this was our mom. This was Dr. Wesley. She reached for him with the same reserve, the same uncertainty as she always had in my dreams. Although I worried Jason would strike her or shout, he stood emotionless, simply staring. Like always, his features were fixed, his jaw clenched, and his eyes hard and empty. After our mom touched his face, his stance and expression unwavering, she turned away from him. Her eyes were shimmering, her cheeks wet with overflowing tears. Whatever she was doing, she was miserable despite her stoic expression. Shaking hands were all the alert I needed to know that whatever she was drawing into the syringe that was suddenly in her hand wasn't good. "Jason!" I shouted. "Please, look at me!" But there was nothing I could do. I was frozen in place. A fixed feature in the wall with no voice, unable to move. All I could do was scream. "Please don't kill him," I begged, willing Dr. Wesley to hear me. Because this woman wasn't our mom, and I knew killing him was exactly what she was going to do. She turned to face him. He didn't even look at her, but beyond. He didn't flinch or tense. I couldn't watch my mom kill my brother. I refused to. Squeezing my eyes shut, I begged and sobbed. "It'll be all right." I sat up in bed, my body trembling and my mind reeling. "Jason," I said, my voice reedy. The sun filtered through the white linen curtains as I tried to gather my bearings. I peered around the bedroom, determined to catch my breath, to calm down. I stared up at the ceiling. Feeling coolness on my cheek, I brought my hand up to find the damp remnants of silent tears. I dropped my hand onto the empty space beside me. Once again, I was alone. Feeling strangely uneasy, I peered around the room. That felt like more than a dream. That voice had been there again, a strange, garbled whisper. It had come and gone, leaving me with yet another ominous sense of urgency, one that I couldn't ignore this time. It wasn't a child's voice. It wasn't Danny's unborn baby. I knew that now, somehow. Was it Jason? Flinging the blankets off me, I jumped out of bed, struggling to pull on a pair of sweatpants and a wadded-up t-shirt from the floor. Jake was leaving this morning. I just hoped he'd gotten a late start. I needed to tell him that Jason might be alive, that he might be at the colony. I tried not to let the horror of that thought paralyze me as I galloped down the stairs. I didn't have time to prepare myself for the fact that the dream might not even be real. It felt real. And that was all the spurring my dwindling hope needed to get me moving. "Jake!" I called. My bare feet pounded against the wood floor as I ran through the house. All the rooms were empty except for the kitchen, where I found Grayson, Sam, and Tavis having a morning snack. "Where's Jake?" I barked. "Did he leave?" "Zoe," Becca said from behind me. I twirled around to find her still in her pajamas, her shoulder-length hair unkempt and her wide, pale violet-gray eyes staring back at me. "Becca, I had a dream about Jason at—" She was nodding before I could finish. "I had a vision of him. I believe he was dying." In spite of the general lack of emotional expression afforded her by her regen nature, Becca looked remorseful. "I am sorry you had to see that, Zoe." "No, it's a good thing." I smiled, unable to help myself. "It's only a possible future, right? And he can only die if he's not already dead, which means he's alive and we can still save him." My hope quickly dwindled. "How long ago did Jake and my dad leave?" "They're outside saddling the horses," Sam said through a mouthful of cereal. I was already running out the front door, the screen flinging open and slamming shut behind me. "Jake! Dad!" I called, barely registering the sound of the screen door opening and closing again behind me or the muffled chatter. Jake turned to me and frowned. "What is it?" he asked, and though the sun had barely risen, he squinted as he scanned me from head to toe. Cooper trotted up to me, and I absently pet him as he licked my hands, my eyes too busy searching for Danny. "Where are your shoes?" I heard someone ask. Chris brushed her hands off on her pants, taking in my disheveled appearance. "Long night?" she teased.
had a dream, I said, a little out of breath. Where's my dad? Where's Danny? I glanced back and forth between her and Jake, unconcerned with the others forming a circle around us. Jake and Chris exchanged skeptical looks. A dream about Jason. He was alive at the colony. Chris looked from Jake to me. Zoe, it was only a dream. Becca had a vision, saw a possible future. It was difficult to stomach, let alone say the next part. My mom was going to do something to him. I think she was going to kill him. But it means he's alive, that he's not dead yet. When everyone stood there in silence, I continued. There was a voice I've been hearing a lot lately, and... You been hearing voices? Sanchez asked as she came up beside me. Tom tells us you've been seeing auras, and now you're hearing voices too? Why didn't you tell us this before? Jake's eyes leveled on me, but what could I do? You've been home for what, 10 hours? There's a lot that's happened since you guys have been gone. I guess I thought Danny being pregnant was the most important update. I shook my head. Look, what matters is that I know deep down in my gut that Jason's alive. He's at the colony, or he will be, and if we don't get to him soon, he will be dead. With no sign of a struggle? Sanchez said and looked across the group at my dad. There's no way Jason would let someone take him, injured or not. And what about the woman? Chris said. This is the colony we're talking about. They can do whatever the hell they want. I was growing impatient with their lack of urgency. Everyone looked at me, half doubtful, just like I would have looked had I not experienced the vision firsthand. You really think he's in Colorado, sweetheart? My dad asked as he stepped toward me. My eyes met his and then settled on Jake, his hope holding at a low simmer, along with the rest of them. I know what I saw. Isn't it at least worth it to go there and see? Everyone remained silent, watching me and wondering if this was an act of desperation, if I was only seeing what I'd wanted to see. They all wanted to believe me, but barely dared to hope. I felt my face fall. Becca saw it too, I said defensively. I'm not delusional. We know you're not, Zoe, Sanchez said. Her voice was skeptical, but not unkind. But the colony is a whole different ballgame. If he's there, and that's a big if, we can't just walk in and ask if we can schedule a play date. Well, we have to try, I snapped. What if he's alive at this moment, but in danger, and we stay here? They'll kill him. Becca and I have already seen that outcome. Nothing has made sense from the first moment he disappeared. Whatever Danny thinks she saw is wrong. I peered around, frantic. Don't you see? That voice. It could be Jason in my head. I don't know how, but it's the only thing that makes any sense in all this craziness. So if we're searching anywhere, it needs to be in Colorado. We? My dad said, a frown narrowing his expression. What if he tries to contact me again? I'm going, I said. There was no room for negotiation. Tentative footsteps on the gravel grabbed my attention, and Grayson and Sam slowly stepped aside to make room for Danny, Carlos, and Annie. Hesitantly, Danny stepped into the throng of people surrounding me. Although her eyes were bloodshot and her golden aura dim, the baby's chartreuse halo was still vibrant and defined. Can I talk to you alone? I had a dream, Dee, I blurted, too frantic to consider her reaction to my theory about what the vision meant. It's about Jason. Danny peered around at the wide-eyed faces surrounding us and took a step closer to me. Well, what do you mean? I gleaned it from Becca, a vision. But Jason was in it. He spoke to me. I took a deep breath. I think he's alive, Dee.
I watched the tears flood her celadon pools of pain and grief as she registered my words. Though hope soared inside her, she was already bracing herself to be let down again. "I think he's at the colony," I said, my certainty gaining strength. "With my mom."
Chapter 15. Danny. December 12th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. I left the others in a flurry of skeptical, almost reluctant excitement, making the excuse that I felt weak and needed to lie down. Considering that weak and needing rest were two facets of my usual state of being lately, not to mention the huge bomb Zoe had just dropped on us all, on top of my own unexpected and disturbing dream, nobody questioned my claim or even tried to stop me. It helped that I really did feel weak and needed to lie down. I also felt overwhelmed and ecstatic and terrified and a little bit like I was losing my mind. Desperation flooded me, eager and hopeful, but at the same time, I braced myself for the biggest letdown yet. Disappointment was inevitable. If I'd learned anything over the past few weeks, it was that. I wasn't strong enough to do this again, to steady myself for dashed hopes, for shattered dreams. Not anymore. And then there was my dream, my confusing, haunting dream, not to mention the fact that I'd actually managed to sleep. With everything going on, I felt like I was unraveling. More than ever before, I needed to escape. By the time I slipped through the cottage's front door, I was already searching the animal minds around me for a drifting companion. I yelped when I noticed Gabe squatting on the hardwood floor in front of the fireplace. He glanced at me over his shoulder, but almost immediately returned to staring at the copper tea kettle warming over the flames. His hair had grown so long that I doubted he'd trimmed it since we'd left the colony so many months ago. Pulled back into a low ponytail as it was, and combined with his several inches of facial hair, he more closely resembled a member of a motorcycle club than the elite geneticist he'd been.
"Sorry," he said softly. "Didn't mean to startle you."
Feet glued to the floor, I wrapped my arms around my middle. "It's okay." For several seconds I stood in the entryway, watching him and saying nothing. "I thought you were outside with the others."
"Hey, Gabe, nice to see you,"
he said with fake enthusiasm.
"Thanks for stopping by."
Again, he looked back at me, this time wearing a wry, tight-lipped smile.
"Now, get the hell out of my house or I'll sick a pack of rabid squirrels on you."
My pent-up nerves escaped in the form of an explosive, too loud laugh. I slapped my hand over my mouth, my eyes wide. "Sorry," I mumbled. "I'm being rude." I moved to one of the recliners Jason and I had arranged close to the fireplace and practically fell backward into it. I settled my arms on the armrests, letting my hands dangle over the ends. "It is nice to see you, and thank you for stopping by." I offered Gabe the most genuine smile I could muster at the moment, which probably fell short by quite a bit. "And I'm not going to kick you out." He reached into the hearth for the teapot's handle with a folded-over dish towel.
"You say that now."
I groaned. "Come on, Gabe, just spit it out." I rolled my eyes. "The anticipation is killing me." He laughed as he stood.
"I'm sure."
He set the teapot on a thick wooden trivet on the small table by the fireplace, then pointed to a glass jar filled with dried leaves next to it.
"Raspberry leaf tea."
I raised my eyebrows, impressed. "You've been reading up on your herbal remedies." I nodded to the jar. Graham swore by raspberry leaf tea. And she really had. It was well known for easing the less pleasant symptoms of pregnancy, like in my case, near constant nausea. I'd never actually tried it before, but then I'd never had a reason to. I leaned forward. Where'd you find it? While growing raspberries was on my never-ending list of to-dos, I'd yet to actually get around to hunting down some raspberry bushes. Gabe shrugged. A tea shop in Windsor. Oh. I leaned back in my chair, my desire to speak extinguished. The one and only time Gabe had left the farm on an overnight excursion had been several days ago, and he, Jake, Chris, and Tom had headed up to Windsor to search for Jason, who might be alive, who might be in the colony, who might escape or be rescued only to fall victim to any of the myriad of dangers that lie between there and here. The Tea House of Windsor, I said, trying to sound conversational, trying not to sound like I was desperate for Gabe to leave so I could be alone to figure out what the hell I was feeling, ecstatic or terrified or some nauseating combination of the two. The path to earth-shattering disappointment was paved with polished bricks of hope. Shoddy craftsmanship meant those bricks could crumble at any moment, leaving me standing in the mud alone. I bet it's lovely. Gabe nodded as he prepared the tea, placing a hearty pinch of the dried raspberry leaves into one of the mesh tea balls I'd inherited from Graham's, and setting the infuser in an oversized earthenware mug. Carefully, he poured in steaming water from the kettle. I'd have given it to you sooner, but I wanted to make sure it was safe. He looked at me. Sugar? Honey, I said, pointing to the small blue and taupe-glazed honey pot I'd freed from an abandoned farm nearby. So, listen. Gabe trailed off as he drizzled honey into the mug. The slow-moving, syrupy string seemed to hypnotize him. After several seconds with no sign that he was going to continue, I said, I'm all ears. Listening away. Gabe flashed me a cautious smile. Without Jason. He stopped himself and looked down at the mug, then took a deep breath and stood, setting it on the round end table beside my chair. Your mind's not blocked from me anymore. He took what seemed to be a fortifying breath. I know that the first real sleep you've had in weeks was last night, and that it was filled with a twisted dream of what happened in the woods that day. He settled in my recliner's mate, his eyes steady on my face. I could help with that. Suppress the dream so you can get however much restful sleep you can fit in before you drift away. I held my breath, ignoring the disapproval threaded throughout his final words and forcing myself not to feel affronted or grow defensive. It's fine. I'm dealing with it. Zoe's helping me, by digging around for the truth. Her way of psychoanalyzing me, I suppose. I forced another smile and, wanting to take the focus off of me and my issue, said, Did you hear? Zoe had a vision. Gabe cocked his head to the side. I waved my hand to dismiss his confused expression. Becca had a vision. Zoe just witnessed it, I guess. I took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. What she saw, it made her think Jason's alive and at the colony. I will not freak out. I will not freak out. I will not freak out. But I really, really, really wanted to lose it right about now. I clenched my jaw, stiffened my neck, and hardened my heart. Gabe leaned forward, elbows on his knees. With Dr. Wesley, I added. Jesus fucking Christ, Gabe said softly, head drooping so he could smooth back his already smoothed back hair. I started fidgeting with the hem of my zip-up hoodie, my bottom lip unconsciously drawn between my teeth. Inexplicably, I felt tears well in my eyes, and I bit down a little too hard on my lip to hold them back. I couldn't, however, prevent my chin from trembling.
Gabe stood abruptly. I should see if I can find out anything from my old contacts back at the colony. Excuse me.
I watched him stride to the front door, his long legs eating up the hardwood in a mere handful of steps, and then he was gone. For several seconds I stared at the door, my eyes tracing the outline of the 6 small panes of glass inset into the wood, but not really seeing. For several minutes after that, I stared at the cup of tea steaming on the end table, then at the low flames dancing in the hearth. I thought I should pick up the mug of tea, or possibly tend to the fire, or sort and clean up one of the myriad of bunches of herbs hanging to dry from the hooks Jason had screwed into the cottage's low, exposed crossbeams throughout the front room, or do anything else besides sit in that chair doing nothing. But nothing was all I seemed capable of at the moment. I could sit there and do nothing while confusion crept in and the thin veil of numbness shielding me from hope and excitement and all-encompassing joy and fear grew thinner and thinner. I jumped when someone knocked on the front door. When the door didn't immediately open, I turned my head and stared hard, but my angle was wrong and I couldn't see through the small windows to tell who was on the other side. Why wasn't the visitor simply letting themselves in? Again, someone knocked on the door, louder this time.
Danny, it's Tom. Can I come in?
There was no question of whether or not I was within. With his ability, he could sense me easily enough. So, with a sigh, I hoisted myself up out of the armchair, trudged to the entryway, and opened the door. "Come on in," I said, holding my arm out in wilted invitation. Tom stood in the doorway, hands in the pockets of his worn leather coat, somehow looking both sturdy and rickety at the same time. Though Jason was larger than Tom, he had definitely inherited his father's prominent stature. And for the first time while looking at Tom, I wondered if I might be catching a glimpse several decades into the future. I had to stop myself from studying his weathered features too closely, from seeking every little hint of his son, every little undefinable reminder of Jason. Ducking his head in greeting, Tom stepped through the doorway. My heart clenched and my stomach twisted. There was so much of Jason in that single motion, and I felt instantly grateful that Tom hadn't visited me in the cottage until now. A week ago, I wouldn't have been able to handle such a raw reminder of what was gone, or even yesterday. But today, everything was different. No matter how hard I tried to quell the hope that Becca's vision had stirred, I couldn't ignore it completely. I couldn't prevent at least a small part of myself from believing that Jason truly was alive. I shut the door and turned around to find Tom standing behind one of the chairs at the kitchen table. His hands gripped the top rail, seeming to steady him.
"Please, sit,"
he said, pulling out the chair. Frowning, I crossed the short distance between us, the wood floor creaking under my boots, and sat in the offered chair. My stomach was still far from settled, and I glanced at the mug on the end table indecisively, but before I could stand again to retrieve it, Tom was already moving toward it.
"Here you go,"
he said, setting the mug on the farm table before me and taking the adjacent chair. I looked at him, then at the mug for several long seconds, before I finally lifted my stare back up to his troubled blue eyes. He smiled sheepishly.
Yes, I did just glean that from your mind, and I'm sorry.
He bowed his head just a little.
I know how much you value the privacy of your own thoughts, and I really do try to keep to myself.
Raising my eyebrows, I picked up the mug and brought it up to my lips. For whatever reason, I'd expected it to taste like bitter raspberries despite the honey, but I was pleasantly surprised by something that tasted quite a bit like black tea.
Anna enjoyed it as well,
Tom said softly, and when my eyes met his, he offered me that same quiet smile.
The kids never knew about it, but we lost our first baby. It was the stress after leaving Gregory, or the fear, I guess you could say.
His fond expression melted, and I found myself sitting next to the same lost man I'd known as Zoe's dad for most of my life. He cleared his throat.
Your grandmother was a great help during the pregnancy and after.
My mouth felt suddenly parched, so I took another sip and licked my lips. I'm so sorry. Tom nodded slowly.
Thank you.
He sighed.
But I'm not here to dig up old losses. I know you think you might be repressing something in your memory of that day, and that Zoe's been trying to help you uncover whatever that may be. And I also know about the dream you had last night.
How?
I picked up on it out there,
he said, nodding toward the door. He studied my face for a moment.
I think you both think her efforts have been unsuccessful, but I think you're wrong, and I think your dream is evidence of that. I think she's nudged the truth, uncovered the tip of the iceberg, if you will.
I took another sip of tea, holding the warm liquid in my mouth, waiting.
The fact of the matter is, Zoe's dead set on going to search for Jason. But I'm not willing to let my one remaining child risk her life on a manhunt unless I know for sure that he's out there.
I swallowed the tea in one big gulp and winced, and coughed. So, what are you saying exactly?
Zoe's ability is strong.
Tom's gaze met mine, his eyes blue pools of determination.
Mine is stronger.
So you want to dig through my memories, I said flatly. It wasn't that it was a bad idea. On the contrary, it was a good one. It was just that it was such a violation of me. When Zoe did it, I had no control of what she did or didn't see, or of how long she rifled around in my mind. It was hard enough handing over that control to someone I trusted implicitly, and now Tom was asking me to do the same with him. But if it helps us find Jason... I pressed my lips together and nodded resolutely. All right, but can Zoe come along for the ride? Is that even possible? Tom's shoulders sagged in relief.
I was just about to suggest that myself.
I relaxed in one of the comfy chairs near the fireplace, footrest extended and chair back reclined. Zoe was perched on a stool to the right of the recliner, and her dad sat on my left. Each held one of my hands. Tom claimed physical contact would only increase the connection, making the memory excavating process both quicker and easier. Both sounded good to me, especially considering what memory I would be reliving during the process, fully conscious and aware.
All right,
Tom said, giving my hand a squeeze.
We're going to go through the memory once as is.
When I looked at him, I found his attention on Zoe.
This will allow us to look for any seams, places where a patch might have been placed, however unintentionally, over a memory. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Zoe nodded. I think so. Everyone has them, all over the place. Tom, too, was nodding.
There's no such thing as a perfect memory.
Much as I was a fan of a good learning opportunity, my anxiety and nerves were building to a slow crescendo. So, I couldn't help the slight tremble in my voice. This time it was Zoe who gave my hand a reassuring squeeze.
Just relax and close your eyes, Dee.
When she smiled, I did as she directed.
You won't see us, but we'll be there with you.
I inhaled deeply, then let it out slowly. I was in the woods, Jason by my side and one of the traders from New Bodega approaching. His hands were raised defensively, his benign words making me complacent. Only a few moments later, those same hands brandished a pistol. The crack, crack, crack of gunfire was deafening. The sight of Jason, bleeding and on the ground, heartbreaking. The feel of the soft earth under my boots and the damp air whooshing in and out of my lungs barely registered as I ran for help. Jason. Ugh. Zoe dropped my hand, clearly frustrated.
I've been over it dozens of times, and it's always the same. I can't sense any sort of seam or anything like that.
She ran her fingers through her hair roughly, almost like she was trying to pull her frustration out through her scalp.
Either we're wrong and the dream was just a dream, or the whole damn thing is a fucking patch or whatever.
Yep, Zoe was really frustrated. I smiled weakly. Sorry. Zoe huffed out a breath and met my eyes.
It's not your fault, Dee. No,
Tom said.
It's not.
His voice was tight, his tone flat. It sent goosebumps crawling up and down my skin. Zoe and I exchanged a wary look, then shifted our attention to Tom.
What do you mean?
She asked.
It's a plant.
Tom lurched to his feet, his stance rigid.
It's a goddamn plant.
He took several steps away, then turned to face us. His hands flexed at his sides.
They're good, I'll give him that. They're really damn good.
He shook his head, looking angrier than I'd ever seen him.
Dad?
Zoe stood slowly.
What do you mean, a plant?
Tom rushed back to his chair, sitting and leaning toward me so abruptly that I shrank away.
Someone planted the entire memory in her mind.
Narrowing his eyes, he cocked his head first to one side, then the other, like I was a specimen to be studied.
That's why there are no seams, no holes to be patched up.
He reached out, gently brushing a stray curl out of my face.
The memory is too perfect, because none of what she remembers is real.
She's right here, I said, a teensy bit terrified. Tom blinked and his hand fell away.
I'm sorry.
His eyes slipped to Zoe as she reclaimed her stool in my hand, then fixed once again on my face.
I'm so sorry, Danny.
He shook his head.
It's just that I've never seen an example of another's work that was so, well, perfect.
He narrowed his eyes, thinking.
Maybe not thought through completely, but I think it would be almost impossible to blend such a huge false memory into someone's mind without knowing them well. This is impressive.
Dad, Zoe said, sounding more than a little exasperated.
Focus. Can we get rid of the whole thing somehow? I'm pretty sure Dee doesn't want some stranger's implanted memory in her mind any longer than necessary.
I shook my head vehemently. Nope, not even a little bit. The realization that yet another person had been inside my head frustrated me to the point of tears. I want it gone. And beyond that, more than anything, I wanted to know what hid beneath the false memory. We all did. Somehow, it had to explain what had happened to Jason, dead or alive. Please be alive, please be alive, please, please, please be alive.
We need to go back to a time earlier in the day,
Tom said.
way before they would have started the false memory. And when we find the beginning, we should be able to peel it away, revealing what's beneath.
His eyes were bright, and when he took my hand in his, I could feel him shaking just a little. I glanced from his face down to his hand and back. He gave me a small smile and clenched his trembling hand into a fist.
We're about to find out who's responsible for my son's disappearance. We're one giant step closer to finding him.
Let's not get our hopes up just yet,
Zoe said, but when I looked at her, when I saw the brightness in her eyes, I knew that she was just as excited. I felt just as excited.
All right, Danny,
Tom said.
This is just like before, but think of some time an hour or two earlier in the day.
I quirked my mouth to the side and searched my recollection of the time before the incident. It was filled with small but not insignificant moments that I'd avoided until now. Moments with Jason that were painful in their sweetness, or at least they had been when I'd felt certain I would never experience another such moment with him again. I settled on the final few minutes before Jason and I left the farm on foot, our foraging baskets on the graveled driveway. We'd both been kneeling on the ground in front of Annie, trying to coax her out of near hysterics at the prospect of being left behind.
Good,
Tom said.
That'll work just fine. Now just relax and close your eyes and let us do the heavy lifting.
Exhaling a sigh and repressing tears, I closed my eyes. I was having the best day I'd had in months. Jason and I were alone. We had been for hours, and in the woods, surrounded by leafy trees and the pleasant smell of damp earth and decaying foliage. It was like we were in our own private fairyland. And as we trampled death caps beneath our boots in our eagerness to get closer to one another, I hoped that this day, this moment where we had zero responsibilities, where we were allowed to just be us, would last forever. But as Jason leaned in to kiss me once more, I sensed two minds approaching. I quickly told Jason about them, adding, "One feels a little more familiar than the other, but..." I shook my head. Must just be new bodega people.
Which direction?
Jason asked. I pointed to the southwest. They're close. Should be able to hear them soon.
I can hear you out there,
Jason called.
Either identify yourselves or start moving in another direction. The choice is yours, but you'd better make it now.
He glanced at me. I shook my head. Still coming. Jason raised his gun.
Remember, Red, shoot first, feel
bad about it later, I murmured. I know.
Hello?
A man called ahead.
Who's there? Can you tell me where we are? We seem to be lost.
Moments later, a man came into view between one of the few pines in the forest and a robust oak tree, a woman a few steps behind him. Flicker. A woman comes into view between one of the few pines in the forest and a robust oak tree. Flicker. A man and a woman came into view between one of the few pines in the forest and a robust oak tree. Flicker. A woman comes into view between one of the few pines in the forest and a robust old oak tree. She's brunette, tall, and broad-shouldered. And then there's the sawed-off shotgun she has propped almost lazily on one shoulder and the wary gaze she throws our way. Jason takes several steps forward, blocking my view of the stranger, even as he aims his gun at her.
Don't fucking move.
The woman laughs, a rich, throaty sound.
Whatever you say, sugar. I'm good right here.
Why are you here?
Jason's voice is flat, cold, dangerous.
What do you want?
Oh, this and that.
Their back and forth continues, but I'm too distracted by the hard press of what I can only assume is a gun nozzle between my shoulder blades.
Don't make a sound.
A man whispers near my ear, his hand curling around my neck.
Don't move or make a sound unless I tell you to, and do not use your ability.
He removes the gun from my back, but I'm still so scared that I can barely force my lungs to draw breath.
Now I want you to raise your gun and press it against the side of your head.
Tears are leaking out of my eyes, streaking down my cheeks. I don't want to do it. Every fiber of my being is screaming, crying, thrashing. But it does no good. My entire body is trembling as I raise my pistol and press the nozzle against my temple.
Very good.
My unseen, mind-controlling attacker says.
Now my associate has been, let's call it, clouding your companion's perception of reality for the past minute or so. He doesn't know that I'm here. She's going to stop just as soon as I tell her to. When she does, if your companion makes a move, any move, to harm me or my associate, or if he doesn't do as I say, you are going to pull the trigger and your brain is going to be all over the forest floor.
His hand tightens on my neck, and I can feel his breath hot against my ear.
For your sake, I hope he cares enough about you to make this as painless as possible.
He releases me, and all I can do is stand there, silently shaking and crying while on the verge of ending my own life.
You can drop the illusion now, Larissa,
the man says from behind me. A few seconds later, he says,
Hello, Jason. It's nice to see you again.
Jason spins around, his second pistol drawn and aimed at the man behind me and at me. His icy mask falters when he sees me, when the gun I have pressed against my skull registers.
Danny, what are you?
Tell him, child.
I bristle instantly, though I know it's stupid to find offense from a belittling name, especially now, when so much more is at stake. After a shaky, deep breath, I manage to say, He's compelled me, Jason. If you try to hurt him, either of them, I have to. I stifle a sob. I'll pull the trigger if you try to hurt them, or if you don't do what he tells you to do. My chin is trembling and one lone sob escapes. I don't want to die. I can see Jason's Adam's apple move as he swallows. Jaw clenched, he clears his throat.
You're not going to die. I promise you, Red, you're not going to die. Good, good,
the man says as he steps out from behind me, and I get my first real look at him. I'm shocked to find that I recognize him. I've traded with him in New Bodega a time or two.
Now, Jason,
he says,
it's very important that you understand how my ability works. I can compel others to do as I wish, but I must be touching them for the compulsion to work. Once it is set in, it can last days or weeks or even months, depending on the person. Unless, of course, I release the compulsion.
Part of me expects some smart-ass response from Jason, but he remains silent, a statue of barely restrained menace, of promising death.
I'm going to touch your hand,
the traitor says as he approaches Jason.
You can lower your guns. You won't be needing them.
He reaches out, taking hold of Jason's wrist once it's at hip level.
I'm going to compel you. Don't attempt to nullify my ability or the girl will die. Do you understand?
Yes.
The single word is harsh on Jason's lips.
Good, good.
I can hear the smile in the trader's voice.
Now, you will always obey me. You will never harm me, and you will constantly amplify my ability, starting immediately.
After a brief pause, the trader sighs.
Oh, God, the power.
He groans.
Together, Mandy and I were a force to be reckoned with. But you, Larissa, and I, we're going to be unstoppable. That bastard won't know what hit him.
With the mention of that name, Mandy, memories click together in my mind, and I realize that the marketplace in New Bodega isn't the first place I've seen this man. He was with the cult in Tahoe, one of the many controlled by Mandy's ability, or so we'd believed. Now it's becoming clear that he'd had a much more active role. Because he'd controlled Mandy? Or because he'd controlled them all? Just her, I think remotely, considering that most of the Tahoe people were now residents of Hope Valley, not under his mind control.
I find it quite fitting that you're the one who'll help me get what I want.
Cole tells Jason,
considering that you're the one who took it away from me to begin with, when you killed Mandy. Cole.
The woman, Larissa, says as she moves around Jason and toward me.
Care to order your new pet to give me a little boost while I take care of the girl's memory? I could do that.
Cole moves to join Larissa, and both stop within an arm's reach of me.
Or I could order him to kill her.
Horror flashes across Larissa's bold features, but it's quickly masked behind bland amusement.
You could.
She makes a subtle pouty face.
But then I wouldn't be able to practice, and you know how much better I get at creating memories after each attempt, especially when they contain such strong emotions.
She pauses and glances at me, panic alighting in her eyes, then quickly disappearing before she returns her gaze to Cole.
And how excited the emotions make me.
Cole chuckles.
You're such a greedy succubus.
He leans in toward her, his hand coming up to grasp her neck. He pauses just short of his lips touching hers.
Do as you wish, but make sure there are no loose ends. You cannot possibly imagine the things I will make you do to yourself if you fuck this up for me.
He kisses her hard, then releases her and walks away to rejoin Jason. Larissa exhales heavily, relief transforming her face.
Now don't you worry, sugar,
she says, moving closer to me. She cuts her forearm with a pocket knife, then smears the blood on my hands, clothing, and face, even as I fight the urge to cringe.
For legitimacy, sugar, trust me.
Finally, she places her hands on either side of my head and leans in to stare deeply into my eyes.
I'm going to make this all go away, so you can go home and live a good long life with your friends. Just you wait and see.
Cole, Tom said, slouching in his chair.
Of course it's Cole.
Cole? Zoe's face was filled with confusion. He was one of the cult leaders with Mandy, I told her. And holy shit, Jason's really alive. I wanted to laugh out loud. I wanted to cry. I did a little bit of both, slapping my hands over my mouth almost as soon as the confused sound bubbled up from my throat. Sorry, I said after I'd collected myself. I just can't believe it's really true. I cleared my throat. Jason's really out there alive. I shook my head, tears welling in my eyes. I thought it was impossible. Thought there was no chance.
Don't worry, Dee.
Zoe gave my hand a squeeze, her own eyes shimmering with unshed tears.
We get it. Trust me.
She exchanged a look with her dad, who nodded. I smiled weakly, then cleared my throat again. Oh, but about Cole, we thought he was just another victim of Mandy's, but... I shrugged. This explains how he knew what Jason could do. I felt like kicking myself for not having recognized him sooner, but I had only met him the one time in Tahoe, and he'd looked so different then.
If there's one thing Cole's never been,
Tom said, standing and stretching stiffly,
it's a victim.
You knew him? I shook my head. Know him? Slowly, Tom started pacing back and forth between the kitchen table and his chair.
A long time ago. He worked with Anna when when Harrodson's plan was still in the developmental phase. Then he became the leader of one of the satellite compounds where Harrodson conducted research and slowly built his army of people with abilities. Anna was far better acquainted with him. She even met Mandy before she became...
Tom took a deep breath.
Cole is the one who twisted Mandy into the monster she was when you met her in Tahoe, Danny.
Okay. Zoe drew the word out slowly. So, Cole wants Jason for
power,
Tom said without hesitation.
He's going after Harrodson. Cole's going to try to get rid of him and take everything that he's built.
I didn't think it sounded so bad.
Maybe we should let him,
Zoe said, voicing my thoughts.
Then Mom would be free.
Tom shook his head.
Harrodson's a power-hungry bastard, but he at least tries to use his power to make the world better.
He held his hand up, cutting off both my and Zoe's sputtered protestations.
Cole is much, much worse. He's a psychopath. He just wants power so he can rule, so he can play with people's lives, so he can create and destroy at will.
Tom closed his eyes and took several long, slow breaths.
I can't believe I'm about to say this.
He opened his eyes and looked at us.
We have to go after them, to stop them.
And save Jason, I said, adrenaline spiking in my bloodstream. Tom nodded and closed his eyes, his features tensing.
And...
Chapter 16, Zoe, December 12th, 1 AE, New Bodega, California. My dad and I stepped into what used to be the old Tides Wharf restaurant, the building and surrounding parking lot now serving as the Transportation and Planning Department in New Bodega. Before, when New Bodega had simply been Bodega Bay, and all of us were living our lives blissfully unaware, I'd eaten at the restaurant many times, soups and sandwiches on weekends or during summer breaks with Danny. I was still getting used to the fact that my hometown, which had once been sprawling, was now contained behind a wall dividing out there and in here. We walked toward the receptionist, needing an okay from the manager to use one of the New Bodega's vehicles for our pressing trip to Colorado to save Jason, and, much to my displeasure, General Harrodson. My shoulders tensed, and my hands clenched at my sides as I, for the millionth time, considered how ludicrous our situation was. My friend Lance said there was a pretty lady in charge of all exchanges and rentals. Said that I should talk to Cynthia. My dad said, flashing the cherub-faced woman a heart-stopping smile. Growing up, I'd seen that same smile make all the ladies in Bodega Bay blush. I thought back to his flirting with our neighbor Charlene, and how he'd refused to let that budding relationship turn into anything more than a neighborly friendship. Knowing what I knew now, that he was wrecked and ruined in the wake of my mom's leaving, I began to understand why. The woman's full cheeks flushed, and her pouty lips curved into a small smile. "I'm Cynthia," she said. She straightened her shoulders. He's still got it. I pursed my lips to keep from smiling and turned away. Moving off to the side to let my dad work his magic, I stared out one of the numerous picture windows that lined the west side of the building. The pampas grass and wild wheat layering the hillsides in the distance bent to the wind's will, their surrender a plea to the hiding sun. The gulls fought unyielding gusts above the choppy, gloom-colored waves. I remembered a time when all of it, the majesty of nature and the changing of the seasons, had been less ominous, when it had been beautiful. But now everything seemed antagonistic. And considering everything that had happened here, my mom's escape with my dad, Harrison coming back for her, Cole taking my brother, Larissa messing with Danny's head, this place I once thought was comfortable and safe was nothing but an illusion. Up until a year ago, my entire life had been an illusion. I turned away from the window. I needed to stay focused. Peering up at the wood-planked ceiling, I took in the scent of the musty room, the brine and moisture in the air that fused to every fiber and settled into every wood grain. It was the smell of what used to be home, of a life I barely remembered. It was almost stifling now. But, in spite of my mind's unwanted meanderings, watching the comings and goings of new bodega citizens made me feel bizarrely normal. It was like I was waiting in line at the post office in the old days, with people hustling around, going about their lives completely oblivious to everyone else's. What were people's lives like now that they didn't have to sit in traffic or be on conference calls? Were they worried about the amount of food in their pantries? About clean water? And as far as I knew, no one, save for the exploration, trading, and scavenging teams, ever needed to leave the protection of the new bodega community. Everyone had probably already forgotten what was out there, hidden in the abandoned alleyways and dark corners of the country. I wasn't sure which was worse, remembering or not remembering. But given the easy, carefree steps of citizens wandering in and out of the building, it seemed they hadn't a care in the world. Curious, I allowed my cerebral tentacles to survey the surrounding minds. An older man sat in a chair against the far wall, waiting for a young red-haired woman in the front of the housing commission line, decades of smoking causing his shallow, somewhat labored breathing. A bold-lettered sign drawn in black, heavy ink that read, "We are survivors," hung above him. His companion was flirting with the clerk behind the conference table that served as the counter. The old man's mind was filled with acutely tangible memories of happiness and pain. His name was Winston. He'd lost his wife 7 years back to bone cancer, and when she passed, his life became listless and empty. That was until the ending, when he decided that simply breathing in the desolate, dangerous world was no longer worth the effort. I studied the lines on Winston's face, my heart filling with heaviness as I witnessed memories of him and his wife over the years, memories that had made living without her pure torture for him. He'd been working up the courage to end his misery with a 12-gauge shotgun the day he'd heard a woman screaming outside his apartment building. The woman speaking with the clerk in front of him was Debbie, and she wasn't flirting with the mousy man behind the table, not really. Although Winston was some 30 years older than her, he and Debbie were connected in a way they never would have been before the world turned to shit. Winston had saved her life, had shot the crazed man attacking her, likely saving her from certain death or something far worse. Debbie's gratitude and smile had given Winston a reason to live again, and in return, she'd gained a bristly old man to happily care for when she'd felt the most alone. "Are you sure there's no way we can hurry the paperwork along?" Debbie asked, her eyes wide and pleading as she worried her bottom lip. She leaned down, closer to the clerk, and whispered, "He's my grandpa, the only person I have left. I'm not sure how much longer he has before—" The clerk's face instantly softened, and he glanced past her to the old man, who'd fallen into a coughing fit. Feeling unexpected admiration for the woman, I let them be and scanned the rest of the people in the long line behind Debbie. A girl about 12 years old was standing patiently with her father. He wasn't her real father, but the man who had saved her and taken her in when he and his brother had found her in Arizona 7 months back. The girl was chatting telepathically with a terrier named Fritz, who sat obediently outside the window, like Annie and Danny regularly did with their flock of farm animals. That's when I saw Biggs. His blue eyes and boy-next-door smile flashed kindness and interest at the elderly woman he was speaking with outside, just on the other side of the glass door. "Stay away from my children," he'd said. The sting of his last words to me had haunted me since the day he left. I wanted to speak to him, to apologize over and over for the pain of losing Sarah, for the lies, but Biggs hadn't come back to us. A man with a scar over his right eye and hair hanging in his face walked through the door, momentarily blocking my view of Biggs. Our eyes met for the briefest moment, the stranger's narrowing before he turned and walked away. Frowning, I continued to stare through the glass door, trying to deduce Biggs's state of mind, but I couldn't sense anything from him. Then I noticed that the woman he'd been speaking with was walking away, leaving him standing there alone. My feet were carrying me toward the door before I knew what I was doing. My hand gripped the door handle, hesitation and relief warring as I tried to decide whether or not to make myself known. "Excuse us," Debbie said from behind me, and I flattened against the entry wall to let her and Winston pass. Just as I did, Biggs noticed me, and his relaxed features hardened just a little. Winston held the door open for me, a cantankerous look pinching his face as he waited for me to exit. "Sorry," I said and stepped outside. "Thank you." The wind whipped my hair around my face, but all I could focus on were my sweating palms and my thrumming heartbeat, and Biggs standing just a few yards away. "Zoe," Biggs said, straightening. His eyes were opened wide, and I could only hope that, as he wiped his palms on his pants like he was uncomfortable, he wouldn't walk away from me. Tentatively, I took a step toward him, an uncertain smile on my face. "Hey, Biggs." Biggs pursed his lips and offered me a nod as he shoved his hands into his pockets. We stood in silence for a few seconds. The sound of dock workers behind us and seagull cries from above filled the space left by all that was unsaid between us. This one time, when all I wanted was to read him, I couldn't. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt so inept and vulnerable, so normal. "Biggs, I'm so sorry. I know—" Biggs held up his hand. "Please, Zoe, don't." His voice was quiet, pained. "There's no need." I bit the inside of my cheek, wondering if that was a good no need or an "I'll never forgive you" no need. I tried to shake my hindering nerves away and hoped for the best. "Well, you look well," I said, gesturing to his cargo pants and long sleeves. He did look well, a little tired perhaps, but well. Biggs exhaled and rubbed the side of his head. "So do you, Zoe." He cleared his throat. "How are things at the farm?" He gestured to the bench bolted into the sidewalk. Relief bloomed inside me, and I followed him, clinging to a grain of hope that we might be able to repair our broken friendship. The bench creaked beneath us as we sat down, and Biggs leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "Harper said everything is going well." His obliviousness was surprising. I knew Harper had been to town since Jason's disappearance, so I wondered why he hadn't mentioned it to Biggs. "Things have been better," I said. "We're here securing a vehicle for an unexpected trip back to the colony." Biggs stiffened and frowned. "What?" I could only imagine the resurfacing memories of our time there, of what the general had done to Sarah and her suicide plaguing his mind. "Why?" "Jason's been missing for a couple weeks, and we just found out that's where he is." I crossed my arms over my chest and leaned back, gazing out at the green hills set against the coal-colored sky. "And Danny's pregnant." I granted myself a sidelong glance at Biggs. "I heard about that," he said, his voice distant. I could see that concern filled his baby blue eyes, even if I couldn't feel it, which was peculiar. "Is she okay?" I could only assume he meant both emotionally and physically, given the circumstances. I pulled my bomber jacket tighter around me, attempting to stave off the sudden chill. "She will be," I said firmly. Once we get Jason back. Biggs eyed me. I was about to change the subject to something less grim, to the twins, when I heard the door open and shut behind me. I expected to see my dad when I turned around, but it was the man with the scar over his eyebrow. I turned back around to Biggs. You know for a fact he's at Peterson? Pretty sure, I said. Where exactly? Well, I guess we'll have to figure that out when we get there. Though I had a pretty good idea I'd find him with my mom. Well, you'll be able to feel his mind, right? Or maybe see his memories as you get closer? Biggs said, offering me more hope. With a curt nod, I said, Yep. Though, truthfully, I didn't want to think about the alternative. Him nulling everyone, or the fact that we might get there too late. Will you stop along the way? Maybe the Tahoe folks can help you. Or have they all moved out here already? I finally realized why Harper might have withheld our situation from Biggs. He was growing more anxious by the minute, and our problems weren't something he needed to worry about, not when he had 2 babies at home. There are still a dozen or so survivors in Zephyr Cove. The plan is to stop there to regroup, then continue to Colorado nonstop if possible. You're leaving once you get a car? I tucked my wayward hair behind my ear. As soon as we can get a vehicle big enough for the 6 of us going. But I didn't want to think about what the next few days had in store for us. So, how are the babies? I asked, unable to keep from smiling. I glanced around automatically. Where are they? Biggs was about to answer when my dad's voice boomed behind us. We got a van, he called. Let's get back to the farm so we can finish packing and get on the road. He nodded to Biggs. Hi there, how are you? My dad extended his hand to Biggs. I'm Tom. Dad, I said, pointing to Biggs as he shook my dad's hand. This is my friend, Biggs finished for me. I could barely contain my grin. He's the other member of Harper and Sanchez's army outfit I was telling you about. Hello, sir, Biggs said. I'm sorry to rush you, sweetheart, but we've got to get on the road. My dad glanced at Biggs and then me. As much as I wanted to stay and talk, for hours if Biggs would let me, I knew we needed to get back home. Every second wasted was another hour, another day added to our long journey to reach Jason. It was good to see you, Biggs. Please, don't be a stranger. I hesitated, then said, We all miss you. Biggs gave me a tight-lipped smile and took a step back. Safe journey, he said, and I felt his eyes on us as we walked away. Chapter 17. Anna. December 12th, 1 AE. The Colony, Colorado. Tap, 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 tap. Through the doorway to the back offices, Gregory glanced Anna's way, and her index finger paused just shy of her nail clicking against the windowsill of the gatehouse's broad window. She raised her left eyebrow just a touch, tilted her head just a little, and narrowed her eyes just enough that he would notice. Just enough to let him know that she was displeased. He was wasting her time, after all. They'd been in the cramped gatehouse, breathing the same stuffy air, for nearly 15 minutes. 14 minutes longer than was necessary as far as Anna was concerned. But ever since Gregory received the news that Cole was still a living, breathing parasite, wandering around, no doubt attaching himself to bigger, stronger allies, he'd been keeping Anna close. He hadn't voiced it out loud, but Anna could tell that Gregory was afraid. What did he think would happen if Cole showed up and she wasn't nearby, using her ability to boost his to the max? She could only imagine. And if she was being honest with herself, she was more than a little afraid of Cole, too. Gregory frowned at Anna, then turned his attention back to the guard, reaching out to push the office door closed enough that Anna was blocked from his view. He'd had enough of her distractions, it seemed. "Whatever the means," he said, his voice floating through the crack in the doorway. "Make sure that nobody enters without first being cleared by me. You don't let anyone in. Not anyone. They can wait outside until I'm here for the morning or afternoon inspection." His voice was soft, calm, dangerous, and it vibrated with a stifling amount of mind-controlling power. "Do you understand, Simmons?" Gregory was using his ability so strongly on the lanky, graying guard that the poor man didn't stand a chance of disobeying. "Very good," Gregory said. "Now, if someone does try to enter—" Gregory continued to give the guard commands, but Anna's attention was drawn to the trio approaching the tall electrified chain-link gate blocking the west entrance to the colony. Backed as they were by the sinking sun, all Anna could tell about them was that 2 were male and 1 was female. When one of the 4 other guards on duty at the west gate started sliding it open, she glanced at the mostly closed door to the office, where Gregory was still giving commands. They shouldn't have been opening the gate. Anna frowned. They shouldn't have even been able to open the gate. Gregory had already given them all ability-laden commands not to. Confused and curious, Anna moved toward the open doorway to get a better view. She considered alerting Gregory to the fact that the exact thing he was currently outlawing was taking place, very obviously, at that very moment. The gate was now halfway open, despite Gregory's orders. She hesitated, utterly baffled by what was going on. Finally, she gave in and called Gregory's name. He opened the door a few inches and peered out at Anna, and it would have been impossible for him to miss what was happening at the gate right behind her. Except Gregory's gaze slid right past the telltale view through the window, settling firmly on Anna. "Apologies, my dear. I know today hasn't been a good day for Peter. We'll be done here soon, and you can get back to his bedside." Anna held his gaze for several drawn-out seconds, at a loss for words. It was suddenly very clear to her that something ability-related was going on, then forced a small, genuine-looking smile. It was a skill she'd become quite adept at over the years. "Soon it won't matter. The new treatment is proving universally beneficial on regens." Her smile became shaky with relief and the pent-up potential for grief. "By morning, our son should be on the mend." Gregory bowed his head. "All thanks to you." He'd always been sparing with compliments, and every time he offered one up, it knocked Anna off balance. "Yes, well—" She looked down at her shoes, then out at the gate that was now wide open, a fact to which Gregory was still absolutely oblivious. So oblivious that he mumbled, "I'll just be another minute," and shut the office door, blocking not just Anna this time, but also the unmistakable view of the open gate. Anna felt intrigue and a strange combination of hope and dread. It was clear to her that one of the trio approaching the gate could alter the perception of those around him or her, and only Anna's nulling ability, which she was constantly exercising in an effort to keep Gregory's mind control at bay, was preventing her mind from being swept into whatever delusion the newcomer was weaving around the others' minds. And she'd only ever met one person whose perception-altering ability was strong enough to pull off such a large and effective illusion. Tom. Holding her breath, Anna squinted at the trio of newcomers, wishing Tom's lanky silhouette was among them, praying it wasn't. If he were discovered here, it would mean his death. The woman was walking a little ahead of the men, who appeared to be carrying on a fairly intense conversation, if their sharp gestures were anything to go by. One of the men was a little taller and more sturdily built than the other, far too muscular to be her abandoned husband. The other, though, he was still tall and of the right wiry build. Anna focused on him as he and his companions drew closer to the gate. They were a dozen paces out. 10, 7, 5. A bird coasted low overhead, blocking the glare from the sun for a fraction of a second, just long enough for Anna to catch the briefest glimpse of the man's face. Just long enough for her to recognize his aristocratic features, his ever-present haughty sneer. Just long enough for Anna to feel her heart lurch as adrenaline flooded her system. Cole. Cole was walking into the colony like he owned the place, and, given enough time, a well-planned strategy, and the right allies, he just might. Sucking in a breath, Anna slipped to the side and flattened herself against the wall beside the broad window, hoping Cole hadn't noticed her. She desperately wanted to alert Gregory, knowing full well that doing so was an impossibility, unless she wanted to also let him in on the single biggest secret she'd been keeping from him, the multifaceted nature of her ability. Sure, Gregory was well acquainted with her ability-boosting power, but thanks to her meticulous caution and on and off use of the neutralizer, he was still unaware that she could render any other person's ability useless. If Gregory found out she'd managed to lie to him for all those years. Anna shuddered. What would be worse? What Cole would do to the citizens of the colony if he somehow wrested away Gregory's power? Or what Gregory would do to Anna if he learned of her years of severe disobedience? Pressing her lips together, Anna straightened her back and drew in a long, deep breath. Neither option was acceptable, which meant she'd have to take matters into her own hands. It would hardly be the first time she'd gone behind Gregory's back to alter the course of events at the colony. After all, she'd been knee-deep in the Regen Rebellion, helping guide RV-01 and Camille in the right direction. She would have to work quickly, and cautiously, of course, but she had no doubt that snuffing out this latest fire was up to her. If only Peter weren't in such a critical stage of degeneration, and with his treatment, the cure, at her fingertips. It had reached the point where his mind and his unique chameleon-like ability were affected by the rapid degeneration of his neural tissue, and some of his organs were showing signs of failing. His initial round of human-sourced electrotherapy was scheduled for first thing in the morning, and based on the trials Anna and John had conducted on the other remaining regens, Peter's recovery should begin almost instantaneously. Anna could hear the scuffle of weary footsteps through the gatehouse's open door as Cole and his companions drew nearer. She held her breath and squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself to remain as inconspicuous as possible. The last thing she wanted was to let them know she could see them. The slimmer man and the woman passed first, and Anna risked a peek through the doorway. For several seconds, she watched their backs as they strolled away from the gatehouse. The broader man followed a half-dozen paces behind them, his eyes scanning the way ahead and to either side. Those eyes, they were unmistakable. Heart leaping, Anna retreated back into the building before his keen survey of his surroundings made him aware of her. She clutched her chest and gasped in shaky breaths, battling elation and anxiety and all-out terror. Jason. It was him, her son. He was in the colony. What was he doing there? What about Zoe and Danielle? What about their farm near the coast? Her mind reeled, thoughts lashing about as she tried to understand and failed miserably. She kept coming back to the same disturbing facts, the only two things she knew with any certainty, and both terrified her. Jason was in the colony, and for whatever reason, he was working with Cole. Chapter 18, Zoe, December 12th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. Standing in our small, heavily equipped outbuilding turned armory behind the stable, I collected my crossbow and quiver, a handgun I preferred never to use, and a few clips just in case. Jake was just as focused as he swiftly readied weapons behind me, a few pistols, some knives, and whatever else he deemed essential for Jason's breakout. All I could think about was getting to the colony. We knew we had to rescue him from Cole, but after the dream I'd had, I wasn't sure if we needed to save him from my mom as well. She'd helped me that night in the golf course, when I'd lost the essence of who I was and had awoken in a dark foreign world. She'd saved me. I liked to think she would save Jason too if she could. And then there was Harrison. I found it hard to believe saving him was our only option. We'd spent months putting mountains and rivers, forests and deserts between the general and us, and now we were going back. The colony was terrifying, the one place where civilization was more threatening than the unkempt hillsides and cities where crazies lurked. But we were desperate, and no matter how unimaginable our situation was, I was ready and willing to do whatever was necessary to bring my brother home, even if that meant shelving the retribution I felt all too entitled to. "Here," Tavis said, startling me. He set extra fletching, tips, and a few bundles of metal bolts for my crossbow down on the bench in front of me. "I thought you all said the crossbow would only slow us down, that we'd be using guns?" Tavis nodded to my own hoard of bolts, or arrows, as I still like to call them. "And?" I shrugged. "You never know, we might run out of ammo." "Exactly, you never know. And arrows are quiet, in case we need to sneak up on someone. Might as well take what we've got." It looked like Tavis had cleaned out our entire stock. "You and Sam should keep some." Tavis gave me a curt nod, giving me pause. "And Sam will. He has his supply. These are what's left. We'll need all of this more than he will." I gaped at him and glanced at Jake, whose back was to us while he filled a duffel bag. He was aware Tavis was in the armory with us, but it didn't faze him. I glared back at Tavis. "We? You're not coming." His blue eyes widened, and he took an abrupt step backward. "Excuse me?" He grinned. I shook my head and tried not to smile. "I mean, you can't. Sam needs you here. What if something happens to us? To you?" Jake left us alone in the shed-like building, giving Tavis and me some space, and Tavis instantly leaned closer, his expression soft. "Zoe, I want to help. You may be a good aim these days, but you're not better than I am, no matter what Sam says. And I'm not too shabby with a gun either. Let's face it, we have no idea what that place is like now, and you'll need all the help you can get." I stared at Tavis, into his blue eyes that always held a smile, but were different now. They seemed pained and earnest, something I'd never seen in them before. Although I hated to admit it, Tavis was right. This mission might not end well for Jake, my dad, Becca, Sanchez, Gabe, and me. But Tavis coming with us? I didn't want him to go. I didn't want him risking his life for my family, for me, when he had Sam to think about. "Look," Tavis said, reaching out to me, but he stopped himself just before his fingers could brush against my arm, and we stood in momentary silence. The vacuum of space between us was thick, making it impossible to think or speak, like this moment meant something for him that I couldn't quite comprehend. Tavis's hand fell back to his side. Zoe. He let out a breath that seemed to hold the meaning of 1,000 unspoken words. I know there's been some weirdness between us in the past, but you know that I still care about you, he said easily. He pointed to my head. Which means you also know that I know nothing will ever happen between us, and this isn't about that. So don't make this into something it's not, okay? I'm going on this trip because I want to help. You need me. Jason, Danny, your dad. Everyone needs this to work. And you have a better chance if I'm there with you. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow. He was right. I did know this wasn't just about me, and not just because I could feel his intent. Tavis and Sam were part of our family. Okay, but... I said on a sigh. I shut my eyes, feeling grateful and selfish and strangely at ease that he would be with us. I don't expect you to come. I opened my eyes again, and his cocky grin returned, gloating like always. He shrugged. I could use a little adventure. In fact, that last 6 months have been rather dull, don't you think? I snorted. Speak for yourself. Tavis chuckled and nudged me with his elbow. Sam's not gonna like this, I grumbled. Agreed, Tavis said. But you need me right now more than he does. He'll understand that. I nodded, if a little guiltily, and Tavis scooted the additional arrow parts closer to me. Bag 'em up. I'll go talk to the kid. Good luck. I cringed, and with a wink, Tavis disappeared outside. I shoved my gear into a duffel of my own, and when I finished, I headed out to the van Cynthia had generously loaned us for as long as we needed it, including fuel to get us to our first stopping point in Tahoe. All my dad had to agree to was dinner with her upon his return. I tossed my bag into the back of the van, where some of our gear was already loaded, then headed toward the farmhouse. The others were still packing, so I went through a mental checklist of everything we might need. A change of clothes, check. Plenty of weapons and ammo, check. Clothes for Jason on the ride back, check. Water, and Becca was packing us some food for the road, check, check. First aid supplies packed and loaded, check. Then, deciding I should bring the schematic of the colony Gabe had helped me draw for reference, I reached for the handle to the screen door. I paused when Sam's high-pitched, urgent voice reached my ears. He and Tavis were arguing in the entryway. And I'm a better aim than you. I should come too. Sam's voice strained. You're a great aim, but I need you to stay here with Danny and help her around the farm. I don't want to. I heard the floorboards creak and held my breath, expecting them to step outside and find me eavesdropping. But Tavis must have knelt down. His voice was softer when he spoke again. Sam, I need you to stay here, mate. It's going to be very dangerous, and if anything happens to us, I need you to help keep everyone here safe. You have your bow, and you can help them sense danger. Plus, Annie would have a fit if you left. Tavis chuckled, and I smiled sadly, thinking that Tavis was such a wonderful man, an amazing stand-in father for Sam. You know it's true. Yeah, I guess you're right, Sam replied, and my hand flew to my mouth to stifle a laugh. There was a pause. I hear you out there, Zoe, Sam said, a little indignant. Clearing my throat and attempting to put on a straight face, I stepped up to the screen door. Sorry, just need to grab a few things. Tavis looked from me to Sam and rumpled the kid's hair. We're in agreement, then? You stay here with Danny and Annie and protect them? He asked. Okay. Sam groaned and looked over at me, his hair so long it swept over his eyes. I knew he thought of Annie as a little sister, like the one that had been taken away from him last year. He would go to the ends of the earth for Annie if it meant keeping her safe. "I'll look out for him, Sam," I said, and offered the kid a sympathetic smile. "I'll keep him out of trouble." With a slight quirk of his lips, Sam plodded past me and out the front door, determined to be strong and grown up. My hand flew to my heart, and I flashed Tavis a piteous look, pouting my bottom lip. Heartbreaking. With a nod and relieved sigh, Tavis scratched the top of his head and walked out the front door. "I better make myself useful," were his last words as the screen door swung shut behind him. I made my way into the dining/archive room to search through stacks of diagrams and instructions I'd created over the months, looking for schematics of the colony and surrounding area. Gabe and Becca hurried down the stairs, their bags packed and hanging over their shoulders. "We're ready," Becca said as they headed for the door. "The food is already loaded." "Thanks," I breathed, contemplating. "Hey, Becca?" She paused and looked over her shoulder at me, her eyes holding a fierce glint that hadn't been there mere months ago. "Anything new?" I asked, wondering if she'd had any more visions. Becca shook her head apologetically. "No. Sorry, Zoe. Nothing." With a quick nod, I refocused on my messily stacked documents. I rifled around a moment longer before finding what I'd been searching for. Aha! With a triumphant exhale, I straightened and peered around the house that had become our home. Living with 12 people, 14 when Camille and Mace were staying here, had become something reassuring and expected in my life. The noise, the support, the love and comfort, it had all become constant and reliable. I imagined how weird it would be for those staying behind, how empty the farm would feel, and how disconnected and lonely we would feel being away from them. The screen door flung open again, and this time Danny walked into the house. The look on her face made my insides wad and crumple with sadness and longing and hope, as hers were. There was no way Danny could go with us, not now that she was pregnant, and definitely not after the prophecy Becca had shared about Danny staying at the farm if we wanted the baby to live. Danny planted herself in front of me, her bright, gleaming eyes searching mine. "You'll bring him back to me, Zoe?" My eyes clouded with tears, and I blinked slowly in hopes of making the pesky things go away. I cleared my throat. "I promise you, Dee. I'll do everything I can to bring Jason home." Danny nodded, and she scanned the room like she was lost in a place that should have been familiar. She pursed her lips, and the way she rubbed her belly told me she was petrified, too scared of the unknown to be hopeful. "Just make sure you come back too," she said, her voice small. In one quick step, I was wrapping my arms around her. I tried to ignore the tickle of her wild red hair in my nostrils. "I love you, Dee." I squeezed her tighter, wishing I could take away the sorrow and worry that prevented her from smiling anymore. "I made Harper promise to keep a special eye on you while I'm gone, and everyone here wants to help you. Let them, okay? And keep drinking your shakes." Danny's head bobbed minutely, and she sniffled as she stepped out of my arms. "I will." She hesitated. I wanted to probe to make sure she really was going to be okay, but I restrained myself. Danny is strong. She'd already survived so much, and she could survive the next few weeks with Chris, Harper, and Carlos at her side. She'd have Mace and Camille, Annie and Sam, and the animals too. Danny wouldn't be alone. "You have to be strong for Annie," I said, helping her to refocus. "I don't think she understands." "I know, Zoe." Danny smiled weakly. "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine, I promise." With a single nod, I let out an unsteady breath, wanting to believe her. "We'll be back before you know it," I lied, certain that the next week or so would feel like years. "I love you, Dee." Danny wrapped her arms around me again, her emotions flaring against her will.
"I love you, Zoe. Please be careful."
A gut-wrenching sound stuck in her throat.
"I can't lose you both."
I gave her a squeeze. "See you in a couple weeks," I said quickly. With that, I hurried out of the house. I needed to focus on the colony and Jason if we were going to have any chance of bringing him back, alive.
Chapter 19. Danny, December 12th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. Showers these days weren't all they'd once been. For us, they'd become a stop-and-go outdoors affair, consisting of our jerry-rigged version of a rather large solar shower out back behind the farmhouse and cottage. We might have had running water indoors to a small degree, but taking a full-on shower would have been far too taxing on our plumbing, and we were still working on our gray water distribution system. And though Jason and Tom had constructed a wooden fence that spiraled around our outdoor shower, giving any bather the illusion of privacy, I still preferred to wear a swimsuit, specifically the purple and white striped bikini I'd lifted on our last trip through Tahoe. I glanced down at the loose nylon, trying and failing not to notice how defined my ribs were beneath the bikini top or how clearly my hip bones jutted out. My abdomen still showed no visible sign of the rapidly growing life within, which seemed so strange because since finding out I was pregnant 4 days past, the knowledge of it, of him or her, had become an ever-present element of me. I was hyper-aware of the child I was carrying, and it was becoming extremely frustrating to me that there was no obvious physical evidence of said child's existence, aside from the extra aura only Zoe could see glowing around me. Harper claimed it was still too soon, even with the accelerated rate of gestation since the virus, but still. Shoulders hunched, I folded my arms over my middle. No wonder Zoe's eyebrows were always drawn together, her forehead always creased, her mouth always pinched with worry. She had a big enough crap storm to deal with without me adding to it. But add to it I did. I tugged on the dangling handle that triggered the water release and couldn't hold back a shudder as the chilly water rained down on me. Already present goosebumps multiplied with a vengeance, and I combated them with memories of my last warm bath. Zoe'd taken the enormous time and effort to draw it for me a few days ago, no doubt hoping a little external comfort would soothe my frayed nerves and settle my uneasy stomach. It had done neither, and it had been an unnecessary luxury, but I'd still appreciated the hell out of it, out of her. And now she was gone. Maybe she'd only been gone a few hours, but she was gone nonetheless. Jack bounded into the circular washing alcove before the stream cut off overhead and ran a full circuit around me, his wagging tail spraying me with less than clean water from seemingly all sides. I couldn't help but squeal. "Jack! What are you doing, you crazy monster?" He paused just long enough to stare up at me with innocent puppy dog eyes.
"At least he got you to smile,"
Chris said dryly. I spun around to the shower's entrance, where the spiraling fence overlapped a few feet to allow some privacy without requiring a gate. Easier maintenance, according to the handier members of our scattered family. Chris stood in the opening, Annie on her hip despite being a smidge too big to be carried around. She gave my body a quick, assessing scan before looking at the brighter portion of twilit sky above the hills to the west. "You're sad," Annie said, sticking out her bottom lip for emphasis. "You're not as sad when Jack's around," she continued telepathically. "I told him to make you happy again." Jack sat crookedly at my feet, practically on my feet, and stared up at me, tongue lolling, and the dark markings over his eyes nudged higher.
Mother, run?
He scooted even closer and whined almost imperceptibly. Chris cleared her throat.
You shouldn't be out here so late. It's too cold,
she said, disapproval evident in her voice.
Come inside. There's hot chili and biscuits.
I looked at her, then glanced away, choosing instead to focus on the bar of soap still resting on the ground a few feet away in its purple plastic traveling case.
The others are just sitting down to eat,
Chris added. I thought about the others. Carlos, Harper, Grayson, Sam, and Camille and Mace, then took the 2 steps required to reach the soap and gingerly squatted to retrieve it. Getting back up required the assistance of my hand on the fence and a tired groan. If I went inside with Chris, I wouldn't only be surrounded by the remaining members of our group, I'd be surrounded by the absence of so many others. And though we'd had people coming and going on search parties for a couple weeks now, this was different. We were missing more of our beloved friends than ever before, and the likelihood of them returning soon was low. The likelihood of them never returning at all, far too high.
So you're ignoring me,
Chris said.
Real mature.
I pursed my lips but didn't look at her. Honestly, I was too ashamed to look at her, because she was sort of right. I was being an enormous baby, wallowing alone instead of facing my issues with my family. Instead, I glanced down at Jack while I lathered the bar of soap between my hands. You've got to give me a little space, sweet boy, just for a minute. Jack did as I asked, scooting away a few inches and whining all the while. Well, if he was going to insist on remaining so close to me, I wasn't above using him as an impromptu soap dish. Hold this, please, I said, setting the bar of soap on top of his furry head, silently promising an abundance of treats later. Jack became statue still. I smiled at him, showering him with telepathic praises while I worked the lathered soap through my unruly hair. It felt exceptionally grimy and greasy, not to mention tangly, and I became all too aware that my last bathing experience had actually been the bath Zoe'd drawn for me days ago. Too long when I spent a good part of my days out in the dirt, clearly.
So this must be what it's like to have a teenager.
Out of the corner of my eye, I watched Chris set Annie down and angle the little girl back toward the farmhouse.
Go help Daniel set the table.
But
now,
Chris said, breaking out her famed mom voice. Annie scampered away without further hesitation as I retrieved the bar of soap to get to work on the rest of my body.
All right, Danny, here's the deal.
Apparently, it was my turn to be the recipient of the mom voice.
Your obstinacy and flat-out refusal to take good care of yourself isn't only hurting you. It's hurting the baby.
She held up a hand, cutting me off.
And I'm not just talking about this kind of thing,
she said, waving her hand at me in the shower.
You need rest and food and to get a grip on all this drifting. But you also need to take better care of yourself mentally and emotionally.
She planted her fists on her hips.
With Zoe gone for the time being, you got 2 options. Either you start talking to me, or I'm going to start fiddling around in your head.
Chris! I looked at her aghast. She knew how deeply I'd grown to despise having people violate my mental and emotional privacy. You wouldn't! She crossed her arms and shrugged. Maybe she would?
Either way, we're going to get to the bottom of what you're feeling and why. It's just a matter of how we get there.
She leaned against the wooden slats, not a care in the world.
Your call, hun.
Fuming, I turned my back to her and pulled the lever to trigger the shower. I didn't even flinch when the stream of near-freezing water hit my skin. When I was all rinsed off, I looked back. Chris was gone. Dinner was a tense affair, or rather, filled with the kind of tension that builds when everyone is pretending things are normal, forcing conversation and laughter that in the end only makes the tension worse. It was exactly the kind of tension that Kai had always known just how to diffuse. I missed him, all the time, but this particular dinner was one of those times when the missing became a physical ache in my chest. Heart heavy, I sat at the kitchen table and watched Carlos scrub the dishes in a basin at the other end of the table. It was supposed to be my night to do the dishes, but the moment I'd started heating up water to fill the basin, Carlos had stepped in. It was becoming all too clear that Chris had enlisted the others in her efforts to bend me to her will. "You don't have to do this," I told him, again, and crossed my arms over my chest. "I can wash dishes, you know. I won't overexert myself." Carlos paused mid-scrub and sent an unamused look to my end of the table.
"Seriously, Danny, if you say that one more time."
Sighing, I set my elbows on the table and rested my chin on my palms. Carlos's brow furrowed and he leaned forward, his lips pursing as he scrubbed what seemed to be a particularly stubborn dish.
"There's not that many dishes to do anyway,"
he said, pausing once more, closing his eyes, and making a pained expression as soon as the words were out of his mouth.
"Sorry,"
he said, meeting my eyes and looking just as lost as me. We all missed Zoe and the others. "I know," I said. "It's fine. Don't worry about it." Carlos opened his mouth, and I could practically see the words perched on the tip of his tongue.
"Decision time,"
Chris said from the hallway opening. Her hawkish gaze was locked on me.
"What's it gonna be, hon? Traditional therapy or my brand?"
I sighed heavily, missing Zoe even more. "If you promise to stay away from my brain chemistry, I promise to spill my guts to you." Under my breath, I added, "Not that I think it'll do any good." Chris held up her hands defensively.
Whoa, don't get so worked up. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming."
"So is your sarcasm," I muttered.
"Touché,"
Chris said, touching her finger to the side of her nose. Harper squeezed past Chris, but not without landing a decent smack on her backside. She squawked, and he winked at me as he passed by the kitchen table and slipped into the mudroom. Seconds later, he poked his head back into the kitchen.
"Hey, Danny, I'd like to get a quick checkup in tomorrow morning before breakfast. Think you could swing by the infirmary first thing?"
I nodded, and he flashed me a smile before retreating back into the mudroom. Chris followed him, only to reemerge with 2 fleece-lined raincoats over her arm. She tossed one to me. I caught it, more out of defense than any sort of practice hand-eye coordination. Those kinds of sports had never been my thing. "What?"
"It's time for your first therapy session."
She shrugged into her coat.
"The doctor will see you now,"
she said in a terrible, unrecognizable accent. Okay." Slowly I stood and put on my coat, never taking my eyes off of her. I could only imagine how confused I looked. "But outside?"
"Well, you didn't think I'd rearrange my whole schedule just because you're emotionally constipated, did you?"
Chris fumbled around in her pockets, then smiled victoriously.
"Ah, thought I had a couple more."
She proudly pulled 2 sticks of chewing gum out of her right coat pocket, unwrapped one and popped it into her mouth, and offered the second one to me.
"Helps me concentrate,"
she said as she chewed. I closed the distance between us and took the proffered stick of gum. "Thanks." As I unfolded the foil wrapper, I peered at her. My stomach was becoming even more unsettled than usual as I deciphered her meaning. "You don't mean we're going to do this out in the stable while you work on Vanessa, do you?" Chris continued to chew her gum, Her only response a flat smile. "But, Chris, she can't stand me." Chris waved one hand dismissively. "Psh." My eyebrows rose. "She hates me." "She doesn't hate you." Chris made her way toward the mudroom door. "She's jealous of you, of how close you and Carlos are." I glanced at Carlos, but he was studiously focused on scrubbing the hell out of the final bowl. "Come on." Chris trudged back into the kitchen, draped her arm over my shoulders, and led me into the mudroom, then outside. "For the record, I think this is an awful idea," I said as we hastily made our way across the lawn. The rain was starting up again, the sky rumbling with far-off thunder. The squish of wet, overgrown grass soon gave way to the crunch of gravel, until finally Chris was sliding open the stable door. "It's a wonderful idea," Chris said. She linked her arm with mine. "The only way I can make sure I don't accidentally fiddle with your inner mental workings is to be actively entrenched in someone else's. Consider it an insurance policy." She gave my arm a squeeze. "Just in case." "Fine," I said, giving in begrudgingly. After all, it wasn't like she was offering me much of a choice, and I preferred to be out there under the pretense of having had some say in the matter, however minuscule. I was only now coming to fully appreciate how much of a buffer Zoe had been for me since Jason was taken. Chris, it seemed, had a very different philosophy when it came to taking care of distraught mothers-to-be. As we approached Vanessa's stall at the end of the stable aisle, I held my breath. The outburst would come as soon as she realized that Chris had a guest tonight. Though the type of outburst varied from taunting songs to outright screams of murderous intentions, the fact that there would be an outburst was just that, a fact. I closed my eyes when we reached the stall and waited for it. And waited, and waited, and waited. "Vanessa?" Chris said. "Everything okay?" My eyes snapped open, and I stared through the barred-off top half of the stall door, certain I would find the space empty, certain I would find Vanessa missing. Except she wasn't missing. Rather, Vanessa's face was barely 2 feet from mine, on just the other side of the bars, and she wasn't yelling or snarling or even cackling, like she so often did during her imaginary conversations with her hallucinations. She was smiling, almost peacefully, at me. Chapter 20, Zoe, December 12th, 1 AE, Northern California Interstate. I-80 was wet, the asphalt reflecting the dying golden light as the sun sank behind the Sierra Mountains. The rainstorm we'd been driving through for the past couple hours had finally let up, but as we neared our exit toward Tahoe, we were all too aware that any impending rainfall would likely turn to snow. I hated snow. I thought about the outbreak back in Salem, when all of this began, about Sarah and our journey with Dave. I thought about how cold it would be once the snow started to fall and how hidden everything would become, how much more dangerous everything would be. Jake drove carefully, too slowly for the urgency that kept my mind hopping and my body fidgeting. I tried not to nag him as he maneuvered the potholes and abandoned cars scattered along the slick interstate. At first it was easy. I was distracted. My eyes were glued to the vehicles on the road, like a string of freak show exhibits I couldn't look away from. All of them were gruesome and sad. Each vehicle housed more than death. They embodied heart-pricking reminders of the past. Proud parent of an honor student. Humorous and political stickers covered rusted and cobwebbed bumpers and back windows. Bodies, animal and human, both skeletal and still decaying, filled most of them. Some windows and doors open, the rest shut.
Babies and children were wrapped in blankets, still grasping their toys and stuffed animals in their eternal slumber. It was unnerving, the poignancy of driving through a graveyard depicting the past. It was a reminder of what could have been, and how lucky we were to have gotten this far despite the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Eventually, dwelling on what could have been became too morose, and I made myself look away. I focused on the last rays of light splaying up from beyond the untended rice fields in the distance, making the world glow. Then, I watched the citrus and walnut orchards that were no longer pruned or harvested pass by the window. The scattered billboards were tattered and sun-bleached, and the sporadic dealerships and restaurants that we passed were all eerily dark and, not surprisingly, abandoned. A year had passed since the outbreak, and had I not known any better, it would have seemed as if we were the only people left in the world. Noisily, my dad wrestled with a map in the front passenger seat. He'd been scouring it since we'd been on the road, searching for a quicker, safer route. I knew there was none, as did he, though he couldn't stop examining the map crinkling in his hands long enough to accept it. I glanced up to the front of the van, my eyes locking with Jake's as they flicked the rearview mirror. "Do we know if our Tahoe friends are expecting us tonight?" Gabe asked from his slouched position in the seat in front of me. His voice was hoarse from drifting in and out of sleep. My dad twisted in his seat and peered at us, scanning the 5 faces staring back at him, all waiting for an answer. "Lance said he'd keep working on the communication." My dad's eyes settled on Gabe. "As soon as you can find a sleeping mind, we'll know for sure." He looked at Sanchez. "Otherwise, we'll have to rely on you when we get closer." "There's still a dozen of them there," Sanchez said, stretching as she stirred from her half-sleep. "It shouldn't be too hard to contact them." I balled up my leather jacket as a pillow and leaned back, looking out the window. "I just can't handle the silent waiting," I mumbled. "You've never been a patient girl, Zoe," my dad said. Had it been under different circumstances, he might have laughed. At least, I imagined he would have. Instead, he sighed. Wondering what my dad could possibly have to hold over me. The one who'd reminded him to go grocery shopping and did it myself whenever he forgot. Who did the laundry and made sure he'd paid the bills on time. I looked at him. "Well, I'm not impatient." "You couldn't wait for the newest Disney movie to come out," he explained, "even though you swore you didn't care about the princesses at all." He faced the front again, watching the scenery whip by, and I rolled my eyes. "And you couldn't wait until you turned 10 so you could collect your allowance, and you couldn't wait until you were 16 and old enough to drive. You couldn't even wait for the laundry to dry before you pulled it out of the dryer, grabbing whatever it was you were waiting for and claiming the rest would air dry." Tavis chuckled from the seat beside me. Involuntarily, I smiled and stared out the window. I'd forgotten about things like that. "This is a little different, I think." "True," my dad said, more than a hint of amusement in his voice. "But patient has never been your strong suit." When my dad didn't get another rise out of me, he continued. "Zoe, you don't need to worry. Jason's still alive, I promise you." I resisted the urge to shake my head again. "How can you be so sure?" "Because they took him alive for a reason. Cole could have done whatever he wanted to your brother, but he clearly needed him alive." He paused for a moment, waiting for my eyes to meet his in the dimming light. "He needs Jason so badly that he was willing to risk everything by showing up in New Bodega to get him." For some inexplicable reason, it helped knowing that Jason had chosen to let Cole into his mind in order to save Danny, and that Jason had made a choice he could live with, knowing the potential consequences. But the thought of my brother, someone I loved and whose ability was so strong, being brainwashed and under the influence of someone like Cole was still incredibly disturbing. A small part of me worried about what we would do if, for whatever reason, we couldn't convince Jason to come back with us. What if we couldn't find a way to break Cole's hold on his mind? Cole's mind control is a little different from Harrison's, my dad said, responding to my train of thought. It's unbreakable while it's active, so far as I've ever seen, but it requires skin-to-skin contact to work, and it wears off in time, as we saw with Danny and her ability. I let out a tired breath, recalling the memories I'd seen of Danny and Jason's dealings with the cult, with Mandy and Cole at the helm, Carlos and so many others at their mercy. But I shoved the memories away, instead watching the newly formed moon shadows play across the window as we drove, though our speed wasn't nearly fast enough. Although it had felt like the longest day in my life, waking after my dream about Jason, Danny's unearthed memory, a hurried trip into and out of New Bodega, and now our journey to Colorado, I was too wound up to relax or sleep, even if I knew I'd regret it later. Tavis nudged me. Want to play a game or something? I stifled a laugh and shook my head. I appreciated his attempt to keep my thoughts in check. But then, as much as I wanted to say no thanks, I felt compelled to say yes, to think about something that wasn't morbid and so sinister. Okay, sure, I said and turned to face him. What'd you have in mind? Tavis's eyes turned round in questioning, and with a sheepish grin, he shrugged. He hadn't expected me to say yes. I smiled as he smirked and scratched the side of his face. I don't know any car games, actually. You don't know any car games? What about the license plate game or I Spy? Tavis frowned. I think it's a bit dark for either of those, and our options are somewhat... He peered around at the darkened scenery. Limited. You could always play Truth or Dare. Sanchez piped in with a soft snort from her seat in front of Tavis. That would be entertaining. Gabe chuckled beside her. Only if you play, Sanchez. Tavis teased in return, flashing a half grin. Ha! No. I knew Sanchez wasn't likely to partake in any games, and to be honest, I wasn't quite up to playing one myself. But the idea of asking Tavis something, anything, in a game of truth, was very appealing. He'd always been more of an open book than the others, something I liked about Tavis. But I'd never asked him the fun, interesting questions. I'd never probed his mind or searched for answers to all my curiosities, even when things had occasionally felt uncomfortable or curious. As with everyone else, it seemed important that I let his past remain buried, but now, needing a bit of intrigue to keep my mind off of Jason, I went for it. I have a question, actually, I said, turning in my seat to face him properly. Tavis chuckled. Okay, shoot. You're clearly not from here, originally anyway, and I know you rescued Sam from crazies. I narrowed my gaze at him. But what was your life like before the ending? What'd you do? I tried to picture Tavis's occupation and how he might have lived. Had he always been a simple, laid-back kind of guy? Had he left Australia for work? Tavis let out a brusque laugh, not light and amused as usual. Back home, I was a defense lawyer, he said, shocking the hell out of me. He laughed again as he took in my surprise. I shut my gaping mouth. You don't really give off the whole, you can't handle the truth, attorney at law sort of vibe. Yeah, well, get me in front of a jury and I can persuade them with my charm and skill. Tavis's grim smile faded to nothing, and he stared out the window. Throw me into this world and I'm a fish out of water, so to speak. I glanced over at Becca, who was gazing, unblinking, out her window. I wondered if she already knew this about him, like she seemed to know so many other things about all of us. "So," I continued, "you practiced law here, in the States? Is it a family thing?" Even in the darkness, I could see that Tavis's expression remained blank, a look that seemed familiar, like the strange longing I sometimes noticed in his gaze. I wasn't sure if it was the memories of an old life that haunted him or something else. "Sorry," I said more quietly. "You don't have to answer." Tavis shrugged, deflated, and finally pulled his gaze from the window. "It's fine." He cleared his throat. "It wasn't a family thing. My family were country folks, had sheep and cattle. That wasn't what I wanted." He paused a moment, considering something. "I was here on holiday with my girlfriend, Alice. We were here as a sort of last-ditch effort to make things work between us. Alice claimed I worked too much and didn't appreciate what I had, even though it was right in front of me. She said nothing was ever good enough, and she couldn't live like that anymore." I could see the harsh reality of her words, the memories, swirling through his mind as I opened my senses up to him, for some reason needing to understand the sudden dullness of his eyes, the defeat in his tone. The pained expression I'd seen earlier in the armory returned. "She said that if we couldn't have a nice holiday together without me working, our relationship was over." Moments from Tavis's life flashed in my mind. I saw the pain and regret-filled days that followed the outbreak of the virus, the night Alice had died in his arms, leaving him to hate the man he'd become and wander the decomposing world without her. "You loved her," I whispered. Even if he hadn't known how to show her at the time, he loved her very much, more than he'd ever loved anyone. I realized my mistake before I could take the words back. I winced. "I didn't mean to pry." Tavis's eyes shifted to mine, but his expression was constant. Unable to stop myself, not really wanting to, I dug deeper. When Tavis had found Sam a week later, he knew that the boy needed his help, needed someone to take care of him, like Alice had needed in her final moments. More than anything, Tavis had wanted to prove to himself that he could become someone other than the misguided man he'd turned out to be. He had to prove his life was worth living, that he could be someone else, someone capable of caring for another person and worth the second chance he'd been given. Then my breath hitched. I saw an image of me in Tavis's mind, and I finally understood the look that sometimes flashed in his eyes, why he felt a connection to me the moment he'd seen me. I didn't look like Alice, not really. Her hair had been long and blonde, and her eyes had been a deep brown that radiated her every emotion. But like me, freckles had dotted her nose, and she'd been, at times, strong-willed and outspoken. She'd been determined to fight for them, for what she'd wanted, and Tavis felt the need to help me. He needed to be the man he'd been unable to be for Alice, in any way that he could. "You can't blame yourself," I whispered. Between Tavis's emotions and my own, I couldn't look him in the eye. "We were all different before." When he said nothing, I ventured a glance at him. His grave but apologetic gaze met mine, and I felt insurmountable sorrow radiating from him for the first time in all the months that I'd known him. "That doesn't change the past," he said, his voice clipped. Our game had quickly turned into a torturous revisiting of our lives before, and we were both left sitting in a van with 5 other people, extremely uncomfortable. We exchanged one more disquieted glance before my mind went blank, like what had happened in New Bodega. In place of Tavis's emotions, of the white noise of all of my companions' thoughts and emotions I'd grown used to ignoring, was a void. Nothingness. "Something's wrong," There was a bump in the road before I could finish, causing all of us to grab a hold of whatever we could hang on to. Jake cursed, and the van swerved. Tires skidded on the wet pavement as the van spun. I could hear my dad's voice. He was shouting for everyone to hold on. Metal grinded against metal. I could hear the sound of breaking glass and someone scream, but all I could think about was the pain in my head, and something was cutting into my bicep as we flipped over and over. Then everything went black. I had no idea how much time had passed before I opened my eyes again, but the gray-blue night stretched out above me, and my back burned like hell. Body too weak and mind too fuzzy to concentrate, I let my head loll to the side. Nighttime came in and out of focus. Tavis was cringing beside me, tugging on me. On my arm? We were on asphalt. He was dragging me. His mouth was moving. He was saying something, but a ringing echoed in my ears. I couldn't make out what he was saying. I didn't understand. There was a crack off in the distance, then two more. Tavis froze, eyes wide as he looked down at me, meeting my incoherent gaze for the first time. I tried to read his thoughts, to see into his mind, to understand, but his mind wasn't there. I blinked rapidly as I tried to focus. Color drained from Tavis's face, and the pain and tension in his features relaxed. He stared at me like I wasn't even there. A moment later, his eyes rolled back in his head. "Tavis?" I rasped, panic quickly taking hold of my semi-consciousness, the looming impression that I'd never see him again making it impossible to think. I tried to reach for him, but my arm was too heavy. "Tavis?" I repeated. I could hear voices around me, but they were distant and unfamiliar. "Jake!" I tried to shout as I attempted to reach for Tavis, for anyone, but my arm screamed in pain. I couldn't lift it. No, none of it made sense. Slowly I blinked, staring up at the naked, withered branches that seemed to be reaching for me from the trees above. I blinked again, and again, until I could barely keep my eyes open. Through my lashes, I saw a man loom over me, a scar over his right eye, and brown, stringy hair hanging around his sunken face. I don't understand. "Tavis," I mumbled, but it was becoming harder and harder to keep my eyes open, to think. The man knelt down. Before the darkness of unconsciousness consumed me, I managed to whisper, "Please." Chapter 21. Anna. December 13th, 1 AE. The Colony, Colorado. Anna stared at the white porcelain mug sitting on the kitchen counter in front of her, eyes heavy and mind a-whirl. Her rear end was numb from sitting on the stool for so long enough for her tea to cool to that unpleasant tepid temperature that made it more or less undrinkable. Her dangling feet were rapidly approaching a painful state beyond numbness, a deep-seated ache that seemed to resonate from her bones. She stared at the blinking clock on the microwave. The green numbers read 2:10. It hadn't been blinking when she'd first sat down with her cup of tea just after midnight. Realizing that the power had gone out again, Anna made a mental note to check with Gregory's infrastructure advisor. Things weren't going well around the colony, not when there were only 752 people to keep the place running. 755 if the new stowaways were being counted, a dramatic drop from the colony's population before the Regen Rebellion. Groaning, Anna scooted off the stool and lumbered around the kitchen island to the stove, glancing at her watch along the way. Setting the clock was becoming automatic, and she did it quickly without a second thought about the significance of the task. Unreliable electricity was a trifling matter compared to the two that weighed heavy on her mind. Peter was going to be okay, if his body's initial response to his first treatment was anything to go by. The new human-derived electrotherapy was nothing short of miraculous, not just for Peter, but for all of the regens still residing in the colony. Anna should have been overjoyed, should have been filled with so much relief that she should have been making up for her weeks and weeks of lost sleep at that very moment. For the first time in a long time, Peter's prospects for a long, healthy future were promising. But Jason's weren't. Placing her palms on the counter, Anna hung her head. She could only think of one other time she'd felt so torn, so lost, so defeated, so utterly desperate. She was sick to her stomach with worry. Leaving her family behind in Bodega Bay over 2 decades ago had been the hardest thing she'd ever done. It had ripped her apart, destroying parts of her soul with such devastation that the woman she'd become by the time she and Gregory reached Peterson Air Force Base, as the colony had been called in those days, was hardly recognizable as the wife and mother she'd been just days before. And now Jason was in the colony. He'd strolled right into the lion's den, alongside the only man Anna had ever had more negative feelings toward than Gregory. She wasn't sure where they'd gone, but she desperately hoped Jason was being led by an invisible leash, because the possibility that he was a willing accomplice to whatever form Cole's latest aspirational madness had taken was too terrifying a prospect. Her stomach twisted. She refused to believe that her own flesh and blood would choose to help Cole, and at the same time, she feared what might drive him to make that choice. Had something happened to Zoe and Tom? To Danielle? The prospects and possibilities were more disturbing than reality ever could be. At least, Anna hoped that was true. She needed to track Jason down. Anna nodded to herself. Regardless of his reasons for being in the colony, she needed to find him, somehow convince him to abandon whatever agreement he'd made with Cole, or dose him with the neutralizer if he wasn't assisting Cole by choice, and get him as far away from the colony as quickly as possible, because if Gregory discovered that Jason was there before Anna could find him... Anna? Startled, Anna clutched the gaping lapels of her robe and spun around. "Darling, what are you—" Cutting himself off, Gregory raised his hands to waist height and made his way into the kitchen. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you." Anna shook her head and forced an anxious laugh. She was suddenly wide awake, so alert she was shaking. "It's fine, Gregory. I'm fine." And she needed him to believe that. The worst possible thing that could happen for Jason right now was for Gregory to learn of his presence in the colony and of his apparent alliance with Cole. "Though," she added shakily, "it wouldn't hurt if you made some noise before you attempted to startle me half to death." "Apologies, darling." Gregory closed the distance between them and wrapped his arms around her, holding her in an oddly comforting embrace. "I merely missed you and wondered what was keeping you up." Anna couldn't resist. She relaxed into him. "You've been working so hard lately." He stroked her hair. "You must be tired." Anna exhaled shakily. "I'm exhausted." "I'm not surprised. You've been spending so much time and energy on Peter's situation." Anna stiffened at the thin film of bitterness coating his words. "You've hardly been able to focus on your other duties." He kissed the top of her head, then pushed her back enough that he could look down at her. Though Gregory was only a few inches taller than Anna, he had this way of looking at her that made her feel like she was staring up at a giant about to crush her, body, heart, and soul. Maybe it was because he had already succeeded in crushing 2 out of 3. Anna licked her lips. I've just been... No matter. Gregory smiled, a wolf in broadcloth pajamas. But I'll need my science advisor operating at full capacity tomorrow, which shouldn't be a problem now that this Peter business is out of the way, assuming you get some rest. Anna had to fight the sudden urge to scream. This Peter business? Was he kidding? Their son had practically been on his deathbed for the 2nd time in his short life. What parent wouldn't do everything in their power, wouldn't commit every moment of their time and energy to finding a way to save their dying son? Gregory, it seemed. Anna swallowed a bitter laugh and offered what she knew would appear to be a warm, loving smile instead. Go back to bed. She gave his arms a squeeze. I'll join you in a few minutes after I've cleaned up. Gregory glanced at her untouched cup of tea. Of course, my dear. Anna gritted her teeth, hating his placating tone. She needed a few more minutes alone to collect herself before climbing into bed with him. As Gregory walked out of the kitchen, she swallowed her rage and forced her face to remain placid, despite the grimace trying so hard to contort her features. Quickly and quietly, Anna disposed of her tea and made her way upstairs. But she didn't head straight to the bedroom she shared with Gregory. She stopped in the hallway just outside Peter's room and eased the door open, poking her head inside. She fully expected to find Peter curled into a ball on his side, sound asleep. He'd always been a good sleeper, even when he was a baby. Even near the end of his first life, a little over a year ago, when the leukemia and chemo had taken nearly all of his strength. Though Peter was curled up in a ball on his side, he wasn't asleep. Moonlight glinted off his eyes. The moon was full, or near to full, and it provided plenty of silvery light to make out his puffy eyes and tear-stained cheeks. Anna stepped inside, quickly but quietly shutting the door before crossing to Peter's bed. She sat on the edge and reached out, combing her fingers through his short brown hair. What's wrong, sweetheart? For a long time, she sat on the edge of his bed, holding one of his hands and combing her fingers through his hair while he wept silently. She could hardly bear to see him in so much emotional pain, but she could do little to help him when she had no idea what was upsetting him. Peter? She gave his hand a squeeze. Please, sweetheart, tell me what's wrong. He sniffed wetly, then cleared his throat. That song you were just humming. You used to sing it when I was little. Anna froze. She hadn't realized she'd been humming. It was the same song she'd sung to both Jason and Peter when they'd had nightmares. But beyond that, Peter shouldn't have been able to remember the song, let alone her singing it to him when he was younger. Like all Regens, his memory of his first life was extremely vague and spotty, and contained little in the way of specifics, or so she'd thought. You remember that? No, Mom, Peter said, sniffling again. He sat up and wiped his face on the sleeves of the navy blue PAFB sweatshirt he always slept in. But you do. Anna eyed him, baffled. I met someone today, or... He shook his head. I guess I didn't actually meet her,
but I saw her walk down the hallway outside the electrotherapy lab. She could read and feel around in people's minds. He sniveled. Now I can too. Swallowing, Anna fought the urge to interrogate her son. He'd always been freer with his words when they came to him naturally, and he tended to clam up when nudged, however gently. I can't believe how much I don't remember. I had no idea. Peter wiped his cheeks with a fresh part of his sleeve. Like the sad girl. Remember her? Anna nodded, unsure where this was going. I used to dream about her, didn't I? Peter's brow furrowed. A lot. And it frightened you. Again, Anna nodded. I still see her, Peter said softly. She's older now, but she's still her. For a long time, Anna could only stare at her son. Even before he'd become a regen, Peter's ability had been unique, and to this day, Anna didn't fully understand it. Maybe it was because he was second generation, one of the few born with an ability, like Jason and Zoe, but lacking the genetic block Anna had planted in her two older children to keep their abilities from manifesting before they were old enough to understand how to hide them. Peter had grown up with his ability. It was a part of him, always had been, and always would be. He'd always been able to sense the ability of another person. All he required was a clear line of sight. But this had changed, or rather evolved, when he'd been going through the arduous chemotherapy and radiation treatments that had failed to send his leukemia into remission, allowing him to absorb pieces of other people's abilities for short periods of time. And after becoming a regen, the daily electrotherapy treatments had only strengthened his ability. And then there were his friends. When Peter had been little, he'd exhibited strange quirks that Anna had chalked up to an overactive imagination. Quirks that now, for the first time, Anna suspected might have been ability-related. His dreams had been filled with the same cast of characters, people he'd spoken of as though they were real. But the one he'd spoken of the most, the one he'd claimed to dream about almost every night, had been the sad girl. Anna hadn't realized Peter was still seeing the sad girl in his dreams. You never told me that you still dream about her. Anna shook her head slowly, her eyes narrowed in thought. Or that you remembered seeing her from before. Peter frowned. I thought I was just imagining her until now. His eyes opened wide, and he smiled. I mean, she seemed like a real person to me, someone with her own life and everything. But I thought it was just a regen thing. Like maybe I was just remembering someone I knew before. But after today, I get it. I know. It was Anna's turn to frown. No what? She tilted her head, trying to process the emotions filling his shadowed eyes. He seemed sad, confused, and scared, but also a bit excited. What happened today that changed things, Peter? Was it the new treatment? Or the woman you saw at the electrotherapy lab? Dread pooled in Anna's chest. She was starting to suspect it was the latter, and that the woman was none other than the one who'd been with Jason and Cole at the West Gate, who'd altered perception so she and her companions could enter the colony seemingly undetected. If Anna's suspicions were right, and that woman had an ability similar to Tom's, allowing her not only to alter what people believed to be reality, but to see inside their heads, to uncover their most private memories. The woman I saw, Her name's Larissa, but her ability... It's like I can remember now, Peter said, but he shook his head. I mean, I can't remember, but I can see your memories. Anna's heart sank. Her memories? So she'd been right about the woman with Cole and her ability. And now, for a little while, this Larissa's perception-altering and mind-reading skills would be integrated into Peter's ability, too. Anna had tried so hard to protect him from what she'd done, had done everything she could to keep this one special person in her life from seeing her as a monster. Peter nodded. I've seen your memories of me. It's like I remember, without actually remembering. But now I know that the woman I keep dreaming about is real. She's the sad girl. All grown up, she has to be. I see. Anna swallowed roughly. She'd made so many impossible choices, done so many horrible things. She'd helped tear the world apart, destroyed billions of lives. What else do you know now? I know what you've done, Mom. Peter's eyes darkened, and Anna took a deep breath, preparing herself for the worst, waiting for the same look of disgust and betrayal she'd seen in Zoe's eyes the one and only time her daughter had visited in a dream. And what he's done. Peter turned his head to sneer at the bedroom door. He's horrible. I hate him. Nausea churned in Anna's stomach. Closing her eyes, she breathed in and out through her nose several times. She looked at her son. And me? Do you hate me too? For a long moment, Peter was quiet, his expression considering. Finally, he shook his head. You make me feel sad. His gray eyes, so much like his father's, filled with an earnest openness Gregory's had never held. Like Zoe. Anna's breath caught. What? Peter flashed her an uncertain smile, then looked away. She's the sad girl, and she's why I was so upset. He sniffled. Mom, she's in trouble. Chapter 22, Zoe. December 13th, 1 AE. Location unknown. Tap, tap, tap. Silence. Tap, tap. Noise and a light so bright I was near blinded before I even opened my eyes woke me from what felt like the dead. I peeled my eyelids open, a feat akin to opening a window nailed shut. I blinked and squinted. My head was throbbing, and my body ached beyond discomfort. I blinked again, trying to focus past a blur of shapes and shadows as my fuzzy mind stirred. I was in a bedroom. There was a pink accented wall across from me with empty picture frames hanging haphazardly along it. I blinked again. A white dresser sat a little to my left, a stack of folded clothes on top, what looked like my folded clothes, and a half-empty bottle of cheap vodka beside them. I peered down at my attire, a woman's worn white t-shirt and gray sweatpants that felt a little too short. A prick of uncertainty registered as I wondered whose they were and how I'd come to be wearing them. Tap, tap, tap. With great effort, I turned toward the noise, half expecting to see a woodpecker on the wall. I held my breath. A tallish, unfamiliar man with dark hair hanging loosely at the nape of his neck stood in front of a boarded-up window. With dark-stained hands,
He braced either side of the window frame and stared out a small gap between two nearly rotted 2x4s. He was wearing thick brown cargo pants, exposed steel-toed boots, and a dirty tan long-sleeve shirt, like he'd just gone to work. Tap, tap, tap. His index finger rapped against the wall like he was sending Morse code to someone on the other side. Remotely, I wondered if he was nervous or anxious or maybe a little bit of both. I tried not to panic as I put the distorted pieces of what little I remembered back together. After a moment, my pulse quickened and realization began to set in. And like he had a sixth sense to know that I'd awakened, the man at the window slowly turned to face me. Instantly, I noticed the scar above his right eye, and dread, too overwhelming to subdue, crashed over me. I bolted upward, trying to sit up, to run, to flee, but the metal headboard clanked against the wall in my weak attempt, and I was jerked back down onto the mattress. My back was on fire, my left arm screaming in pain, and all I could do was gulp for air. I was restrained, unable to move beyond the wiggle of my fingers, and the asphyxiating cords of fear wrapped around my throat, squeezing. I fought to breathe. I needed to breathe, to clear my mind so I could think. I barely registered my burning wrists as swirling images of Jones and Taylor, of Taylor's hands on me, of the gleam in his eyes in the woods at Fort Knox, spun around and around in my mind. Pure horror and sheer doom were like overturned buckets above my head, washing over me until I was soaking in them. "What?" I choked and tried to swallow away the dryness of my throat, the heaviness of my tongue. "What do you want?" I rasped. The scarred-faced man didn't say anything, his gaze vacant as he seemed to stare straight through me. I couldn't read his mind, couldn't feel his intentions. "Why did you bring me here?" His long black hair was tucked behind his ears, his sunken, sickly face covered in what looked like weeks of patchy scruff. A layer of sweat glistened on his brow and around the black holes of his eyes. My rapid breaths faltered, my eyes widened, and my body flooded with ice. I remembered him. Realizing I'd seen him in New Bodega made my dread and the million horrific possibilities of what he wanted from me, a living monster clawing inside me. I did my best to tamp it down, to make it stop. Peering up at my restraints, I loosened my clenched fist and tried to maneuver my wrists out of the rope tied around them, but it was to no avail. I couldn't allow myself to appear weak, no matter how innate my desire was to panic, to beg to be let go, to scream. Why was he following us? "Please," I whispered, "tell me what you want from me." The possibilities circled through my mind, and despite my will to stay calm, a small whimper escaped. The man's vacant eyes enlivened, and he straightened, his gaze boring into me for a fleeting moment before it softened. He took 2 measured steps closer and slowly reached for me, reached past me, and grabbed a white cloth from the bedside table. I exhaled in relief. When his eyes met mine again, they were asking and uncertain, but he only hesitated a moment before he extended the cloth toward my face. His gaze shifted to my quivering lips, then back to my eyes, which were frantically searching his drawn features for answers. The cloth was damp against my skin as he wiped the beading sweat from my temple and forehead. His eyes followed his every action, but he avoided looking into my eyes again. I wasn't sure which I felt more, terror or relief. What was he thinking?
"You're still healing,"
he said in a gruff but quiet tone. The sharp scent of alcohol and a hint of soap wafted off him.
You need more rest.
Healing? What? But then I registered the incessant pain in my shoulder and the burning in my left arm. I looked up at it tied above me. My bicep was wrapped in a blood-spotted bandage. I remembered hitting my head against the window as the van spun and tumbled and turned. I remembered the screaming pain in my arm as something sliced through it, and the sound of metal scraping against asphalt. I remembered the sound of gunshots, and the way Tavis's face fell, and the life faded from his eyes. My dad. Jake. My vision blurred as my tongue moved too fast and the words tumbled from my lips. Where's my family? What did you do? Why did you do this? What about Sanchez and Gabe and Becca? My captor looked away from me, dropping the cloth back onto the side table before stepping over to the vodka bottle on the dresser. He fumbled to unscrew the cap and took one deep pull, then another. Are they all dead? I asked. There was too much anger and sadness to comprehend anything but the cool wash of blood draining from my face. I wasn't sure that even Jake could sustain a gunshot wound, not if it had been to his head. The man took another drink, ignoring the hysteria lacing my voice. Are they dead? I screeched. Did you kill them? With the back of his hand, the man wiped his mouth and stared at me. His eyes filled with sadness and regret so poignant that I didn't need my ability to feel it deep in my soul. Oh my God, I whispered. They're dead. His look said it all. Tears welled and fell, rolling down my cheeks, and I suddenly couldn't breathe. Why? I choked out, rage blooming too intense to keep inside me. I pulled against the ropes, tugging and screaming louder than the pain ever could. Why? What the fuck do you want from me? What do you want? Tell me what you want. I sobbed, wondering if it even mattered anymore. In an instant, the man's hand clamped over my mouth. I could taste the salt on his skin, and his nose was so close it was almost touching mine. Shut up, he said, though I barely heard him through my muffled whimpering. If you know what's good for you, you'll shut up. His tone was level and deliberate, an obvious warning. I squeezed my eyes shut and sobbed against his hand, not caring what his intentions were as I thought about my companions, about my dad, about Jake, probably still lying out in the middle of the road somewhere. I turned away from the man, away from his tight grip on my mouth, and cried into someone else's pillow. Why did you have to kill them? I croaked. You could have just taken me. You didn't have to kill them. I didn't, he said, his breath cloying and moist against my cheek. Swallowing mid-whimper, I reluctantly shifted my gaze to his. I didn't care that our noses were touching or that I could see into his eyes, filled with an emptiness so haunting it made me sick with dread. But still, I dared to hope. They're not dead? The man sat up, the mattress squeaking beneath the sudden movement. Not all of them. We only killed who we had to, he said with what sounded like remorse. I didn't understand. I tried to stifle the sobs bubbling up. Who's we? I felt my lips quivering. Who did you kill? I asked more softly. The tears multiplied, knowing his answer would ruin me, regardless of who it was. The driver and the man with you. They were the only ones conscious. My heart squeezed and twisted, hope and sadness sparring inside for control. All I could do was pray that they'd shot Jake in the chest and not in the head, and Tavis... I sniffled. I'd already known he was gone. I'd watched the color drain from his face and the light dull in his eyes. He was trying to save me. I tried not to think about the others, doing all I could to convince myself that they'd survived the crash and that Jake, at least, would come for me. Suddenly, my anguish turned to hope, and my sadness to hate and rage and determination. Sooner or later, someone would find me, or I would get away. I just had to be strong, to hold on and figure out how to tell them where I was. I glared at my captor, teeth clenched as I silently promised him horrible things to come. But his murky brown eyes held no fear or amusement. In fact, they were devoid of much emotion, save for what I thought might be apathy and compliance. Given his lackluster emotions, it seemed primal lust and physical dominance weren't among the reasons I'd been taken, and I felt my anxiety lessen just a little. "Why did you do this?" I asked, more steadily this time, though tears still streamed down my cheeks. Tears for Tavis and my unknown future, for the rest of my friends and family, who I prayed were still alive. "Why did you have to kill them?" The man stiffened and stood, the floorboards creaking beneath each footstep as he walked back over to the boarded-up window. I wondered what he kept looking at. Furtively, I glanced around the room. With the pinks and whites and purples accenting the bed and walls, it looked like a little girl's bedroom. His daughter's room, maybe? I assumed she was dead, whoever she'd been, but I needed to learn more, to figure out what they wanted, how many they were, and where exactly I was. I needed to find a way out. It would be too naive to think I'd been brought back to New Bodega, where I'd first seen the scarred-faced man, that I'd be so close to home. There was no salt scent in the air, and I could hear no ocean breeze outside like I could at home either. "Answer me, please," I pleaded. "You followed us. Why? What do you want with me?" This time, the man glared over his shoulder, an angry glint brightening his deadened eyes. But he didn't answer, and it worried me that I still couldn't sense his mind. There was a wall, an obscurity that only strengthened the harder I tried. Or was it all in my head? Was my ability now non-existent? I couldn't tell as a sharp pain shot through my head like a taser, keeping an unwanted perpetrator away. "What do you want?" I shouted, too impatient to play his game. He frowned, his eyes hardening. "If you keep screaming, Randall's gonna come in here and you're gonna regret it, just like the others. I guarantee you that." My anger fizzled. The others? He turned back to the gap in the boards. "I told you to rest." As if he couldn't stand to be in the room with me a moment longer, or perhaps didn't trust himself, the man clomped past the bed without a glance in my direction. He snatched the vodka bottle off the dresser and flung open the door, exposing a hallway. I saw a chair and shotgun propped up against the wall before he slammed the door shut again behind him. Alone, tied to a bed, a hostage in a house with people who wanted me for God only knew what, I let out a faint whimper. It took every ounce of willpower I had to keep myself from succumbing to hysteria. I focused on thinking clearly, calmly. I needed to burn every detail of my surroundings into my mind for later. The wheelchair in the corner to my right. The way the door had popped open a millisecond before the man pulled it shut again, like the latch might be broken. The gap in the window that I needed to pass in hopes of getting a glimpse outside. Most of all, I needed to keep my mind busy so I didn't dwell on the fact that my ability was apparently gone, and with it all sense of security and hope. I didn't know when or if my ability would come back, and it had been so long since I'd been without it, I wasn't sure how I would survive if it never did. I needed to come up with a plan.
Chapter 23, Danny, December 14th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. Unhooking a hanger from a circular clothes rack, I held the tank top hanging from it up against my chest. It was super soft cotton, slightly loose and flowy, and the color fell somewhere in the spectrum between green and yellow. What do you think, So? Too yellow? Green I could do. It was my favorite clothing color, but yellow, not so much. Zoe paused from flipping through hanger after hanger of leather jackets to look over her shoulder at me. It's cute. A little too girly for me, but very you, Dee. She scrunched her nose. But I straightened and glanced down at the tank top. What? It doesn't really go with your guns. Reflexively, I adjusted the crossbody strap of my automatic rifle, then glanced at the 3 men standing side by side with their backs to a wall of bladed weapons that wouldn't have been out of place in a medieval armory. What do you guys think? Gabe, tallest of all and looking angelic with his golden hair and crisp white button-down shirt, shrugged. Cam, with his soulful eyes and wistful smile, sighed and nodded. I like it, Dee. And Jason, standing in the middle and somehow dominating the space with his powerful stance and expressionless, scarred face, tilted his head to the side ever so slightly. Not very practical, is it? Not good for farming. Not good for scavenging. I pulled my bottom lip between my teeth. Oh, well. I blinked, and the 3 men standing nearby changed horribly. Their clothes were torn and stained with browns and reds. Their skin was sunken, sallow, and seemed to be slipping off of them, and their eyes were dull and milky. Oh, God, no! I shrieked, lurching toward them, then freezing in place. In the next blink, Jason, Cam, and Gabe returned to normal. So it's this again? I spun around to find another version of Gabe, this one standing beside Zoe in her rack of leather jackets. Blinking several times, I shook my head in confusion. What? Huh? Gabe made his way around the clothes rack to his Dreamtime duplicate, who was now flashing back and forth between living and walking dead with every heartbeat. He stared at it a moment, then sighed. And here I thought it was such a good thing that you're sleeping again. I shook my head, dispelling cobwebs of confusion. You're really you, aren't you? I glanced around in wonder at the shop's now odd-seeming combination of girly and badass clothing options and antique weapons collection. It had seemed so normal before. I'm really dreaming? I'd had the one dream of that day, when I'd somehow, seemingly by sheer force of will, managed to get some sleep, but that had been a couple nights ago, and I hadn't been able to duplicate whatever I'd done, no matter how hard I'd tried. Until now, it seemed. Gabe nodded. Congrats, and welcome back. He wound his way back around the clothing racks until he was standing before me. How are you doing? He glanced down at my middle. And how's the little one? His pale blue eyes returned to mine. Part of me expected his to flash to a milky white like his dream doppelganger. I shut my eyes and shook my head. Opening them again, I said, We're good. Progressing full speed ahead, as expected. Harper said he'd place me in around 12 weeks if he didn't know otherwise, but we're really only at 5 or so. which meant my child was developing about twice as fast as a normal human child, and about on par with Sarah's twins. I flashed him a shy smile and placed my hand on my abdomen. Chris says that means it's about as big as a lime, and that I should start showing soon. Gabe's lips spread into a smile, but I could tell that his heart wasn't in it. What? I reached for him, gripping his forearm. What is it? Why are you here? And why hasn't Sanchez checked in? He met my eyes, then looked away. There's been an accident. The van. He exhaled heavily and ran his fingers through his shoulder-length hair. Tavis. He didn't make it. An accident? Tavis didn't make it? My thoughts swirled as I tried to understand. Sanchez couldn't contact you guys because she's been mostly unconscious since the crash. Gabe continued. And Jake's been shot, so he's out of it, at least for now. Gabe's eyes met mine, and he hesitated before saying, We're holed up in a hotel just outside of Sacramento until they've recovered a little. Becca, Tom, and I have made a few trips out, gathering what food and weapons we can carry back from the van. I swallowed roughly, my heart beating too quickly. And Zoe? Gabe looked at me with such intensity it was like he was looking into my soul. We don't know. She wasn't anywhere to be found when Tom came to, and he was the first, so... I looked at Dream Zoe, standing placidly by, still holding that leather jacket, and shook my head. Well, she wouldn't have just wandered off. We know. So, you think someone took her? That's exactly what we think. My God. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing doing so would block out the truth of what had happened. All right. Tell me everything. I woke up feeling ancient and worried and absolutely sick and tired of others stealing whatever precious time my people, my family, had left to spend with one another. It barely even registered that I'd been dreaming, that I'd actually slept through the whole night. I sat up, for once without the familiar twist of nausea, and rolled my neck, using the almost painful stretch as a chance to piece together what I remembered from the dream with Gabe. Of course, only one thing mattered. Or 4 things, really. They'd crashed the van, Tavis was dead, Jake had been shot, and Zoe was missing. Chris, I said hoarsely and shook the pregnancy cobwebs from my brain. Where's Chris? I fumbled for the watch on my nightstand. What time is it? Almost 6 a.m, it turned out. I glanced at the heavy green curtains pulled across the bedroom's 2 small windows. The sky would start to lighten soon, though the sun wouldn't rise for another hour. At this time of the morning, I knew exactly where I would find Chris, which was just as well, because I needed to fill Harper in too. Zoe's missing. I hastily scooted to the edge of the bed and slid my feet into wool-lined moccasins, then retrieved my down coat off one of the hooks behind the door. I could feel Annie in her room, her mind a gentle hum rather than the bright beacon it was when she was conscious. Over the long months, I'd come to recognize this as meaning she was drifting. Unlike my other companions, Annie's mind never faded from my radar completely, because unlike the others, Annie never actually slept. She rested, true. Her mind had adapted to her ability in ways it seemed that mine never would, but she never actually slept, not anymore. Jack, I said telepathically to my dog, who was gazing up at me from his curled position on the bed. Stay with Annie and bring her to me in the big house if she wakes up. With a stretch, he made his way off the bed, and the click of nails on hardwood marked his path out of my bedroom and down the short hallway to Annie's door. He yawned dramatically, then settled on his belly and rested his head on his crossed paws. Thank you, sweet boy. His ears perked forward, and the small dark patches above his eyes that I always thought of as his doggy eyebrows rose. As I turned to leave, I could feel a deep sense of contentment and affection coming from him through our bond. Love you too, Jack, I said as I rushed to the front door as quietly as possible. The fire I'd built up in the fireplace the previous night was nothing but half-dead embers now, but it still produced a small amount of heat, a fact that was made more evident by the burst of chilly, almost freezing air that greeted me when I opened the door. Zoe's missing. Zoe's missing. Zoe's missing. I left the cottage and practically ran along the slippery path to the farmhouse. Once inside, Chris and Harper's bedroom was only a short trip up the creaky stairs to the first room on the right side of the hallway. I knocked on their door quietly. There was no response, so I repeated the knock, but with more gusto. One more time. I could hear lazy footsteps on the other side of the door. This house was so old that it reflected every movement with a unique, usually complaintive sound of its own. Is that you, Sam? Chris's voice was hoarse with sleep. Did you have another bad dream? She was clearly surprised to find me standing in the hallway instead. Danny? My chin started trembling, my eyes stinging. Zoe's missing. What is it? What happened? She scanned me from head to toe. Is Annie all right? I nodded, even as my chest started convulsing with my mounting distress. Shock had worn off, and reality was setting in. First Jason had been abducted, now Zoe. And the others were all either injured or... Poor Tavis. The van, I said. There was an accident. It was all I managed to get out before grief took over. All right, shh, Chris said as she draped an arm over my shoulders and guided me into the bedroom. Take your time. I heard the door shut. And when you're ready, tell us what happened. I found myself sitting in the antique, floral, upholstered armchair that had been in this room when we'd arrived, Chris squatting on the floor at my feet. She gripped my hands tightly. I could feel her ability calming me from within, but it didn't bother me, not this time. In minutes, I was back to a relatively coherent state. I sniffed and wiped my nose on my sleeve. Clearing my throat, I looked first at Chris, then at Harper, who was sitting on the foot of the bed. Gabe came to me in a dream. Chris's eyebrows rose. So you were sleeping? Really sleeping? I nodded. Up until Gabe pulled me out of the dream, my first full drift-free night since Jason... Chris blew out a breath. Well, that's something, at least. I sniffed again. Gabe told me they crashed the van, said they were all knocked out for a while, and when they came to, Zoe was gone and Tavis... I breathed in shakily, the echo of my heaving sobs fresh in my chest. Tavis is dead. Shit, Chris groaned. Harper scrubbed his face with one hand. Zoe might have been disoriented and wandered off. If it just happened last night. I shook my head. It was the night before last. They got as far as Sacramento. Harper's hand clenched into a fist, which he slowly lowered to the bed. He pressed his fist into the mattress so hard that his arm was shaking.
Then why didn't they contact us sooner?
I shrugged. I guess Sanchez was knocked unconscious during the crash, and she's been having a hard time with her ability since then, and Gabe's been sort of busy trying to salvage what they could from the crash, and Jake's in one of his healing trances. So they've got a lot going on, and with everything, I guess they decided to wait to contact us until they had some concrete information to give us. I looked at Harper and took a deep breath. Zoe didn't wander off. It wasn't the crash that killed Tavis. My voice rose in pitch. It was a gun, and Jake... After several more deep breaths, I regained some of my unraveling composure. They shot Jake, too, but, you know.
Poor Sam,
Chris murmured. I met her eyes and gave her hands a squeeze. We all liked Tavis, but he'd become something of a father to the 10-year-old. Sam would be devastated. Hesitantly, almost like he was afraid to ask, Harper said,
how do we know Zoe's just missing and not...
She's not dead, I said. Gabe sensed her dreaming mind a couple times, just quick blips, but enough to know she's alive and nearby, just not exactly where. Chris nodded slowly, eyes narrowed as she considered what I'd told them. Harper was gripping the edge of the bed now, and I had the impression that he was physically restraining himself.
We should go to them, tend their injuries, and...
Chris stood and held out her palm to Harper.
Just hold on there, buddy.
She pointed back at me.
You heard Becca. Danny can't go anywhere if she wants to keep herself and the baby safe.
Harper stood as well, facing off with Chris.
Exactly. Danny's staying here.
You two go, I said, desperate for someone to do something. Gabe said they're in a hotel just outside of Sacramento. We'll be all right here without you for a few days, and Becca said I'd be fine so long as I stayed here, so I'm sure the baby'll be okay. You should go, I urged. Hell, I was getting close to flat-out begging. Uncertainty flashed across Chris's face, looking completely out of place.
It'd be a several-day ride just to get there. But only a couple hours in a car,
Harper countered.
True,
Chris said, drawing out the word.
We could ask the council to lend us another vehicle.
And if they say no? I asked quietly. It seemed more than likely that they would refuse, considering we'd just ruined the last one they let us borrow.
Then we'll leave on horseback first thing tomorrow morning,
Harper said. I bit my lip, considering our options. You should take Grayson to New Bodega, Chris. He gets along with the council the best. Chris nodded and started for the door.
I'll wake him up and fill him in.
She glanced back at me.
Will you get our horses ready?
Of course.
I'll help,
Harper said. The three of us left the bedroom in a line, worried and filled with uncertainty over what the day would bring. But at least we had a plan.
Chapter 24. Anna. December 14th, 1 AE. The Colony, Colorado. With one hand covering her mouth and the other gripping her side, Anna paced in her office, striding from the shut door to the desk, over and over and over again. Her eyes felt grittier with each successive blink, and she kept thinking she was seeing things on the edge of her vision. Going nearly 2 full nights without sleep tended to do that to a person. But in other ways, she'd felt like she'd never been more alert. Jason was inside the colony. He'd been there for 2 days now. She'd been unable to track him down so far, and she had no clue what he, Cole, and Larissa, the perception-altering woman, were up to. Casing the base, likely, learning how it worked, who did what, and who they'd have to remove in order for their takeover to be successful, assuming that's why they were in the colony in the first place, but it was the only explanation that made any sense at all. Anna squeezed her eyes shut, just for a moment. How was any of this happening? She had to find Jason and get him out of there. She just didn't know how to find him, not to mention how to approach him without Cole or Gregory noticing, without getting herself, and probably Jason, killed. Hand covering her mouth, Anna shook her head and continued to pace. And then there was Zoe. According to Peter, something had happened to her. He'd been able to sense that she was distressed and in pain. Peter's connection with his half-sister was so strong and went so far beyond anything Anna could have imagined. She was astonished by how much he knew about Zoe, far more than Anna herself knew about her only daughter. But despite knowing all of this, Anna was a sitting duck. She'd mulled everything she knew about each situation over and over, all to no avail. She couldn't see any pathway that led to her helping either Jason or Zoe. Not this time. Not with her current lack of substantial information. Anna had her hand on the doorknob before she realized she'd made the decision to head home to check in with Peter. It was mid-afternoon, and he was bound to be up by now, teenager or not, healing or not. She knew she should let him rest after the extreme stress of the new form of electrotherapy, but still, she was so very tempted to run home, wake him if he was still asleep, and beg him to tell her whatever else he might know about Zoe's current status, or see if he knew Jason's exact location in the colony. Sighing, Anna hung her head and released the doorknob. She both wanted to utilize her son's current ability and was utterly terrified of being in the same room as him. She didn't want him to see any more of her memories than he already had. Not that she had the slightest inkling of how much he'd already seen. She'd considered nulling him, but hadn't been able to bring herself to actually do it. After all, he was her son, her little boy. He was her second chance, her do-over. Anna resumed pacing, to the desk, to the door, to the desk, to the door. Her mind was spinning uselessly. She couldn't help Zoe or Jason, and she couldn't help but be scared for Peter, and be a little scared of him, if she was being honest with herself. Mom. Startled, Anna froze, her eyes darting around the office. She held her breath. Had she imagined Peter's voice? Mom? Peter? Anna continued to stare around the room. Apparently, he'd recently come into contact with a telepath and had absorbed that ability for the time being as well. Will you come home, Mom? It's Zoe. I'm scared. Heart in her throat, Anna inhaled sharply and opened her mouth to demand more information, despite being fairly certain that Peter's version of telepathy only worked one way. Anna's office door opened, and she spun around to face the intruder. What the hell do you think you're... Her question cut off abruptly, and she clutched the front of her lab coat and stumbled backward a few steps until the backs of her thighs hit the edge of her desk. The intruder shut the door quickly and quietly, then snicked the deadbolt locked and turned to face Anna. Mom. Jason said as he crossed his arms and leaned back against the door. His face was cold, expressionless, his features twisted on one side by a grisly scar that swept almost from hairline to jaw. But his eyes, they were brilliant and focused. They were accusing. "Been a while," he said, his tone as expressionless as his face. Anna stared at her eldest son, and ever so slowly shook her head, at an utter loss for words. "Were you at the gatehouse when we came in?" Anna blinked several times, having difficulty believing that Jason was really there, in her office with her. She blinked several more times, then nodded. Why was she being such a dumbstruck moron? This was what she'd been waiting for. This was her chance to convince him to leave. This was it. But she could only manage to stare at Jason, eyes wide and tongue tied. She hadn't seen him since he was 5 years old. She'd seen photos in Gregory's files, sure, but it wasn't the same. She'd left him a little boy, and now he'd returned to her a grown man. "I thought that was you, but I wasn't sure." He pushed off the door and started moving around the room, eyes roaming everywhere. "Cole didn't notice you, in case you were worried." Jason stood in front of the meticulously organized bookcase to the left of her desk and glanced back at Anna. "With how much he talks about you and Harrison, he would have mentioned it." Jason's attention returned to the fourth shelf of the bookcase, which was filled with neatly labeled binders documenting Anna's research on both the gene therapy and the modified strain of influenza she'd used to spread it. Anna swallowed, a useless action considering how dry her mouth had become in the last minute. "His plan is simple, really." Jason continued to browse through the labels on the spines of the binders, apparently not a care in the world. "When he's done scoping out the place, he's going to kill Harrison and take over as leader here. And I'm perfectly fine with that." Seeming to grow bored with the binders, Jason turned away from the bookcase and made his way behind the desk. Slowly, he eased himself down into Anna's chair. Anna faced him. When had her little boy grown so large? How? It didn't seem possible. "Why are you working with him?" Anna forced herself to ask, even though she feared the answer. "I didn't have a choice." Again, Jason crossed his arms. "He's planning on killing you, too." He speared her with a stare. "Which means it's time for you to finally leave this place. We're just lucky that Cole's been a little too free with his commands lately. He's managed to get a fair number of your people under his control, but he's drained his ability too much, even with me boosting him. He renews my commands every morning." Jason smiled grimly, the effect only emphasized by his scar. "But this morning he was a little, well, impotent." "That's how you're here, talking to me?" Jason nodded. "He's resting right now, and Larissa's scouting the northwestern sector. He'll never know I was gone." Anna studied his face, searching for hints of the kind, gentle boy she'd left in Bodega Bay so many years ago. "So, you came here to warn me that Cole wants me dead?" Again, Jason nodded. "You need to get out of here, and soon. Harrison and Cole can battle it out." He shrugged one shoulder. "I couldn't care less who's in charge of this place." He looked around the office like he could see the rest of the colony through the walls. "Looks like it's barely hanging on by a thread anyway." Jason refocused on Anna, his eyes on fire with challenge. "I say we run and don't look back. I say we let it fall apart."
Feeling defeated, Anna collapsed into the thinly padded chair across from her son. She laughed wanly. "Before you showed up, I was in here trying to figure out how to find you and tell you that you needed to leave the colony for your safety. It never even crossed my mind that you'd tell me the same thing." Jason studied her, tilting his head to the side just a bit and narrowing his eyes.
"This place. It's a goddamn illusion anyway. It won't last, so what's the point of drawing out the inevitable?"
Anna sighed and raised her shoulders. After a moment, she let them fall and hunched her back. "I can't leave."
"You'll die if you stay,"
Jason said, frozen in place and voice coated in ice. Anna shook her head. "That may be, but you don't understand. I have to stay here. For Peter."
Now that she'd managed to get herself speaking, Anna felt as though she would never shut up.
"He's sick, and he needs to be here for his treatments."
She shook her head more emphatically.
"Don't you see? I don't care what happens to me so long as he's okay."
"Always playing the goddamn martyr,"
Jason muttered. He held up a hand to keep her from rambling further.
"What's wrong with him? With Peter?"
He's... There was the clicking sound of the door being unlocked, and Anna's entire body stiffened. There were only 2 keys that would grant access to her office, hers and Gregory's. And if Gregory was on the other side of the door, Anna had no doubt that this would be the last time she would ever see Jason again. Ever. "It's just me," Peter said in her mind, right before he slipped into the office and relocked the door. "Peter?" she said, staring at him wide-eyed. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Jason freeze, halfway out of the chair. She glanced at the lock on the door, then back at her younger son. "But how?" "Camille's ability." Meaning he hadn't needed a key at all. From before she left. Which meant he'd had her ability to control metal for more than 8 months. It was the longest he'd ever retained an ability, no doubt a result of his increased electrotherapy sessions. Anna exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, and all but collapsed in on herself. She couldn't take it anymore. All of the stress, the paranoia, the always looking over her shoulder, always expecting the worst to happen. She felt like she was on the verge of having a heart attack. Peter placed his hand on hers. "Don't worry, Mom." He gave her a squeeze. "We'll get through this. We always do."
"You must be Peter,"
Jason said. Anna watched his eyes scan Peter's face as he lowered himself back into the chair. "And you're Jason, my brother." Peter laughed, but it sounded half-hearted and thready. "Until 2 days ago, I didn't know I had a brother." Jason lowered his eyes to Anna, his expression no longer blank. His features were tensed, his eyes heated.
"You told him I was here?"
Anna shook her head. "He just knew. His ability. He can absorb parts of other people's abilities." Jason's attention switched back to Peter, a new interest gleaming in his eyes. "I sort of met a woman yesterday, one of your companions, Larissa," Peter said. "And now I know things about people, can see their memories and feel some of what they're feeling. She can actually change what people think they see and remember. But I can't do that. It's pretty weird." He paused for a moment. I know she's like you. She isn't here by choice, and she doesn't want to hurt anyone. He gave Anna's hand another squeeze. She noticed you when they got here a couple days ago, Mom. She could tell that you weren't affected by her illusion, that you saw them come in, but she didn't say anything to that guy Cole about it. She hates him, wants to kill him, but she can't because he's controlling her, like Dad does with everyone, just like Cole's controlling Jason, right? Jason nodded slowly. Baffled, Anna shook her head. Her eyes narrowed. But how could Cole... Why didn't you just null him the first time he tried to use his ability on you? I couldn't, Jason said, his tone cutting off any further discussion on the hows and whys of his current predicament. Anna pursed her lips. I see. Well, I'm sure he's commanded you not to try to leave him, yes? Jason leaned forward and nodded. And I'm sure you can't hurt him. That's the obvious way to break his hold on you, but... When Jason confirmed her assumption with another nod, she said, Then you'll need the neutralizer. It'll take a little while to make, but it's the only way I can see to get you out of here safely. Jason inhaled to respond, but Peter spoke first. You have to take us with you. Jason frowned. I thought you couldn't leave. Oh, but I can now. What? Anna craned her neck to look up at her youngest son. The treatment's not a permanent fix, Peter. You'll need... I know, Mom, but they've got people who know how to do electrotherapy on their farm. He smiled broadly. Did you know that Becca and all the others are there? I can see them in his mind. Anna had no words. At the moment, she barely had any thoughts. She was completely and utterly stunned. Peter could leave the colony? She could leave? She'd long ago given up hope that the day might ever come, but now... You're a regen, Jason said, and Peter nodded. How'd that happen? I was sick. Leukemia. I died. Mom brought me back. Anna cleared her throat. He was the driving force behind the regen program in the first place, she said numbly. I knew he was dying, but I couldn't survive losing another of my children. Anna was aware of how desperate and maniacal her explanation made her sound, but it was the truth. You didn't lose us, Jason said, the corner of his mouth lifting just enough to show the hint of a sneer. You left us. She didn't have a choice, Peter snapped. You'd be dead if Mom hadn't... Jason stood abruptly. Don't you think I know that? But now I'm alive, and everyone else is either a fucking corpse or has lost their fucking minds. He bared his teeth in a smile. Can't say I feel real good about that. He stared at them for several seconds, waiting for either of them to defend Anna's past decisions, or maybe daring them to. What do you need from me to make the neutralizer? Anna licked her lips and sat up a little straighter, grateful that they were back on somewhat familiar ground. I just need a sample of your blood. If I take it now, I should have the neutralizer ready by morning. Will you be able to wait that long? Have to, Jason said with a nod. Will you? Anna nodded eagerly. Well, all right. Jason started rolling up his sleeve. Let's get started. Chapter 25. Zoe. December 14th, 1 AE.
Location unknown. I thought I'd only close my eyes to collect my wits for a minute, but I opened them to find the scarred-faced man in the room again. I hadn't heard him enter, which meant I must have fallen asleep. I bit back the questions I had and the pleas that pawed for voice. I took a deep breath, in and out. Hoping it was all a nightmare, I squeezed my eyelids shut. But the man was still there when I opened them again, sitting on the floor, his back against the wall across from the bed. He was staring down at the now empty vodka bottle, which he turned around and around in his hands. It wasn't a dream. "You're finally awake," he grumbled. His words were a tad slurred, but his tone was stern, different than before. It was worrisome. When he looked up at me, a strand of hair hung in his face, making him seem more worse for wear than he had been before. Once again, I tried to use my ability to sense something, anything, about this man and his intentions toward me. He almost smiled. "You're different than the others. I could tell." Although I dreaded his meaning, I had to ask, "What's that supposed to mean?" My voice was a tremulous whisper. Though flashes of me semi-conscious and a glass of water against my lips, partial memories I could barely recall, came to mind, my mouth was still dry, so dry it hurt. He eyed me a moment longer than I liked before answering. "You're stronger, more powerful." He looked at me with an unabashed, entertained grin. "I could feel your mind and mine poking around." But as quickly as it appeared, his smile faltered, and he stared through me once more. His eyes were glazed over, like he was lost in memories I desperately wished I could see. The fact that he could sense my ability at all made both my stomach roll with alarm and my heart flutter with hope. Although he had the upper hand, at least my ability wasn't gone, just subdued. And now I understood. "You're nulling me," I said. "That's why I couldn't sense you in New Bodega. Why I couldn't sense anything before the accident." I gazed around the bedroom, only seeing a cage. "It's why I can't feel your mind now." The man said nothing. "What were you doing in New Bodega?" I asked, figuring I might get more information out of him since he appeared to be somewhat drunk. He studied me. "We trade with them sometimes," he said after a moment. I could tell he hadn't wanted to divulge anything, but it seemed that, whether it was the vodka or something else, he decided a partial truth was okay. "And why did you pick me?" The bedroom door opened, and a taller, short-haired man with bright blue eyes and a goatee stepped inside. "Is she ready?" His eyes shifted from me back to the scarred man. I assumed this was Randall. "She doesn't look ready, Carl. Her food's still in her damn bowl." I glanced to my right, finding a bowl of oatmeal and a cup of orange juice sitting on the nightstand. "What the hell have you been doing in here for the past hour?" Though I didn't sense that Carl had any predatory interest in me, my stomach rolled again at the thought of him being in the room with me while I was unconscious. "She was sleeping," Carl said. "Well, hurry the hell up. Sandy's ready." I tried not to outwardly react to the clue that there were at least 3 people in the house, but I didn't like the odds stacking up against me. Had the world been different, I might have taken comfort in the fact that there was apparently another woman in the house with me, but it almost made me feel worse. It was easier to manipulate a man than it was a woman, especially if they were all crazies. So far, though, it seemed Randall and Carl were simply survivors with an ability like me. Like it was nothing out of the ordinary to have a helpless woman tied up in a bedroom, Randall turned and left, swinging the door shut behind him. Unlike Carl had done, Randall didn't pull the door closed to make sure it latched. With a sigh, Carl climbed to his feet. He placed the empty bottle of booze on the dresser once more and walked toward the bed. He didn't look at me, as usual, but through me. and I thought I vaguely registered a misty cloud of guilt in his eyes. He sat on the edge of the bed, causing my body to slide toward him as the mattress gave way. "Lift up your head," he said, pulling another pillow from beneath the bed frame. "I'm not hungry," I said, too scared and stubborn to eat whatever else might be mixed in the bowl. Carl was unconcerned. "You're going to eat because if you don't, you'll die," he said. "It's simple." My simmering apprehension flared. I lifted my head, and he slid the pillow beneath my neck, propping me up and affording me a clearer view of the room. A roll of duct tape sat on the dresser top, along with a small framed photo of a little girl. She was in the arms of a smiling man and a short woman in a nurse's uniform who was laughing beside them. The man looked like Randall, so I assumed Sandy might be his wife or his daughter. I was in their home, it seemed, and it made sense given Randall's apparent authority. But I wasn't sure how Carl fit into the family. I opened my mouth and let Carl feed me a spoonful of oatmeal. His hands shook a little, and his nail beds were dirty, stained maybe, like he might have been or might still be a mechanic of sorts. The skin around the tips of his fingers was chewed, but despite his rough appearance, he was unexpectedly gentle as he placed the spoon in my mouth. The oatmeal was cold and thick and bland, but I ate it willingly, scared of the alternative. "What does Sandy want with me?" I asked, licking my lips. Carl's eyes shifted to mine. "She doesn't," he said with a brusque edge. His lips pursed. I took another bite off the proffered spoon. "Then what does he—" "Stop asking questions," Carl growled. "I'm not going to hurt you unless I have to. But that doesn't make me your damn friend. Just be quiet and eat." Narrowing my eyes, I wanted to refuse the next bite, but I conceded, surprised to find I was starving, and my concerns of whatever the oatmeal might be laced with became a distant curiosity. "Will you at least tell me how long I've been here?" "Why does it matter?" "Why would it hurt to?" I said with a little too much impatience. Carl's lips pursed. "Watch yourself, woman." Though I knew withholding my frustration was the smarter route, it seemed attitude was all I had left in my defense. "Whatever you're going to do, just do it already." I turned my face away from him. "It's been 2 days," he finally said, and exhaled like he'd spoken against his better judgment. "And trust me, you'll need your strength. You need to eat." He brought the spoon up to my mouth again. "Trust you?" I said without thought. "Enough!" Carl shouted and stood up. "If you don't eat this, I'll make you regret it," he promised. My impromptu defiance cracking, I took another bite of oatmeal. Truth be told, it was like I could feel it making me stronger with each bite. "And drink all this," he said. "You'll need the sugar." My panic returned. Why? Carl's deep brown eyes fixed on mine, but he said nothing as he held the glass of orange juice to my lips. I was incredibly thirsty, but taking a drink somehow felt like I was sealing my fate. I turned my face away again. "Fine, then," he growled and slammed the glass down on the side table. Orange juice splashed all over the place. He yanked the pillow out from under my neck, and my head fell back. "Ouch!" I cried. "I'm not the one who will feel like shit after." In an instant, he reached up to my wrists, pausing when he laced his fingers in the rope around my right hand. "Don't even think about trying to get away. I promise you, you'll regret that too." Carl had downed enough booze. I wasn't convinced he had the wherewithal or reflexes to best me. When he untied my right wrist and reached over for the left, I pulled it from his grasp, prepared to punch him in the nose and then in the groin, but a knife was under my throat as my hand slipped from his. I froze.
"What the fuck did I just say?"
His voice held the echo of a beaten and bloodied soul that was so desperate, so impatient, it fought to stay in control as a knife I hadn't even seen on him pinched the sensitive skin of my neck. Holding my breath, I closed my eyes, trying to hold back my tears of frustration.
"Try that again and there'll be blood,"
he warned. I nodded slowly. This time I believed him. His reflexes were better than I'd thought. Though he was clearly intoxicated, he was weathered and well-trained in this, that much was obvious. My skin crawled, and a thick blanket of sweat coated me as once again I considered how many others he'd done this to. How many others have lain in this bed? Where are they now? But I was afraid that I already knew the answer.
"You try to kick me?"
Carl said as he untied my ankle.
"I'll cut your leg off." "We don't need your leg. You got it?"
After a few yanks and some manhandling, my ankles were tied together just like my wrists.
"All of this attitude, you struggling, you're making all of this more difficult on yourself,"
he said, double-checking the ropes.
"You can't change your fate,"
he said.
"None of us can."
His tone was dull, hollow, and I wasn't sure if he was saying these things for my benefit or his own. Carl lifted me out of the bed, and as he carried me by the window, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a church steeple from the gap in the boards. But Carl moved too quickly for me to see anything else as he carried me over to the wheelchair in the corner of the room. His body was well honed, like most of ours were now that we were survivors. I briefly wondered what exactly Carl was capable of. His arms were secure around me, his grip painfully tight.
"Are you going to throw yourself out of the chair and flop around when I wheel you down the hall? Or can I skip tying you to the damn thing?"
Carl was panting a bit, out of breath, though I figured it was more from the booze than it was from being out of shape. I narrowed my eyes at him, not gratifying him with a response. The corner of his mouth quirked into an ever-so-slight smile, and he set me in the seat. He pulled the chair out, away from the wall, and pushed me to the bedroom door. I couldn't tell if my heart had stopped or sped up. It was like I couldn't breathe as the possibilities of what awaited me outside the relative sanctuary of this room became too horrifying and far too imminent. Carl opened the door and cool, bleach-scented air caressed my face. It burned the inside of my nose. "Please tell me what you're going to do, Carl. I'll beg if you want me to. Please." Though I could tell he was trying to ignore me for a few heartbeats, he seemed to change his mind.
"We're just drawing blood."
I craned my neck around, eyeing him as he grabbed the handles of the wheelchair. "You want my blood?" That didn't seem so bad. But then again, it probably wasn't for reasons that were very good, or I wouldn't have been kidnapped and tied up. Carl pushed me out into the hallway, the shotgun against the wall I'd seen before now out of sight, as was the chair. It was still daytime, and light filtered into the hallway. There was a closed door beyond mine to the right, only a bathroom separating them, and everything else appeared to be to the left, the direction we were headed. Carl rolled me down the hardwood hallway and out onto the second-story landing. We passed through a den with vaulted ceilings, and my eyes scoured the family photos in different-sized frames, most of them cracked and the glass broken. They were barely hanging on, like they'd borne the brunt of someone's anger. The wood floor was covered in dust, save for a fresh pathway of footsteps and what looked like wheelchair tracks leading into the room at the end of the hall. I whimpered, and my eyes burned. Something told me Carl wasn't simply taking me to get my blood drawn. What's in the room at the end of the hall? He wheeled me past an open door to what appeared to be a personal office. Sunlight shone in through the blinds too brightly to see beyond and illuminating the books and stacked papers littering a desk and the floor around it. Dishes were strewn all over like someone, probably Randall, spent a lot of time in there, locked away, mad. Unbidden, I thought about the colony and the horrible things they did to people there. "Carl," I rasped, "I'm scared." I wasn't sure why I told him that. Perhaps hoping he'd take pity on me and turn me around, but he didn't say anything. There was the sound of footsteps ahead, and then Randall was standing in the doorway of the room at the end of the hall. He was wearing a white medical coat, but he looked menacing and severe, nothing like Harper when he was dressed in his doctor attire. I wasn't sure if I should be petrified or reassured that Randall at least looked like he knew what he was doing. His eyes narrowed on Carl. Like before, it was as if he didn't even see me. "Hurry up, Sandy's prepped. We're wasting fuel." "Carl," I whispered again, my body shaking. He was the closest thing I had to an ally in all of this, but Carl remained silent and picked up the pace as he wheeled me through the bedroom door. In front of me, Randall searched through a dresser drawer for something. The scent of bleach was strongest in the room, sterile to the point of burning my eyes and the back of my throat instead of just my nose. Breathing through my mouth, I took in the room around me. It was big, the master bedroom, I assumed, and there was a large picture window, undraped and letting in the afternoon sunlight. Hope and desperation swelled as I peered through the window, outside to the freedom that was just beyond my reach. I could see the side of a blue house, part of a broken window, and a roof obscured by a tall maple tree. I tucked that information away for later, in case it came in handy. Then my gaze fixed on her, Sandy, and I paled. A woman with a few thin wisps of graying hair hanging from her head was propped up in a hospital bed. There were IVs in her arms and breathing tubes in her nose. I barely recognized her as the woman from the picture I'd seen with the child and Randall. Her green eyes were dulled, almost deadened as she stared at the wall behind me. She didn't blink, didn't move, though her chest rose and fell rapidly, as if she'd just run a mile. I knew that wasn't possible. She was too frail to even walk, her skin too sallow. Her features were strange, fallen and twisted on one side. She was barely human, barely alive. Tears pricked my eyes as I thought about what they'd done to her and what they were going to do to me. When Carl stopped the wheelchair at her bedside, my eyes latched onto an open, well-worn and bound notebook with a scribbling of notes and lines connected to a list. My nostrils flared and I shuddered as I scanned what seemed to be a list of one ability after another. Electricity, revival, healer. There were at least a dozen of them. I was trying to understand, to fathom what I'd been brought into, when my eyes clung to the last ability on the list. Mind reader/finder. I wrung my hands in my lap, faintly aware of the fiery wound still fresh on my arm. "There are so many," I said under my breath, unable to look away from the piece of paper I assumed was responsible for my fate. Randall whirled around, glaring at me and then at Carl. "No duct tape? Jesus, you're slipping. You know I don't like to hear them talk." Randall shook his head and reached for Sandy's arm. He tossed the notebook onto the dresser, then checked the tubes that ran from her forearm into an empty IV bag. Ready for my blood. "I can't help her," I said. "But you don't even know my blood type, if we're even compatible." "You're compatible," Randall said with an alarming amount of certainty as he addressed me for the first time. He grabbed my arms, still bound together at my wrists, and stretched them out beside Sandy on the bed. When I saw a few dried-up drops of blood on the sheet beneath my arms, I instinctively shrank away. "No!" A clammy, powerful palm collided with the side of my face, making my neck crack, My jaw sing and my head spin so much I almost forgot to breathe. "Move again, I dare ya," Randall snarled. "Actually," he started, then hit me again, this time higher, his knuckle meeting my temple. And for a moment I could only see blackness. "That one's just in case you forget." My face was branded with pain, my vision veiled with tears as Randall yanked my arms toward him again. I felt the wound in my arm tear open beneath its bandage, and I winced. Randall picked up 3 additional IV bags and laid them out on the bed beside Sandy, who sat there oblivious as he checked the hoses. He attached the first one, and then the others. My head was shaking. I couldn't stop it. 4 pints? I breathed. I knew that was extremely dangerous, borderline deadly. I pulled my arms back into my lap, no longer worried what he might do since I'd likely die anyway. "This will shut the stupid bitch up," Carl said behind me right before rough terry cloth scraped against my mouth and nose, and a sweet smell carried me into blackness.
You have reached the end of part 1 of Before the Dawn. If you're enjoying the ending series, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. You can find links to other audiobooks in this world and series information in the descriptions below. Thanks for listening.